Chapter 1, Preview Edited. MC-So, you're God, right? Shit, I knew I shouldn't have punished my daughter like that. Luckily she was saved. She really was too beautiful, she almost got herself raped. MC-. The MC was right in front of him as the being was talking to himself like he was never there. Luckily, she was saved mortal at the cost of his life. Him dying was an anomaly itself. I should probably dash. MC, hello. MC startles. Dash, oh, you startled me, hold on ahem. Dash, greetings mortal, I am the God King of all existence, you may call me Ben. MC nods. MC dash, okay, Ben. My name is Adam. Ben nods. Ben dash, okay mortal, since your death was an anomaly because my daughter shouldn't have been in that reality in the first place, you are allowed to reincarnate. Since you had saved my daughter from a date worse than death and then death, I will give you 3 wishes. Adam smiles excitedly. Adam dash, okay. Adam tells him his wishes. 1. Impenetrable mental defense capable of modifying it any way he wants. 2. Unlimited magic reserves, powered by imagination. 3. Pure immortality. To me and my future wife or wives. Ben chuckles. Ben, you really thought this through, huh? Very well, I shall grant you these requests. The last one, however, will stop aging when you reach 30. If you are killed, then you shall be brought back to life and be truly immortal. Your wives or wife will be the same, they or she will gain it when you mate. It can be taken away, if she or they betrayed you. Adam, unsure of the last one, just nods his head. Ben smiles and snaps his fingers and 2 holographic screens appear, pictures of giving Loki and some guy with weird clothing that looks like those wizards from Harry Potter. They're both anime, they combine changing into someone or something else. Before I could make out the final picture, Ben snaps his fingers again and I black out. Chapter 2, Chapter 1 Edited. I was here, then I was there, it was just like that, a finger snap, and then boom. It was just like that. I realized that I had hijacked a person's body. After the realization came 8 years of memories poured into my head all at once. All those years of experience came crashing down on me, fusing with the body. You can imagine the headache that I must be having right then, right? I had found out a lot of things about him that are very similar to me. This boy is my age and he has the same name as me, Adam. Another thing that I found out is that his last name is Malfoy. And his brother's name is Draco, which means that I must be in the Harry Potter world. I also had found out that we both dislike the Malfoys and consider them very bad people. The only person in the family who is okay in my book is the mother. Ben also dropped a note saying that I have no reason to worry as it is not transmigration but a reincarnation. Your memories unlocked a couple of hours after you had received your Hogwarts letter. That gave me relief. I had always thought that hijacking a person's body and pretending to be that person was evil among evil. You might as well be as evil as Orochimaru of the Sannin. Even though I was freaking out a bit, I was still too calm. You know, from being sent from a real world to a realm where it's supposed to be fiction. Saving someone in which I thought was supposed to be a girl turned out to be the daughter of the highest god of existence. And the fact that I died. I have the right to freak out, right? In which I did. A little. But I also have no right to complain. This is my second chance in life, as an immortal nonetheless. Not a lot of people get that. Being the same person with the same name is cool. Being in a different family full of assholes is definitely not. I'd rather be Harry Potter or his sibling Dash. Never mind, I just remembered the Dursleys were not so nice people. Flashback. Get up, freak. Flashback end. Nah, I think I'm good. I look back on my memories about my desire to be those things called self-insert. I wouldn't believe this would actually happen to me. I am in a world of fiction. I mean, I have read a ton of fanfictions about reincarnation, but to actually experience this yourself, oh man, my heart is pounding from the sheer excitement of the awesomeness that will await me. Draco, Draco, Draco. How do I say this? He is, every bit of which the movies, books, and TV shows describe him to be. Had the gal to call me a traitor in blood too. Such an arrogant ass. I met a few people that were nicer, thank God. We had become good friends. Two of those friends were Blaze Zabini and Tracy Davis. They're cool, you know. Tracy has a very tomboyish personality while Blaze is similar to, well, me really. It took several hours to actually get into my mindscape. But once I did, I realized that it was blank. Blank and gray. There was an invisible shield. Pictures of memorable scenes floated around wanderlessly. I decided I didn't like it and changed it to a beautiful tropical rainforest with mythical creatures from various fiction works living inside of it to guard it. Today was also the day I started working on wandless magic secretly. I have not mastered skills like a fireball, but I can enhance my body with magic, making my body more durable and strong. Now, after bidding our mother goodbye, I and Draco had appeared in Diagon Alley. After wandering around getting creeped out by the goblins, I had insisted on splitting up, as we would have made much more progress that way. He had agreed and we part ways, and thus my journey to Hogwarts begins. Chapter 3, Chapter 2. Once after retrieving the money we needed, and after getting away from the goblins, who creeped me out as they were staring at me unblinkingly, we headed over to Madame Malkin's basically for all occasions. Draco, of course, had insisted on going first, and I was made to wait as she was busy with another first year. Mom and Dad went off to collect out books, trusting her to meet at Ollivander's once we were done. Fortunately for us, the assistant had finished by the time we had arrived. I could only stare on as I wait, watching Draco be his usual dickishness self. As Madame Malkin's finished with him, he immediately left me afterward. After this, I was thinking. Adam, the memory of my previous life, although it is fading slightly as time moves on, I can still remember the former fictional stuff when I enjoyed. While I was thinking this, a girl suddenly came in. She was actually kind of cute. Crimson red hair tied into a ponytail as her and emerald green eyes danced around nervously. Alarms suddenly went off in my head. Malkin's, first year, dear. The girl nodded and was directed to the pitting station next to me. Adam, hello. The girl jumped slightly and she ears had snapped towards my direction. She looked at me wearily under her crimson bangs. Oh no, this action has definitely set off more warning bells inside my head. I induced myself. Adam dash, I'm Adam Malfoy, are you starting Hogwarts this year? The girl nodded minutely but didn't say anything. Adam dash, I hope we can be friends. The girl looked surprised before she nodded hesitantly and gave a small smile. Malkin's dash, alright love, now that that's done, you next, come. I stepped up and watched her as she dressed me. Rose, her voice held a slightly musical ring to it. I could barely hear it, but yet I did. It came in as a barely audible whisper. I smiled charmingly. Adam, beautiful name for a cute girl such as yourself. I take it Rose matches the pretty red hair on top of your head? She blushed and ducked her head in response. Malkin's, alright, all done. I turned toward her, and nodded at her before glancing back at Rose, who had still ducked her head in embarrassment, and said. Adam dash, well, that's that, I hope I'll see you later, Rose. With that, I had walked out to meet my parents at Ollivander's. Chapter 4, Chapter 3. I immediately stopped smiling the second I left the room. I had learned the signs of abuse from a book a few weeks ago in my previous life, flinching every time someone makes contact, being unusually shy. All of those warnings were all something she had. I was a lucky one, but I guess she wasn't. I think it is time for me to interfere more. I will try to get her out. No, I will get her out of her shell, get her away from the Dursleys, but first I must get my wand and my pet first. Although I myself don't necessarily need it. It is mandatory to get one for Hogwarts. I had just entered Ollivander's, where I had met my mother, who had informed me that Draco and Dad had already left. I noticed a small distaste in her tone of voice. It seems that my mother shares the same sentiment as me to the rest of the family. Well, hello there, young lad. I calmly turned my head towards a person that I'm guessing to be Ollivander. He looked quite surprised. Adam dash, hello, I'm guessing you must be Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander smiled. Ollivander - indeed I am, I must admit I am surprised. I thought you'd be startled and reach out to attack me. Adam always expect the unexpected. He looked at me curiously. Ollivander - indeed. He turned towards my mother who looked at him impatiently and said. Mother, yes, we noticed, may you do this quickly? We are in a bit of a hurry. Ollivander, of course madam. He turned back me not offended in the slightest. Ollivander - well now Mr. Malfoy, let's see. He pulled out a long tape measure with silver markings. Ollivander, which hand is your wand arm? Adam, I use both hands but my right is the dominant one. Ollivander, I see. Ollivander stepped forward and began measuring me from every inch of my body, from shoulder to finger wrist to elbow shoulder to floor, knee to armpit and around my head. Ollivander, every Oliver wand has a core of a powerful magical substance. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, dragon heartstrings. None of Ollivander's 2 wands are the same. He then went to the shelf and started pulling down boxes. Ollivander - yes this will do. The measuring tape crumpled onto the floor in a heap. Ollivander, right then Mr. Malfoy, try this one. Breach wood and dragon heartstrings, just take UT and give it a wave. Adam, okay. I did exactly what he said. Crack, the wand split apart. Ollivander looked on in astonishment. Adam, Ollivander - how unusual. Ollivander took the broken wand from me and started analyzing it. Adam, what's unusual? Ollivander stopped what he was doing and looks at me. Ollivander, your magic is far too dense to be able to use a wand. Adam, dense? Ollivander, yes, your magic it's extremely rare but you occasionally find magic users with extremely dense cores. Ollivander put the broken wand back into the box. My mother suddenly stood up. She looked alarmed. Mom, what does that mean for my son? Well, he still is able to attend Hogwarts. Ollivander shook his head. Ollivander - no it just means he requires a different focus. Hold on for one moment. Ollivander went away. Adam, I am suddenly very relieved that Draco is not here. Do you know what he'll say if he was? Mother scowled. Mom, unfortunately yes, honestly where did I go wrong with that boy? A Weasley's more Slytherin than him. I decided not to mention that it was mostly Dad's fault for spoiling him so much. Ollivander came back with a slightly strange but very familiar magic sword. Ollivander, here you go. Forgive me if it's a bit rusty, it's been sitting on a shelf for a long time. I reached out and grasped the sword by the handle, did a couple of practice swings. Sword form modified, dagger, and instantly it glowed, shifting to a silver dagger with a golden handle. It fit perfectly in my handle. Ollivander stared as I did a couple of practice swings while grinning. Ollivander, after all these decades I finally get to see what it does, intriguing indeed. Ollivander got himself together and said. Ollivander - you should probably change this into a wand now so people won't be startled about a kid with a blade. Form modified, wand. The sword glowed before it turned back into a wand. Adam - huh. Ollivander reached out and took the book from his shelf and handed it to me. I looked at him as he said. Ollivander, here's an instructions manual. I suggest you figure this out before accidents happen. Adam, oh okay, thanks. I grabbed it from him. Mom - alright then son, come along, we must hurry. Adam, thanks again Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander, anytime. After that, they both paid for the wand before they left the wand shop and headed towards the next stop. Chapter 5, Chapter 4 edited. After I finished with Ollivander, we left for the magical menagerie where my mom informed me to pick a pet. Walking through the store I passed ale after ale until I saw something in the corner. It looked like a bird, a red chicken with ruby eyes. Once it noticed my attention it turned to me, its crimson eyes bored into my soul, analyzing me for a moment, before it chirped happily. The bird had surprised me by stretching out its wings that were definitely not the wings of a normal bird and flapped, lifting itself off the ground. A few seconds later it landed gently on my shoulder. Mom, well, it looks like you found your pet, right? Adam nodded. The shopkeeper saw what was perched on my shoulders and sighed. Shopkeeper, well, it was only a matter of time. Mom, what? What do you mean only a matter of time? Shopkeeper, ages have been here, this little firebird. Adam sees a transparent image of Yoda behind him. Adam dash, Yoda, is that you? Adam catches both of their attention. Shopkeeper, what is this, Yoda? Adam chuckles nervously. Adam, nothing, just spouting nonsense, continue to please. The shopkeeper and mother look confused for a second before he shrugged. Shopkeeper, she is a rare type of phoenix, that had appeared into this shop waiting for someone. Every person that tried to get her almost had their faces ripped off from her talons. It looks like she chose you, and bonded with you. Congratulations, you don't need to pay for it. Phoenix are sentinel creatures almost like us. I nodded and we left the shop with the phoenix chirping happily on my shoulder. A month later I stood on platform 9 3/4. With Ruby attached to my shoulder, looking up at the Hogwarts Express scarlet form. A couple of minutes later. Draco had immediately ditched me after we bid our parents goodbye. He went with his friends, if you could call it that, Crab and Goyle with Pansy attached to his arm. Bunch of esquissers to me. I could only sigh. As I waited I passed time by reading the info book Ollivander gave me on my magical sword. This sword could shape-shift into any type of weapon, whether it be axe, gun, hammer, staff, or a dagger. The key is your imagination. If you have a limited imagination, those might be the only weapons to use. I was so engrossed with the book that I was startled when Tracy snapped her fingers into my face. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. Adam, sorry about that, this book was very intriguing. Tracy dash, what's it about? Adam, my wand. Daphne, I don't see what's so intriguing. I mean, it's just a wand. The wand suddenly glowed before shifting into a majestic silver dagger with a blue dragon tattoo on each side. Dragon dagger, modified sword form. Tracy, whoa, that's awesome. Daphne. I grinned. Adam, thanks. The form glowed before changing back into a wand. Adam, they said that my magic was too dense for a normal wand, so I had to get this. I tapped the wand twice in my palm, grinning at them. Adam, definitely not complaining though. At the same time though, Ruby was what I decided to name her, was sleeping awoken and had poked her head out, glancing at me before looking over to my friends staring at them curiously. Tracy squealed. Tracy, it's that a phoenix? Daw, it's so cute. I grinned. Adam, yes, in fact, it is. Ruby glanced at the door before jumping off and flying towards it. Once it landed on the floor, it slowly prodded the door with her talons. The door opened, revealing an extremely nervous-looking rose. Ruby stared at a rose for a moment before flapping its wings and gently land on her shoulders, snuggling into her neck. I looked at her and smiled. Adam, it seems like she likes you, Rose. She's not normally like that. I stood up and walked over to pick up Ruby before guiding Rose to our compartment. Once she sat down, I put Ruby in her lap. The phoenix purred pleasurably as Rose hesitantly began to pat its head. I smiled before I decided to introduce her to my friends. Adam, Rose, these are my friends Tracy and Alpine. Tracy and Daphne, this is Rose, we meet in Diagon Alley. Tracy, hi. Daphne dash, yo. Rose eyed the two cautiously through her lens before she hesitantly introduced herself as well. Rose, hello. As she did this, all three of us has noticed the famous lightning scar that was on her forehead, confirming that she is, in fact, a female version of Harry Potter. We did not flip out about this, although I did hear Daphne and Tracy intake slightly. You'd be an idiot to not know that attention and fame is the last thing she needs according to her shyness in nature. Once the compartment had moved, the door had opened, revealing Ronald Weasley, the second youngest of the 6 Weasley children. I never did like him that much in the stories, but I'd give him a chance. Unless he. A sneer formed on the redheads' faces as he looked at us in disgust. Ron, oh, the wrong apartment, no way Rose Potter would even think about sitting next to a bunch of snakes. Unless he did that. I gave him a blank look. Adam, did you say something? Ron's sneer grew before he turned away, walked back out and slammed the door behind him. Adam, what an idiot. Chapter 6, Chapter 5. I noticed their slightly angry expressions and sighed. Adam, just ignore him, morons like that are always stubborn, I pity whoever he's within the dorms, they'll have to deal with his idiocy. They calmed slightly. Tracy, speaking of dorms, what dorm do you plan on going to? I simply shrugged. Adam, I don't know, probably Ravenclaw. I know I'm not gonna be in Hufflepuff or Gryffindor, and I'm not the type to be in Slytherin. My answer is definitely gonna be Ravenclaw. I'll be surprised if it's anything but. That started a heated discussion. I read my book while Rose silently watched and Ruby sleeping soundly in her lap. Hey guys. The voice said, coming over to us. We recognized the person instantly and gave out greetings. Tracy, Daphne, Adam, Blaze. He noticed Rose. Blaze dash, who's she? Adam's eyes widened as if he forgot something. Adam, oh, that's right, Blaze, let me introduce you to my friend Rose. Rose, this another one of my friends, Blaze. Blaze, yo. Rose, hello. The discussion continued onward till lunchtime. I and my friends bought more sweets than to feed on wearily in the average bashing story. I silently wondered if I even need to eat, after all, I am immortal, right? I looked to my right and spotted Rose staring at the cauldron cakes curiously and with a bit of hunger. I gently reached out and brought out for her. Adam, go ahead, it's not like it'll bite or anything. Rose hesitantly grabbed the cake and took a small bite. She glanced at me nervously before taking another and another, then she shoved the whole thing in her mouth. She looked like a cute little baby chipmunk. Adam, adorable. I had said the word without thinking. Rose had ducked her head in embarrassment before giving the other pile of cakes a longing look. I suppressed the urge to glomp her. I gently reached over and pushed the cakes towards her, in which she gave me a grateful yet nervous smile before chowing like no tomorrow. I glared at the grinning looks my friends were giving me. Adam, don't say anything. Blaze, I have no idea what you mean. Tracy, this is so adorable, Adam's got a crush. My face turned red. Adam, I don't. Blaze, sure. Adam, you shut up. My eyes widened and snapped towards Rose, who was too busy eating her heart out to notice the exchange. I let out a sigh of relief. Before going back to glaring at the two, whose grin grew wider. I looked back and saw her taking a bite of cake in her mouth. Her cheeks were red in pleasure and her eyes were closed. It should be against the law to be this cute, really. If this was an anime, no doubt she'd probably be the cutest chibi I've ever seen. I couldn't peel my eyes off of her. Fortunately, a distraction had come in the form of a distraught, depressed-looking Neville and very bossy-looking Hermione. Troublesome. Adam, how may we help you? Hermione, have you or anyone else here seen a toad? Neville had lost his. Her tone was very busy and condescending, troublesome indeed. Tracy, no, we haven't. Adam, wait, let me try something. I pull out my wand. Adam, what name is your toad? Neville, Trevor. Adam, Accio Toad Trevor. I waved my wand hand and a loud croak sounded before the compartment doors burst open, revealing a toad flying into my hand. I then gave the town back towards Neville. Adam, here you go. Neville, thanks. Adam dash, no problem. Hermione, what spell is that? That wasn't in one of the course books. Daphne, it's a summoning spell. It's not in there because it was only taught to 4th years. This spell requires a decent amount of focus that most 1st years aren't capable of doing. Hermione, really? But I thought you couldn't cast upper years spells. I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me. It was a big surprise when I got my letter, but I was very pleased. I mean, Hogwarts is the greatest wizarding and witches school to exist, or at least that's what I've heard. I've also studied and memorized all the books by heart. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. What's your name? I gave her a silent stare for a moment before I responded. Adam, some of those spells similar to the ones I had just used require more magic than some first years have, can't quite pull them off. Oh, and that's Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass Tracy, and Rose. Rose eyed her wearily from under her crimson bangs. Adam, and I'm Adam Malfoy. Their reactions were unexpected, but should have expected to tell you the truth. Adam, I'm guessing you met my idiot brother. Don't worry, I'm nothing like him. Neville eased up slightly. Hermione, however, still looked tensed as she eyed us wearily. Hermione, Malfoys are a dark family. My eyebrows twitched before giving them a blank look void of any emotion. Although my face was like that, I couldn't stop the coldness from escaping my tone. Adam, please leave. Hermione, boo dash. Daphne, I agree with Adam, please leave Granger. Tracy, yeah, please leave before he blows a fuse. He really hates it when you call him dark just because of his family. Hermione frowns. Blaise eyed my clenched fist. Blaise dash, you really should go. The last person to compare him to his dark family ended up with broken ribs, a busted eye, a knocked out tooth, and a swollen cheek. That did it. Hermione took Neville before fleeing from the area faster than a chicken when headlights, vanishing in the distance. Chapter 7, Chapter 6. The sunset came, as time went by, faster than a blink of an eye. We had all changed into our school robes. My brother and his lackeys came up to me. Draco, I have finally found you here. Adam, where have you been? I have been looking all over for you. Tracy, yeah, right. Daphne, MNHM, sarcastically. Draco dash, I was hoping that you'd come to join me in my compartment. It's only proper for us brothers to sit together. I gave him a blank look but responded nonetheless. Adam dash, sorry Draco, but I'm here with my friends. I noticed his gaze directing to Rose. Draco, oh, and who's this? What's your name, girl? I scowled at his harsh tone. Rose shrank behind me as he was towering over her. I grabbed his wrist and pushed him back. Adam, that is enough. Draco, you're scaring her. Can't you see for yourself? Draco looked ready to argue, but noticed everybody from my side tensed, and glaring at him, fingering their wands. Ruby, now wide awake, was also snarling angrily at Draco. Her feathers flickered with flame as she looked ready to strike. This made him think twice. While he was surprised I had a phoenix, that surprise quickly turned to that of anger as he realized what exactly I was doing. He looked back at me and snarled. Draco dash, I'd be careful if I were you, brother, you and your little friends, for attacking the future head to the house like that. I smirked at his threat. This didn't affect me in any way. Adam, and that affects me in what way? You're forgetting that I am also heir to the Black family as well. Draco scowled at that, as he was the oldest sibling. He inherited his father's lordship while everyone else inherited the mother's side, or in my case, since it's just me and him, he becomes the Lord of the Malfoys while I become Lord of the Blacks. And that law was written by Merlin. It cannot be changed unless it's Merlin's heir. Draco then stormed out the room, his lackeys followed. I sighed. Adam, how troublesome. Blaise dash, yes it was, but you had it handled quite well. The rest of my friends nodded in agreement. I smiled slightly. Adam dash, thanks, Blaise. I turned toward Rose to ask if she was okay when a loud voice that was probably Hagrid's boomed through the train. Hagrid dash, please leave your luggage on the school train. It will be taken to the school separately. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes. After he said that, we all began to pack everything up. I let Ruby be with Rose because I noticed Rose seemed really scared right now. I had put a hand on her shoulder, which was really soft by the way, and squeezed it comfortingly, ignoring her flinch. It seemed that she had drawn strength from my touch and had managed to smile slightly at me. It was small progress but good enough for me. I smiled back. The Hogwarts Express slowed down to a stop. The walkway then became crowded as everybody was trying to fight their way to the door. Hagrid's face stood above everyone else, naturally, as preened at the first years eagerly. Hagrid dash, first years. First years over here, Rose. Rose in question had sunk behind me in response to his question. Luckily he passed right by her and didn't seem to notice much. To the relief of Rose he continued on calling the first years. Hagrid C, Mon, follow me, any more first years? Mind your step now. First years follow me. As we followed Hagrid around at what seemed to be a narrow, steep path skipping over mud and exposed roots stomping on dead leaves, nobody seemed to notice these things as everybody was trying to keep their balance. Hagrid, your first sight will be here in a sec, just round the bend here. Crowd, ooh. Suddenly, the path had opened onto the edge of a great lake that was the color of black. Perched on top was a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the sky. It was a castle with many turrets and towers. I inhaled deeply as I took the sight of the Hogwarts school that was before me, also noticing that it was a lot bigger than in the films. Like 100 times bigger. The adventure is right before me, and I couldn't wait to get started. Adam, here we go. Chapter 8, Chapter 7. After I sailed across the lake, Rose was clinging to me tightly while Ruby was in my pocket with her head perched up. I winced slightly as nails were digging into my skin. Maybe she was clinging a little too tightly. The hairy giant led us to Professor McGonagall, who was waiting patiently with a slight smile on her face. Hagrid, first years meet Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, I'll take it from here, thank you Hagrid. Turning to us, she had a warm smile on her face as she greeted us. Professor McGonagall, welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, you will be sorted into your houses before you go and take a seat in the Great Hall. The sorting is a very important ceremony because while you are here you will be similar to a family. You will sleep in your house's dormitory to spend free time in your house's common room and take classes with the rest of the houses. It shortly begins. Professor McGonagall you will be placed among the 4 houses, which the 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has its own noble workings, and each has produced outstanding wizards and witches. While you are at Hogwarts your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaks your house will lose points. Professor McGonagall, at the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded a house cup, a great honor. Professor McGonagall, I hope each of you will be a credit while the house can be yours. Professor McGonagall, the sorting ceremony will take place in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you're waiting. She took a glance at the crowd before vanishing in the distance. I snorted. Ron what's so funny, Snake? Adam, I think your brothers must be having you on. Adam, a troll could easily smash anyone to paste. With probably the exception of Hagrid. Hermione looked like she was going to start hyperventilating, so I added. Adam, I'm sure it is also not a test since we haven't learned anything yet. Ron, oh yeah. Well, if you're so smart, what in the bloody hell do you think it is? I shrugged. Adam, maybe a test where they have you wear an enchanted item on your head to figure out your personality to get sorted in the house you belong in. Ron snorted. Ron, ha. As if. Ron then started to glance around as if he was looking for something. Draco looking for something, Weasel. Ron shut up. I'm going to be friends with the girl who lived. I smirked, thinking about the look on his face when he realizes the girl who lived was here all along watching him be a dick. The girl in question shrank even further behind me, hoping he wouldn't notice her. A couple of seconds later I had glanced around and seen about 20 or so ghosts drifting along to their destination, talking amongst each other. One seemingly noticed me and her eyes widened and let out a small gasp. She then drifted towards me. Oh my, how intriguing. Adam gave her a confused look. Adam, I have no idea what you mean, I am just a normal first year, right? You have extremely dense magic for a first year, it's too unusual to be normal, I haven't seen someone like you in over a decade. Adam, huh? She then smiled. Maybe if you get into Ravenclaw you can show me that wand of yours. I smiled. Adam, no problem, I'll be happy to, maybe you can share some of your stories too. Deal. She smiled brightly before drifting off towards the others. Hermione, what was that all about? Adam HN, none of your business. I ignored her put-out look as I was a bit sore with her earlier remark and waited for my sorting. Chapter 9, Chapter 8. Once McGonagall had led us through the doors of the Great Hall, I had to pause to take in the sight. Floating in mid-air over the 4 tables that the rest of the students were sitting at, were thousands and thousands of candles. The 4 tables had all goblets and golden plates laid out for us. At the top of the hall stood a table where the professors were seated behind the 4 hourglasses that served to count each of the house's points. We reached the head of the hall where hundreds of heads stared at us. I was nervous, I admit, but since I was buried in the crowd my nervousness was not as worse as it would be. Their faces shone like candles on a, while the ghost glowed a misty silver. I checked on the Rose to see if she was okay. She stuck to me like glue and looked like she was about to die. I found Ruby against her chest as she was hugging her as her life depended on it. Finally, for what had seemed to be an eternity, we had reached the head of the hall where we found the Sorting Hat on the stool waiting for us. He hat twitched and the rip on the brim stretched and opened wide. Before long the hat had begun to sing. Sorting Hat dash, oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts Sorting Hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The Sorting Hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you have a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. After it finished the whole table had burst into applause. Adam, didn't I say so, Ron? I smirked as Ron glared at me before he became frantic as he desperately tried to search for Rose. Professor McGonagall then stepped forward. Professor McGonagall, when I call your name, you will put on the Sorting Hat and be sorted. Professor McGonagall, Abu, Hannah. A girl with a pink face wearing 2 blonde pigtails stumbled out of line and took the hat. Sorting Hat, Hufflepuff, the said table cheered as she went towards the table and took a seat. Professor McGonagall, Bones, Susan. She went and grabbed the hat and put it on as she went to sit on the stool. Sorting Hat dash, Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat took longer to sort Neville than others, but when the hat finally sorted him it shouted. Sorting Hat, Gryffindor. Neville went away with the hat still on his head, electing a fit of giggles and laughs. I looked at Neville in pity as he walked back to the table and sat down, his face red in embarrassment. Time passed until finally, the professor shouted my name. I walked forward casually and put the hat on my head. Sorting Hat, interesting, to have perfected a clemency of this level, truly astounding. Do you mind telling your creatures not to attack me? I thought for a second. In all the fanfictions and other alterations of HP, not once have I seen a Sorting Hat bashing. Maybe that means I can trust him. Sorting Hat, I have no idea what you mean by bashing, but I won't tell a soul. If you do, I need to read your mind in order to sort you. Adam, very well. I let down my barriers and it took the Sorting Hat a moment to go through all of my memories. Sorting Hat, interesting indeed. I haven't come across a mind like this in centuries. I take it you're going to try and prevent these horrifying events from happening? Adam, as well as have fun and adventure along the way, yes. Sorting Hat, interesting. I'm guessing you could go with Gryffindor dash. Adam, hell no. Sorting Hat, quite, it will cause you quite the problematic. The only other option will be Sorting Hat, Ravenclaw. I out the hat down and went to my table as the best of the halls clapped. After another few students, it was Rose's turn. Professor McGonagall. Potter, Rose. Excited whispering began as Rose edged her way nervously towards the stool and put on the hat. A few seconds later the hat shouted. Sorting Hat, Ravenclaw. Rose put the hat back, walked and sat towards me. Then the table erupted in cheers. She deserved nonetheless to be among friends. I put an arm around her shoulders and smiled down at her. She looked up and smiled slightly back. Chapter 10, Chapter 9. After Daphne and Tracy had gotten to Slytherin, I had tuned out a few of the students as I glanced around the table scanning the room. I had made a mental note to keep an eye on the body who was currently possessing a body named Quirrell at the moment. Snape, to my surprise, was not looking at Rose in hate or disdain. Must be because of her red hair, gives her more of a resemblance to her mother Lily Evans. I glanced at Rose discreetly, or maybe it's the fact that she has a very small form. Perhaps she doesn't seem as arrogant in his eyes. I mean, if you ask me, you must be pretty stupid to think she is arrogant at all if you look at her in this form right now. I glanced from Rose to Dumbledore, who was looking this way. I could see him making plans at rapid speeds, trying to improvise at his failure to get her to Gryffindor and make her his pawn or something, or at least that's what I think. I mentally frowned. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt since I haven't actually seen him do anything wrong, so I'm not going to be an idiot that jumps to conclusions and then have everything shit on me. No, I'll give him three strikes and then he's out. I was startled out of my thoughts when the Sorting Hat burst out laughing. I glanced and I saw. Oh look, it's Ron. Sorting Hat, wahahaha. You Ravenclaw. You want to go to the House of the Wise? Oh dear creators, I haven't had that good of a laugh in years. Ron's face turns red in anger and embarrassment, mostly anger. The Sorting Hat calmed down a little only to burst out laughing some more. Sorting Hat, ha ha ha, that's an even funnier notion, ha ha ha, sorry kid, but that spot is taken already, hee hee, I'll put you in, Gryffindor. Ron, no. No. You stupid hat. Put me in Ravenclaw. A slow smirk formed on my face as I watched this. Oh man, his reaction is hilarious, I wish I had a camera. He wrenched the hat from his head. Professor McGonagall, control yourself, Mr. Weasley, dot. Ron, but Professor Dash. Professor McGonagall, now. Go back to your house before you put them at red before the lessons even begin. Ron huffed but did what was told, not before glaring at me as he did so, causing my smirk to grow. Dumbledore stood up with a huge warm smile and his arms spread apart as if all of us being here couldn't have made him happier, and said. Dumbledore, welcome. Welcome. Before the banquet begins I'd like to say a few words, Nibbit, blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. I had immediately started helping myself after Dumbledore had sat down, ignoring the negative glances that were being sent the way. I also gave bites, very small pea-sized bites, to Ruby, to which she nibbled on. It was peaceful to me, at least until some guy came in from the same table with a sneer plastered on his face. I was not the least bit offended by it and gave him a blank look. Adam, may I help you? You aren't going to make any more comments, Malfoy? He said Malfoy on emphasis and toned it with disdain. Adam, We all know Malfoys are very vocal when talking about Bloods. Ah, Terry Boot, I barely recognized him as he was a very small character. I sighed. Of course, my idiot brother had something to do with this. I took a deep breath before shouting. Adam, listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. This gathered everybody's attention as I said. Adam, I am nothing like my brother or my father. I don't give a damn about your bloodlines, whether pureblood, mudblood, or just straight up muggle. If you don't get on my nerves I won't bother you, I'll probably just ignore you. That surprised everyone as they all stared at me with wide eyes. Humph, I tuned them out and continued eating. Ruby was staring at me in expectancy. Knowing her desire I sighed before tearing another small pea-sized beef and threw it to her, causing her to catch it with her beak and swallow. The crowd had gotten over that a Malfoy is seemingly tolerable and had started conversations back up. A random fellow Ravenclaw came up and asked me. "Is that a phoenix? It's a most unusual and beautiful bird." "Adam, that's because it is, it requires a bond to be partnered with, so it wouldn't take kindly to just anybody." Then why is she kind to Rose?" another student asked. I shrugged. "Adam, I don't know, maybe she has taken a liking to her." I watched as she was now in Rose's lap as Rose pat Ruby gently with a small smile on her face. Luckily to me, the conversation was over as the people had turned their attention to the deserts which were quickly demolished. Once that was done, everybody was stuffed, the food had disappeared, and Dumbledore stood up. Once Dumbledore had stood up, the entire hall had fallen silent. As they waited for his speech. Dumbledore ahem, now that we are all stuffed and drank, I'd like to have a few more words. I have a few starts of the year notices to give you. Dumbledore first years should note that is out of bounds. I advise you not to go in there if you wish to die a very painful death. Dumbledore, I had also been reminded Mr. Flitwick to ask that no magic be used between classes and corridors. Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick will be having our first meeting tomorrow morning. Do make sure everyone gets up on time. Have a good night. Once he was finished, everyone began moving upstairs and talking again amongst each other. I sighed. 10 people probably will already find their way up there. Because of curiosity. I felt a huge tug on my sleeve and turned to Rose, who looked quite upset and fearful. "Adam, Rose? What's wrong?" Rose hesitated before speaking. "Rose, I don't want to be alone." My eyes softened. "Adam, hey, don't worry, all right. I'll see you tomorrow." She shook her head and I sighed. My expression then grew thoughtful before glancing at Ruby. Ruby, feeling my gaze, glanced at me, slowly turned to Rose before glancing back at me. Then to Rose, then back to me before nodding, and with a flap of her wings sailed over to Rose. "Adam, Ruby will be with you, is that okay with you?" Rose looked hesitant before nodding slightly. And letting go of my sleeve. "Adam, I'll meet up with you in the dorms tomorrow, I promise." Rose stared at me in the eyes, searching for any hidden lies before she slowly nodded and left with Ruby perched on her shoulders. I watched her as she left. I now had to fight the sudden urge to kill the Dursleys, knowing it was partially their fault that she's like this. Once she had disappeared, I had turned and walked upstairs to bed. Chapter 11, Chapter 10. This morning I woke up early, very groggy, to the sound of Robert's loud banging on the door. I groaned as I rolled over, putting the cover over my head to block out the noise. Unfortunately, the pillow was yanked away by a grinning female dorm member. I groaned louder in response. "Robert, kids, wakey, wakey, it's time for Flitwick's welcoming speech." I fought the urge to throw a pillow at his face. I was not a morning person. I used all of my might to get out of bed, grabbed my stuff, and stumbled to the bathroom to get ready. A few minutes later, a blur shot forward like a rocket and slammed into me, causing me to fall on my butt with a thud. "Adam, oof." I looked down to see Rose in my arms, clinging in my arms, as well as Ruby, who flapped back into my pocket. It looks like they couldn't wait for me to come get them and went after me instead. I am kind of flattered. I smiled slightly. "Adam, hello to you too, Rose, Ruby." Rose realized the position we were in and preformed a Hinata. She let go of me quickly and turned red. Rose-eep. "Mr. Flitwick, to see friendship start is always a delight. Professor Flitwick, it has been brought to my attention that you have a dense core inside of you, correct?" I nodded. "Adam, that's right, sir." "Professor Flitwick, all right, the rest of the teachers shall be informed later. Are you aware of the problems you might have because of this?" I nodded. Adam having problems that are the exact opposite of new magicals, are a side effect. Almost all 11-year-old year students have problems with underestimating the power that they put into their spells and tend to overpower them. Which is very dangerous, of course. He nods with a kind smile. "Professor Flitwick correct, I trust that you'll be careful." Adam nods again. Adam yes, sir. Mr. Flitwick's smile grew. Mr. Flitwick, excellent. He then turned back to the room as the rest of the house began to trickle in. Mr. Flitwick, everyone here? He asked as a few students jogged down the stairs. Professor Flitwick, excellent. Now as you know the common room you have to answer to a riddle as you don't have a password. You will have to wait until someone else comes along if you can't answer it. Don't be caught off guard because it is meant to keep our minds sharp. Professor Flitwick, the castle is prone to changing. I'm sure you have noticed on your way up here. I do have some enchanted maps that will help you find your way around if you wish. It's better than nothing as I know they aren't perfect. Professor Flitwick, now, let us go on to something more serious. I strongly suggest more so to the Muggleborns than others that all the first years must drop by and see Madame Pomfrey. You will require to get boosters for any vaccines. Understood? All the first years nodded their heads. Professor Flitwick, excellent. With individual students I hold meetings for once a month in my office. On the notice board is the written schedule. My door is always open if you have any problems. With that the only thing that is left for me to do is hand you your timetable and wish you a good year at Hogwarts. Student, there look. Student 2 dash, where? Student 3, did you see her face? Student 4 dash, did you see her scar? I was half tempted kick their ass but for some reason Rose had a very content expression on her face. At least she was so content that she didn't seem to notice the comments by the crowd. Either that or those comments doesn't seem to bother her anymore. It was strange but oh well, at least she seems happy. Which is good, that means more progress on getting her out of her shell. Besides it was nice to see her smiling. It was a very rare sight and she looked very cute doing it. This was my first official day at Hogwarts. I was going to push idiots to the back of my head and enjoy it. Chapter 12, Chapter 11. As it turned out the maps that were provided for us by Professor Flitwick proved reliable. As they reasonably as we were able to reach class on time. I had to get my friends Tracy, Daphne and Blaze their own map after since they had come to me complaining about being lost. You know, if I must be honest, it's safe to say that all the classes went as expected. I was also well prepared. Being cautious is what I mean of Ron in case he had done something stupid. When Professor McGonagall set us matches in Transfiguration class, I proved once again that my dense magic core would be a pain in the ass in the future by accidentally turning my entire desk into a huge pencil instead of my matchel. Flitwick had fortunately told McGonagall about the situation, which only led to her clicking her tongue as she told me to just meditate to try and get my magic and under control. After Charms class, I and Rose had avoided Ron like a plague. He was getting annoying as he kept following us using a hidden passage and a shifted staircase, leaving a fuming red-haired idiot to dust. The next lesson just so happens to be with the Hufflepuffs. As expected, the class started with Snape giving his spiel after taking the register. Snape, you are here to exact the art of potion making and learning the subtle science. His eyes scanned the room, momentarily pausing at Rose and me before moving on. Snape, Mrs. Bones, what would I get if I added adored powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Susan was startled at the sudden question. Susan, draft of the living dead, right? Snape dash, was that an answer or a question? Susan, draft of the living death, sir. Snape, correct. Miss Potter, if I told you to find me a Bezoar, where will I find it? Rose jumped, clearly started by the sudden attention toward her, and stuttered out an answer. Rose, the stomach of a G-goat, sir. Snape, correct. Mr. Malfoy, what is the difference between monkshood and a monk's bane? Adam, nothing, sir, they're both the same plant. Snape looked very pleased. Snape, it seems that you are all fewer dunderheads than I thought. Well, why aren't you writing this down? The next day Rose received a letter via Hedwig from Hagrid inviting her over for a cup of tea. She had attacked me unexpectedly with the all-powerful puppy eye technique, which I'll be honest, I scummed after a couple of seconds. Blaze, Tracy, and Daphne had also come along as we had bumped into them on our way out. Blaze, those eyes could be as deadly as the strongest weapon to ever exist. The rest nodded their head in agreement as we followed Rose down. Blaze, it's good to see her so happy though. I nodded. Tell me about it. Before she was all shy and now she is like this. What the hell happened in the girls' dorms that made her like this? Not that I'm complaining though. At least she is finally getting out of her shell. Rose zoomed through the door only to practically teleport behind me as her face had turned pale. Fong, back. Back. The door opened revealing the face of a very hairy Hagrid. Hagrid dash, hold on a sec. Back. Fong back. He let us in. Rose was sticking to me practically like glue as she eyed the boarhound that Hagrid was struggling with wearily. What the bloody hell are you doing here? I instantly recognized the voice as Ron's and groaned. Daphne, I could ask the same to you too, Weasley. Ron, shut it you slimy snake. Why don't you go back to kissing Malfoy's ass? I don't have to tell you anything. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. I recoiled back in surprise as did Ron, whose hand was now covering the red imprint on his cheek in stunned silence. I turned toward with widened eyes at Daphne, who looked just as shocked as I, then turned to Rose, who looked very pissed off. If possible, my eyes widened even more as I connected the dots. I gaped. Adam, holy shit. Hagrid, I think you should leave Ron. Hagrid sounded disappointed. Ron, boo dash. Hagrid, now. Ron turned and stormed out the door. Rose's expression morphed and was now torn to horrified, that of I can't believe I had just done that, in total embarrassment as her face had turned red as she knew the awkward silence was about her. Now all she wished to do was to turn invisible. An awkward silence followed for a few seconds until it was broken by none other than Tracy. Tracy, what the bloody hell just happened? Chapter 13, Chapter 12. Rose looked like she was about to run off, but I grabbed her by the wrist, ignoring her flinch, and pulled her into a big hug, making her gasp. Adam dash, I'm so proud of you. Rose dash, gee gaw. This caused everyone to chuckle, even Hagrid, who was off to the side watching. A couple of minutes later, while everybody was sitting on the table, Hagrid had noticed me staring at him in curiosity and asked with a raised eyebrow. Hagrid, what? Adam, nothing, it's just that I thought you'd take the weasel's side, no offense. Hagrid chuckled. Hagrid, none took, I was always taught not to judge a person by their family name. It was your mother who had taught me that, Rose. Rose in question looked at him in surprise. Hagrid noticed her look, smiled and nodded. Hagrid, yes, plus I also had known Tracy and Daphne's parents in school as well. That got us by surprise. Everyone else besides Hagrid and Rose, really. They were very good people and still are. Adam, interesting. Adam, well, I guess I have to apologize, it was wrong for me to assume things. I should have known better. Hagrid waved off my apology. Hagrid, think nothing of it. Unfortunately, the food that was cooked by Hagrid was exactly like it was described to be. The next day I and Rose went up to the hospital as Professor Flitwick suggested to get our checkup. I was a little worried about Rose. I mean, according to all of those fanfictions, she was either beaten up, killed, or worse, raped. If I wasn't here, God only knows what the Dursleys or even Weasel would do to her. Also must be wondering if I have been training at all during my rebirth. Of course, I have. Did you honestly think I'll be as fat as most people grew up? Of course not, besides testing my limits without anyone noticing is easy. I just do it in my mindscape. I am currently strong enough to face a ton of WWZ zombies. Yes, I know what they are, just because I am a man, not a kid. I watch things grown-up men watch. And do things grown-up men do. Well, except for working, and I do them in secret without my parents noticing. No, I don't watch porn. I uncovered my brother's diary. In my past life he became numb to the females because he watched too much porn, so much so that he started to become gay, so he stopped watching. So no porn for me, but I have nothing against gay people, I just don't want to be gay. Plus, isn't porn disrespectful towards females? Anyway. I stepped up behind the curtained area as Rose got called in. As I was waiting, I took my book out and began reading, only for Madame Pomfrey to let out a gasp. Startled, I dropped my book and rushed in. only to freeze at what I just saw. There was Rose, without a shirt. Well, she had a vest on, but that wasn't the attention that got me, it was the scars. There were a lot of scars on her back. Massive gruesome scars. Pomfrey Merlin's beard, who could have done this? I narrowed my eyes. Adam, I could only guess, it most likely had something to do with her family. Pomfrey, Miss Potter, is this true? Rose glanced at me. I could see the shame in her eyes, looked away and nodded. Madame Pomfrey looked like she was getting pissed. Pomfrey, I see. When done here, Dumbledore and I will be having words. For now, will you please step outside? I nodded and motioned myself to leave. Rose, wait. I turned to look at Rose, who stared at me with pleading eyes. Rose, don't go. I looked back at Madame Pomfrey, who sighed and nodded. Madame Pomfrey, if she is more comfortable with you here, then you may stay. I nodded and sat next to Rose as she finished scanning the rest of her body. By the time she was finished, she looked ready to murder someone. She disappeared and came back with a cone-shaped plastic bottle. Madame Pomfrey, here, this should help with the scaring. I'm afraid it's too old for me to heal it completely. Put cream on it once a day and you should be fine. Rose, thank you. Madame Pomfrey dash, you're welcome. Now I have to go and talk to a certain headmaster, if you'll excuse me. She then marched out. The rest of the time I had noticed that Rose was looking at me like she had expected me to run off and start avoiding her. Adam dash, why are you looking at me like that for? Rose flinched. Rose, WLIT thought T that you. She looked away as she trailed off. Adam, what? You expect me to run away just because you don't have a good childhood? Do you really think so lowly of me? She looked down. I reached out and grabbed her chin gently and lifted it up till we were eye level with each other. You are my friend Rose, I'll even go as far as consider you my best friend. A few scars aren't going to change that, not one bit. Rose stared at me for a moment before she lunged forward and pulled me into a bone-crushing hug. Rose, you're my best friend too, thank you, Adam. Strike one, Dumbledore. Chapter 14, Chapter 13. A message had appeared on the notice board a few days later informing us that our first-year flying lessons were coming soon. This notice, however, has also triggered a lot of boasting, much to my displeasure, from across the school. Ron and Draco especially, they were such a pain in the ass. I mean, I can fly too, you're not that special. Currently, right now we were in our lessons and Hermione was spouting off hints and bits randomly to anyone who would listen. It got so bad. I had to interfere. Adam, Hermione, I think that's enough, you're not really helping anyone with this. Hermione glared at me. Hermione, what do you mean, Malfoy? Yes, she seems convinced that I was a dark wizard lord based on my family name Malfoy, for some reason, probably because of the books she's been reading. Adam, you can't just learn how to fly based on reading a book, Hermione. The same as learning how to ride a bike, you actually have to do the do. Hermione glare deepened at me before she stuck her nose up in the air and walked off. Blaze, Adam, I really don't know why you even bother, you should leave her be, she's a lost cause. I shrugged. Adam, meh, give her time, she'll learn through experience that books aren't always right. Blaze, alright if you say so. Blaze then went back to the Slytherin side while I stayed waiting. Before I noticed Ambrose's mom's huge black eagle soaring through the sky towards me and dropped off a box. When I opened them I smiled as I saw the box was full of cauldron cakes. Gave it bacon before giving them to Rose, who had developed some form of addiction towards them. Especially the chocolate ones. I sighed when I saw Draco approaching from the corner of my eye, stood up and went towards his destination before he did anything stupid. Adam, excuse me. I intercepted Draco's hand before he could steal the ball from Neville's hands by grabbing his wrist. Draco snatched his hand from my grip and gave me a glare that probably must have thought was withering to him. McGonagall dash, what seems to be the problem? Adam, nothing ma'am, just sibling drama is all. I ignored Draco's scoff as I smiled innocently to her. before turning my attention back to Draco, who had just marched off. "Thank you, Malfoy," I turned to see Neville looking at me with a grateful look. I smiled softly. "Adam, no problem, and, call me Adam." Neville smiled slightly back. "Neville, okay, then you can call me Neville too." Then suddenly, much to my displeasure, Ron came storming in with his mouth full of eggs and bacon. "Ron, what the bloody hell are you doing here, Malfoy?" I rolled my eyes. "Adam, meh, just stopping my brother's idiotic actions." Ron scoffed. "Ron dash, yeah right, why don't you go back to your own table then?" I shrugged. "Adam dash, I was about to do that anyways." I turned toward Neville and said, "Adam, it was nice talking to you, Neville. I hope I will see you later." The Longbottom heir nodded before I went back to my table, only to see Rose licking the cake residue from her fingers. It was 3:30 p.m. and we had joined the rest of the Ravenclaws and Gryffindors hurrying down to the first flying lesson. By the time we had arrived, the Slytherin and the Hufflepuffs had already arrived. I had heard some of them complaining that their brooms were vibrating or moving slightly to the left. We had already taken our places by the time Madam Hooch arrived. "Hooch, well, what are you all waiting for? Everyone stand by a broomstick, hurry up." The broomsticks in question were lying down on the ground in neat lines. "Hooch, now stick your right hand towards your broom and say up." Everyone complied and did what was told. Everyone, up. When the broom flew into my hand, it cracked in two. "Hooch, oh dear, not another one still. At least it snapped while you were on the ground instead of on the air. Please stay back, me Malfoy, you'll have to share with some of your classmates." I nodded and she moved on to lecturing the other classmates. While she was doing that, I pushed magic to my feet and started to float gently in the air. Flight magic was a pain in the ass to learn at first, but I managed to get it done after tons of humiliating failures. Who needs brooms when you can do this? To me, this was much more superior. I turned my attention back to the rest of the group. "Hooch, now as I blow my whistle, kick off from the ground, hard." Neville is slightly jumpy and very nervous, kicked from the ground hard. He shot up like a rocket. "Hooch, come back, boy." In which he was a few seconds later only uncontrollably. "Adam, let me see." I narrowed my eyes, imagining a big oversized pillow. I pushed magic into my wand before a bolt of blue light shot from my wand, enveloping the ground that Neville was about to crash in, changing into a big comfortable pillow. Neville crashed into it a few seconds later. He was shaken but was all right. "Huth, thank you, Malfoy." She shot me a grateful look before giving the other firm glance. "Hooch, none of you is to move while I take him to the hospital." She then marched off with Neville on her back towards the hospital. Just then I saw Hermione march towards me and demanded with a frown on her face. "Hermione, why did you do that?" "Adam, why did I do what?" "Help out." "I did it because I want to, despite what the books say. I am not a bad person." She looked skeptical about it. I rolled my eyes and paid attention to my brother, who was starting to act like a troublesome bully. "Draco dash, did you see his face, that big lump?" "Pavarti, shut up, Malfoy." "Pansy, who's sticking up to Longbottom now, are you?" "Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Pavarti." Just then Draco seemed to notice something glittering in the grass and picked it up. "Draco, look." Draco held the member and ball in his hand. "Draco, it's the stupid thing Longbottom's gran sent him." I decided to step in as everyone grew quiet to watch. "Adam, that's enough, Malfoy, give me the ball and let me return it to Neville. You are acting like a child." Draco sneered at me. "Draco, why, I think not, brother. Why don't I put it up to where Longbottom can't reach? The top of the highest tree shall do nicely." And with that, he took off. I waited before he was at the top of the highest tree branch and said with a tired sigh, "Adam, troublesome brats, accio rembrand ball, sorry typo, I fixed it I think." Draco yelped as the ball shot from his hand and flew to mine. "Adam, here." I handed the ball to a surprised-looking Hermione. "Adam, next time you see Neville you can give this to him." before heading back to join Rose with the rest of the Ravenclaw. Chapter 15, Chapter 14. Hermione and Rose did not show up since flight class, and it was starting to have me worried. Padma, oh don't worry Adam, I'm sure they'll be here shortly. My sister had seen them in the bathroom earlier, looks like they've spent the entire hour getting to know each other better. Adam, huh? I honestly don't know how I feel about that. At one part I'm happy that Rose is finally making a new friend other than me, another part is that I'm worried she might start acting like both her and Ron and see me as a dark wizard because of my name. Ah, this is Rose we're talking about. There's nothing to worry about, I'll be fine. At that moment Voldequirrell came bursting in the room shouting. Quirrell, troll! There's a troll in the dungeon. There's a troll in the dungeon. Ha, I'd forgotten about that, how troublesome. Screaming erupted as everyone in the hall turned to chaos. Dumbledore appeared almost immediately and made a loud crack sound with his wand. Dumbledore, prefects lead your houses to the dormitories, immediately. Once the headmaster had finished, everybody started doing what we're told. By the time we had hit the second floor, I had slipped out and disappeared. Racing towards the troll, Io had reached the girls' bathroom when I heard a horrifying scream. This was Rose's scream. I slammed the door open with a kick and my eyes widened at the sight of a cowering Rose and Hermione against the opposite wall as the troll advanced on them. They looked absolutely scared out of their wits. The troll also looks even uglier in person. My face hardened. Modified dagger form, Draco Dino dagger. The wand roared before the form of the wand glowed before it shifted to form an unusual white dagger with strange black markings across it. I pushed my magic into it, making it glow a faint yellow before twirling it across my fingers. This action has caused dozens of light arrows to appear above me. I pointed at the troll, making the arrows aim, and with a cold tone, I shouted. Adam, die. Instant effect, as all the arrows slammed into the troll, followed by a huge explosion creating a huge amount of smoke. Once the smoke cleared, it had turned its attention to me with a growl. I infused my body with magic and dashed towards the troll at full speeds. The sword glowed before it returned to its original sword form before I started slicing the troll as I appeared on each of its sides, creating large X marks made of golden light on the troll, which roared in pain before exploding. Once I had seen that the troll was no more, the form switched back to regular wand form and I took a deep sigh. That action has caused me to be winded a bit, before walking over to where Rose and Hermione were staring at me in awe. Adam, hey, are you two alright? Hermione, I think so. I was suddenly talked to the ground by a blur with a loud thud. Adam, ow. Rose was in my arms crying. Rose, you stupid idiot. What the bloody hell were you thinking? My eyes softened and I let out a light chuckle. Adam, nothing, don't worry about me, you won't lose me any time soon. Rose, idiot. I chuckled some more. Hermione, how did you do it? I never saw spells like those before. I glanced slightly at her while adjusting Rose in my arms. Adam, it was mostly my wand, I just pushed magic into it. I indicated to my wand before smiling cheekily at her. Adam, still think of me as evil, Hermione? Hermione started sputtering as her face turned red. Chapter 16, Note, don't worry, it's not a drop or a hiatus. I will start giving you stories while you wait for my next chapter. Celestial Days SI Space Battles. White Dragon of Floor. SI Fanfiction. Caped Badly of the Nacerverse Fanfiction. The Last Punch Fanfiction SI. Venom Powers in opmwebnovel.com. The Spider Marvel. The Gamer Devil May Cry's Over. So as Shikamaru in Dreaming of Sunshine Fanfiction SI. A Gamer's Guide to Conquest. Marvel SI Fanfiction. I Awoken as Goku Dragon Ball SI. I Awoken as Minato Naruto SI. Walking on Thin Ice Naruto SI Fanfiction. Thanks for the support. Chapter 17, Chapter 15. Hermione ended up joining our study sessions after the troll incident happened. She was still a little tense, but with the help of Daphne, she was slowly starting to see that not all things in the books are right, thus slowly they became good friends. How she did that is simple really, she just pointed out the simple fact that different books about different subjects say different things. The following weeks had slipped by quickly now that I'd had ignored my idiotic brother and that moronic Weasley's actions. And things have been looking up, well, besides the Quidditch match that was coming up Rose and Hermione, well Morley Rose drew me into seeing a Quidditch match a thing that I had no particular care or interest for. Adam, I can't believe I am doing this right now. Blaise smirked at me. Blaise, you can never turn down Rose. Rose suddenly wrapped an arm around my shoulders and snuggled into me making me blush and causing my friends to snicker. Adam, Rose? What are you doing? Rose just snuggled deeper and said in response. Rose, I'm cold, you make me warm. My friends laughed at the expression on my face. I shot a hex at Tracy who was wiggling her eyebrows in response yelped. Just then the two teams came out along with Madam Hooch. Hooch, alright, now I want a fair game you hear. I snorted thinking about the idea of Slytherinincing fair. All of my friends agreed with me. Hooch, let the Quidditch game commence. As I watched the game from the stands, blocking out the loud cheering from the people around me, I started to think. I wasn't interested in sports in my past life. The only time I watched sports was the Redskins on TV on Sundays with my mom. They weren't really that good, even a person who doesn't even want sports like me could tell that. I was started out of my musings when I heard a loud shout. Look out! I glance at the player who was flying towards Rose and I aim high speed. I grabbed my wand and waved, a blue light shot from the tip expanding into a small barrier that the player had suddenly crashed into, before falling to the ground with a loud thud. Adam, hey Higgs, you alright? He slowly and shakily raised his hand before giving me a thumbs up in response. We had all met up at Hagrid's after the Quidditch match for some tea to discuss what had happened. It was a total of me, Rose, Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, Neville, Hermione, and Hagrid. Neville, me and Hermione saw Snape curse Higgs' broomstick, muttering to himself it must be him, Snape wouldn't let his eyes off of him. Hagrid, total rubbish, why would he do something like that? Tracy yeah I agree, if it was Mcladden I might, but Snape wouldn't curse his own house like that. Neville, I think he tried to get past the three-headed dog on Halloween and it bit him, and Hermione thought he was trying to steal whatever was guarding it. Hagrid dropped his teapot. Hagrid you know about Fluffy? How? Neville, Fluffy. Hagrid, yes he's mine, I bought him off a Greek chappie and loaned it to Dumbledore to guard the dash. Hermione, yes. She looked really eager. Hagrid paused in mid-sentence and shook his head. Hagrid, don't ask me any more, it's supposed to be top secret. Hermione but he did just try and steal it. Hagrid, rubbish, Snape'll do nothing of the sort, he's a Hogwarts teacher. Hermione, but he just tried to kill Rose and Adam. I know a jinx when I see one. Hagrid and I had read a lot of books about it. Snape was staring unblinkingly at Higgs' broom, it has to be him. Hagrid, you're wrong, I'm telling you now that it's not. There's no way Snape would try to kill a student. Blaise, besides I noticed that Quirrell was also acting very strange recently, that stutter was very fake. Hermione and Neville didn't look convinced. I sighed, probably thinking that this conversation goes on forever. Hagrid, enough. This doesn't concern you. It's dangerous. You forget about the dog. You forget about what's guarding it. That stuff is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Neville looked triumphed. Neville, aha. So there was something about Nicholas Flamel. I sighed while Hagrid looked furious with himself. Hagrid, alright, you two, I can already tell you're not gonna let this go, just promise me no matter what I say you'll be careful with yourselves, alright? The two Griffs nodded their heads. I glanced at Rose and had to stifle a groan, she looked way too eager. I can already tell this is going to be a pain in the ass in the future. Sigh, how troublesome. Chapter 18, Sword Info. The sword can shift into any form of weapon the user desires. If any of the weapons have any unique abilities like the one from the latest chapter, he can use like normal, but depending on how powerful the weapon is he will feel exhausted or winded. It also depends on the magic he has and how much he can control. Since he has unlimited magic reserves, even the strongest weapon won't kill him but will leave him utterly exhausted. It is not his power but the power of his weapon. All he has to do is pump magic into his weapon and it'll take effect. He is strong himself, though with only thing he knows is enhancement magic. Infusing his body to make him stronger. And wand magic. Chapter 19, Chapter 16. Christmas was coming and Hogwarts had awoken to find itself covered several feet in snow one morning in mid-December. I had always hated the cold with a passion, as my hands, more specifically my fingers, would always feel like they are about to come off and my hands get so pale and pained. No amount of gloves cold work and it sucks. Thankfully I had Ruby at night, which I would never be gladder to have the Firebird than now. Her flames heat up the freezing temperatures in here, making it quite comfortable to sleep in. It was also very hard to be upset when Rose was happy. Honestly, I had never seen Rose this happy before. While I despised the cold snowy outdoors, Rose was having a lot of fun outside in it. She seems to adore the snow. Seeing the look happy on her face, I feel something inside knowing I am almost done completing one of my long-term goals. The lake had provided an excellent place to skate for some of the students, including Daphne and Tracy, as it was frozen solid. They took it on themselves to teach Rose how to skate too, as well as the Weasley twins, who were surprisingly but yet not surprisingly good people. Not surprisingly, as I had never heard them bashing before on fanfics books nor movies. They were exactly how they were described. A bunch of Narutos. They had gotten in trouble for bewitching several snowballs so that they had followed Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban. Despite their protest, it wasn't them, it was me, and I was smirking at them the entire time discreetly. While the common room and the great hall had roaring fires, the drafty corridors had become bitter and icy. The wind rattled the windows in the classroom. Professor Snape's classes were the worst, as it was down in the dungeons where we could see our breaths as it converts to fog. We had kept close to our hot cauldrons, although Rose was using me as a hot water bottle. Not that I am complaining or anything. This actually made me like the cold a bit more. Currently in herbology. Draco, I feel sorry, I do, for all the people that have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas. I stared blankly at him before electing a fake cough to catch his attention. Adam, ahem, Draco, you do realize that I'm also one of those people that are staying for Christmas too, right? If Mom ever heard him or Dad, none could be able to save her from her fury. This caused him to turn the color of cold porridge. Goyle and Crabbe chuckled before shutting up as Draco glared at them. I was remaining at the school for a couple of reasons, most notably to avoid the inevitable Christmas ball Father had set up, which bore me to tears quite literally. Another reason is that I wanted to keep Rose out of trouble. In months between the start of the year and Christmas, it has come to my pleasure that Rose had come out of her shell. She has become quite feisty, considering she gave Ron a black eye when she was cornered and wouldn't hesitate to do the same to my brother, as she wouldn't tolerate any more of his antics. Despite her extremely small size, she is more than capable of handling herself on her own. This has definitely proved that. I can now mark that off of my to-do list. We had a free period after herbology while the Slytherins headed off to potions. Rose and I headed to the library to work on our homework. Hermione was there as well. We had joined her shortly after finishing our homework. I had noticed while we were working that some of Rose and Hermione's books were on famous peoples and events instead of the stuff we were working on. Adam, you guys still haven't given up on Flammel? Hermione gave me a questioning look. Hermione, yes, so what? I shut my book and sighed. Adam, try a little further behind time, you won't find anything in those. Rose gave me a sharp look. Rose, you know who he is, don't you? I said nothing, just smiled mysteriously. Rose, you do know about it. Why didn't you say something then? Adam, you two look too cute when you're frustrated. Besides, watching you struggle is very entertaining to watch. They both flushed in embarrassment. Hermione, I idiot. Don't say things like that. Aw, she's at Swandra. Rose shook herself out of her embarrassment and asked. IDF, you know who Flamel is, can you tell us? I faked being in a thinking position before I grinned at her. Adam, nope, this is your project so you can finish it, OW. Rose reached out and grabbed my ear. Rose, Telma. Adam, oh. What the bloody hell is going on in here? That was the librarian who had just came by to see what the hell all the ruckus was as it was bothering the other students inside. Rose, well you see dash. Librarian, out. She quite literally grabbed all three of us and threw us out of the library. A few minutes later. A fuming Hermione was walking in between an embarrassed Rose and Adam. Hermione, I can't believe you two got us kicked out. Rose/Adam we're sorry. Hermione, idiots, the both of you. Chapter 20, Chapter 17. During the holidays I and Rose were on Ravenclaw most of the time, while I was asleep on the outside. On the inside I was in my mindscape was I had made an area or a base to train without affecting the forest. Right now I was slaughtering zombies as training my wand in sword mode as I crushed the skull of the last zombie in my sight before turning towards the other S. I was getting the hang of this. Sweat pouring all over my chest as I dashed toward another horde. Slashing recklessly with my right hand. I pumped all of my magic into my sword as it pulsed a dangerous yellow before I spun, sending a wave of golden magical energy towards the oncoming zombies that surrounded me. Then I was awoken to something very small slamming into my stomach. Adam-ACH, what the hell? Rose, Adam, get up, it's Christmas. Ruby tried to peck me out of bed. I ignored them and rolled onto my stomach, pulling the covers deeper on my body. Rose didn't seem to like that though. Rose, get up. Thud. Splat. Adam, ugh. Rose, come on Adam, hurry up. I groaned. Adam, troublesome women. Rose, excuse me. Rose's unfamiliar dangerous voice could be heard from the distance, making me groan louder. When had she become so troublesome? Nonetheless pushed myself out of bed with a tired sigh. Adam, what a drag. I followed Rose downstairs where two piles of presents rested beneath a tree. From my father, I had received a book on purities which I threw into the fire immediately. Astoria and Daphne, I had received a book on various weapons, whether mythical or average, rare and common. Blaze had sent me a book of esoteric spells from Italy that weren't really used in Britain. Neville had sent me a book on plants. Hermione. Adam, what the fuck? A Christmas cake, a homemade Christmas cake. It wasn't as weird as what came with it though. Dear Adam, I actually made a bit too much Christmas cake. I hope you enjoy it. Hermione. Okay. I can practically hear the Swandra comments from her. I didn't think it was possible for anyone to make too much cake. Rose, what is this? He had just opened her present, revealing a silver invisibility cloak. Exactly how it is described to be on screen. It was silver, which color, which might be a bit redundant, but it bears still mentioning when you see that the real thing is completely different from the original. Adam, it looks like an invisibility cloak. I don't know why it's black though, I never saw one as a black color. Rose, invisible. Cool. She instantly put it on, causing her entire body to disappear. Rose, this is cool, I wonder who sent it. Adam, judging from the handwriting I'll say Dumbledore. He gestures to the note on the top as Rose picks it up to read. Adam, that's definitely Dumbledore's handwriting. I recognized it when he was sending my father notes in his studies. Rose's eyes widened as she was reading. When she had finished she had looked a little sad. Rose, this was my dad's. I give her a moment to herself before I said. Adam, my turn. And pulled out a box that was wrapped in Christmas wrappings and handed it to her. Adam, Merry Christmas, Rosie. I was a little nervous as she took the box with a curious look on her face. Rose, what's this? She opened the box, revealing a silver diamond necklace. Connected at the bottom hung a green emerald that was sparkling brilliantly. Rose gasped. Rose, oh my. Adam, I stumbled upon the diamond in a cave buried in a couple of snow. I thought I'd give it to you. I had reached out and put the necklace around her neck. Adam, it suits you. Rose blushed before giving me a big hug. Rose, thank you, Adam. She pecked me on the cheek. My eyes widened at the sudden action and blushed. Her eyes widened as well as she realized what exactly she had just done and took a step back. Rose, ah. I am sorry I dash. She couldn't finish. She bolted out of the room leaving a shocked and a blushing Adam behind. Chapter 21, Chapter 18. After that extremely pleasant Christmas incident, I had not heard from or had seen Rose for the rest of the day. Which I be honest right now it pretty much bummed me out. Time passed and I began to feel kind of worried for her. That feeling vanished when she had burst into the room with a glowing but the excited expression on her face. Adam, where have you been? Rose, I went exploring, and I found something. Here, come to see it for yourself. Her face was beet red, but still had grabbed my hand and had dragged me out of the common room. We had managed to come across a bandit classroom filled with nothing but fretted desks and a huge freestanding mirror. I looked at the writing in the corner of the mirror. Adam, mirror writing, Erised stra eru oit uber kafro oit on washi. Seeing her confused look I translated. Adam, shows the desire of not your face or your mind but your hurt. I glanced at her curiously. What did you see? She blushed red. Rose, I saw my parents a woman, and... Curious, I stepped up to the mirror and squinted my eyes at the mirror and see an older and much beautiful woman with red hair and green eyes leaning against another guy with jaded black hair and green eyes whose arm is wrapped around her. Both have content smiles on their faces. A huge crimson-red eagle-like bird was perched on my shoulder. Next to Rose stood a beautiful lady dressed black in pitch black dress. Everything she wore was black. Her hair was jaded black along with onyx eyes. And a huge scythe in her hands. Sirius and Remus stood behind Rose while my mother stood behind me smiling softly. Another thing that shocked me was that there was also a very handsome man with blonde hair, blue eyes and a small trimmed beard. It shocked me because I had recognized that person. Chris Hemsworth. No, he was wearing Old Norse armor that strangely resembled Norse mythology. Along with a beautiful black-haired woman and a gray-haired old man I recognized as Odin and Frigga. They were standing behind my mother smiling brightly. I don't see Loki anywhere. My eyes suddenly widened in realization and took a step back in shock. Could it be that I am related to Loki? Or possibly this reincarnation is Loki's reincarnation as well? Apparently, this was shown on my face because Rose was looking at me in concern. Rose, Adam. Are you alright? Adam dash, yes I'm fine. No, I am not. That woman, she gives me shivers. Was she, perhaps Mistress Death? Oh man, what is Marvel doing in the HP universe? Rose, Adam. Are you okay? What did you see? I took a deep breath and sent a weak smile. Adam, oh man, I'm fine. I was just so excited about our possible future it sent me shivers. I lied to through my teeth. But she didn't need to know about what I had just seen. She blushed brightly but leaned into my shoulder and smiled back. Rose, me too. /n here's a note before you leave. It is always that we don't know we know that we know is known to know the know that knows that know, but unfortunately knows aren't always so know we are bound to know the know that know the know that know. This is the know that you must know because without the know nothing will be known unless we know. Chapter 22, Chapter 19. The rest of the holidays were fairly quiet after that day. Although I and Rose would find ourselves back in the mirror room occasionally, we would always get out of there as quickly as it entered, and students had returned to school. I and Rose were confronted with a massive book after Hermione had dragged us to the library. I eyed the huge book curiously. Adam, what is this for? Hermione, do you remember what you told me about Nicholas Flamel? I nodded and she sighed. Hermione, well, he is the one responsible for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. You were right. I nodded again. Adam, very good, you're double-checking the information. Hermione shrugged. Hermione, it was pretty much as you said, so not really, at least we know what Snape's after and who's guarding it. I and Rose exchanged glances. Adam, why do you and Neville think Snape's trying to it anyway? Hermione, we saw Snape with a bite wound right after he tried to kill you and Rose in the Quidditch match after Halloween. Adam sighed. Adam, what about Fluffy? I already know that I won't convince you otherwise about Snape, as I had my doubts about him, and I know I won't make even a dent in your mind about it. Hermione blushed. Hermione, well, after the incident with the Remoran ball, your brother had come over and started making a scene. Ron lost his temper and challenged him to a duel. I had tried to convince him not to, but he ignored me and ended up locked out of the tower. Neville had forgot the password, so we had decided stay with Ron instead, asterisk. Adam, I could only guess Draco didn't show up and send either Snape or Flitwick instead, thus having you run up the 3rd floor on accident. Hermione nodded. Adam, then he is really lucky that duel wasn't official then, that troublesome brat, the stupidity must be from Father Draco is AO similar to him, it's scary. Rose looked on interested. Rose, why? Adam, well, think of it this way, if he didn't show, that means that it was a huge loss and a stain to your honor. There rear a chance magic might demand to pay a price for not showing. To be honest, I didn't think Draco would be this stupid. Hermione dash, that sounds a bit harsh. I shrugged. Adam, it's the truth, magic normally is harsh. Balance is what magic is all about, that's why seers and prophets exist, along with rituals and alchemy. There is a certain humor to it as well. Rose, it kinda sounds like magic's alive. Adam, meh, I wouldn't go that far. Although I have stories where magic is actually a sentinel being, along with Hogwarts. Could magic be a person? After the stuff that I had experienced over the years, it could be possible in this world, especially since more mythology exists and I am a reincarnator. Anything is possible, right? Later on, much to my displeasure, I had also gotten dragged to yet another Quidditch match by Rose with the rest of my friends. This time, however, it was the Gryffindors versus the Hufflepuffs. Because of what happened with Snape, Hermione and Neville were very worried. I was stronger than last time due to my mindscape training, and I was prepared for anything that was thrown at me. The Gryffindors seems to have something up their sleeve if their whisperings were anything to go by. Draco, it seems like he's learning, as he had also made its way towards us but turned when he had seen me. I wonder how long that'll last. It was also interesting to see Snape go out as many penalties as he can for very silly reasons. He still has a grudge against the Gryffindors, unfortunately, so it looks like I had been wrong with my assessment. At the end of the game, the Hufflepuff were declared victory against the Gryffindor. Mainly due to the fact that Diggory was a lot better at the Seeker job than Tun or Mclagan. And once again Ronald and my brother had landed in detention due fighting against each other. They're starting to get very predictable, though they do the same thing again and again when they face each other. Chapter 23, Chapter 20. Tracy, so much, ugh, I'll never remember this. One afternoon we were in a study session. And she had thrown down her quill and looked out the library window longingly. I couldn't help but agree with her, as it was the first good day of the year, so wanting to go outside is expected, but Hermione wouldn't let us go until after we studied a little. I glanced up and spotted a familiar hairy hulking figure. Adam, hey Hagrid, what's up? The half-giant flinched but responded nonetheless. Hagrid, just lookin', you're not looking fair Nicholas Flamel, are you? Adam, they are, I already know. Hermione, and we already found out what it's guarding, it's the Philosopher's Stone dash. Hagrid, shoo. Don, go shoutin' about it. What's the matter with you? Rose, as a matter of fact, we wanted to discuss a few things about it with you. What's guarding the stone besides Fluff dash? Hagrid dash, shoo. Don't go rabbiting about it here, students will think I told you, listen, come by later and I'll tell you. Rose, okay then, I'll see you later. Daphne, what do you think he was looking for? Adam, it was a book on dragons. Rose, how did you know that? I pointed to a mirror that showed a reflection to what he was reading before he left. Rose, oh. Daphne, why would Hagrid be looking up dragons? Rose, Hagrid told me when I first met him that he had always wanted a dragon. Blaze dash, but it is illegal, dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warcock Convention of 1709. We all know that it's hard to stop muggles from noticing us. You can't tame dragons, so if you keep it in the back garden it's dangerous. I frowned but kept silent. Tracy, yeah, keeping muggles from noticing is a real headache from the ministry. Rose, but there aren't any wild dragons in Britain, are there? Blaze dash, of course there are, common ones are Hebridean blacks, and Welsh green. Hermione, so what is Hagrid up to then? I let out a small groan. Adam, I really hope I'm wrong, but I have a very bad feeling that I know what. Sigh, what a drag. An hour after me, Rose, Hermione and Neville were out heading down to Hagrid's hut. When we for their Hagrid had made sure it was just us before letting us in. The curtains were closed and the doors were slammed shut. Hagrid, you guys wanted to ask me something? Rose, yes, we were wondering if you could tell us what else is guarding the stone besides Fluffy. Hagrid, I can't, reasons because I don't know much, you don't know much. So even if I did know I wouldn't tell you. Because that stone is there for a good reason. The Gringotts has almost stolen it, you probably already know about it, do you not? It beats me on how you already know about Fluffy. Hermione dash, oh come on, you might not want to tell us, but we all know you're the only one that knows everything that is going on around here. Ah, flattery, one of the deadliest weapon, I could tell it's working. His beard twitched, it seemed like he's smiling. Hermione, we only wonder who had really done the guarding, who Dumbledore trusted apart from you to help him. Well, I couldn't hurt to tell you that bit. Let's see, he borrowed some of the teacher's potions, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick. Ah yes. Professor Snape. Hermione, Snape. I groaned. Adam, you still on that? I know what Shape's been like to you geefs, but Snape's for too much pride to do anything like stealing the stone. Hermione still didn't look too convinced. I sighed, what a drag. And how about this? You can't shine a shine unless it has already been shined. Until you shine that shine, always shine until you are shined to that shine. Because without that shine you will never be shine unless you shine. Have a nice day. Chapter later on today. Chapter 24, Chapter 21. It was around the same time and everyone was continuing the conversation. Neville looks very anxious. Neville, Hagrid, you are the one who knows how to get past Fluffy, right? You wouldn't tell anyone, not even the teacher. Hagrid looked very proud. Hagrid, not a soul knows about this except Dumbledore and I. Adam dash, he'll go to sleep by playing music. This causes everyone to snap their heads towards me. Hagrid looked suspicious. Hagrid, you, how did you know? I shrugged. Adam, Greek mythology, legend of Orpheus. The poet Orpheus was able to put to sleep the Cerberus and enter the underworld by playing his lyre, although he was supposed to be supernaturally great. I won't be able to tell if he can put down Fluffy the same way. I actually wonder if Greek mythology exists. I wouldn't be surprised since Norse does. I know that Greek mythology exists in the Marvel Comics universe, but not sure if they exist in this one. I mean, it could be possible as Marvel exist as well, and I met the highest one. Hagrid started to look more and more crestfallen by the second. I sighed. Adam, Hagrid, look, the legend of the Orpheus isn't well known in the wizarding world. I may know it, others won't as well, so don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Hagrid looked relieved. Hagrid, thanks Adam, I don't care what other people say, you're a good person. I smiled in response. Neville, hey Hagrid, it's boiling out here, could you open the window? Does it have to do with the dragon egg in the fire? Everyone but me, what? I swear it was not me who did it. Hermione, where did you get it? Hagrid, I won it. I was down in the village last night having a few drinks and got into. He was quite glad to get it out, I think. Hermione, but, what are you going to do with it when it's hatched? Hagrid, keep the egg in the fire cause there breathe on them and when it hatches feed it with a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every hour. It even describes what dragon. Norwegian Ridgeback there rear them. He looked pleased. With himself Hermione however did not and said. Hermione, you have a wooden house Hagrid. Hagrid ignored her as he went up and merrily stroked the fire with a stick. Sorry for the short chapter one have to go hut please, before you leave. Read this note. You will never be flowing. Unless you flow that flow. Because without that flow your flowing will be flowless always remember to flow that flow or your flow will never be flown. Keep your flow or else you'll be flown you don't want to flow that flow now do you? Cho. Chapter 25, Chapter 22. After that we had a mother thing to worry about, well the others did, while I don't not like Hagrid and would probably help them when I can. I was more interested in practicing with the other weapons my sword could turn into. The sword has a unique bolt and AI that responds to what the user desires telepathically. It also helps with my reaction time. So technically I don't even need to order my wand to do anything, this helps with my reaction time. I set up a trap base inside my mindscape to train in and started training. While I was training inside my landscape, Rose had received a letter from Hagrid saying that the egg was hatching. We had filled in the details. To Hermione and Neville whom we had run into, in the Great Hall, on the development. I gently smacked Hermione on the back of the head. Hermione, ouch, what was that for? She rubbed the back her head and shot me a glare. Adam, you're talking about a sensitive subject in front of everyone in the Great Hall they can all hear you. I pointed to the people that were wandering around causing the two Gryffindors to blush and be quiet. The four of us met at the front of the Great Hall again after dinner and had this time looked around to see if anyone is knowing. After that we had went under the invisibility cloaks. Afterwards we whistled down towards the ground and crossed into Hagrid's hut. Who greeted is with a slightly flushed face symbolizing he has been drinking he ushered us in with an excited smile. Hagrid, it's nearly out. Deep cracks crisscrossed over the able where the egg has layer on. We went around the table and watched it egg as it started to hatch. As the egg was hatching I could hear the sound of scrapping. Then the egg cracked open allowing the baby dragon to flop onto the table. Now I would be perfectly honest with you and say that it wasn't like I had expected it wasn't like those beautiful dragons I had seen in the anime or manga or any types of fictional myth, it was ugly. It looked like the type of thing that could be found in the show True Apex Predators. Hagrid, isn't he beautiful? I flinched slightly in response. He reached out to it only for it to snap at him I could see its fangs. Hagrid, he knows his mother, bless him. Adam, it's actually a she Hagrid, it doesn't have a crest. Hagrid looked surprised. Hagrid, really? I nodded. Adam, yes. Hermione, Hagrid, how fast do they grow exactly? Hagrid was about to answer but his face suddenly went pale he jumped up and leaned out the window. Rose, what's the matter? Hagrid, a student was peeking through the window ran back to the castle. Should have expected this, I could already tell this was going to be a pain in the ass I just know it. I groaned. Adam, how troublesome. Troublesome indeed. Professor McGonagall, nothing I repeat nothing gives a student the right to walk around the school at night. We had left Hagrid's hut and returned back to the castle, where we were met with a smug-looking Draco and a very angry-looking McGonagall. The hairnet and a gown she was wearing did nothing to down the intensity of that glare of hers. McGonagall, 50 points will be taken from each of you and you all will receive detention so you could all be aware of what you've done. The reason we were in this position was because we were out way past curfew. I groaned. I knew that this was a bad idea from the start. The reason why I didn't go in the first place was the fact that Rose would have went anyways and that I probably would have gotten in trouble as well for letting her go out alone. End chapter. Think you can guess this? You know, the fire that fired that fire is actually fire. So unless you fire that fire always fire the fire until that fire is fire. Always be fire so you can fire that has never been fired. Always fire that fire. You're fire than all the fire that has ever been fired. Chapter 26, Chapter 23. I groaned. I knew that this was a bad idea from the start. The reason why I didn't go in the first place was the fact that Rose would have went anyways and that I probably would have gotten in trouble as well for letting her go out alone. I ignored everyone's complaints and calmly explained the situation to her. Once I was done, she looked quite shocked at the maturity that I was showing, but nonetheless showed a look of understanding and responded. "McGonagall, I understand why you did that, but you're still going to have to face the consequences for breaking the rules. I'll put the points back. But you're still going to have to face detention for now. I suggest you all get to bed and digest any further wanderings." We nodded before. I smirked discreetly at Draco, whose smug expression was wiped off clean. McGonagall turned and vanished off into the distance. Draco departed rather moodily. I guess he wanted is to get into more trouble. Must really hate me, not that I care though. Must suck to be him. My friends shot me grateful looks before we all departed to head to our dorms. Everything seemed pretty normal the next day other than some of the disapproving glances that were made my way by some of the professors and students. The next morning we had gotten a letter from Professor McGonagall saying to meet us at Filch in the Great Hall at 11 o'clock. But, there is something off about it. It is definitely McGonagall's handwriting, but I just can't help but feel off about it. Rose told us she has overheard Quirrell talking to someone before the start of the exams. Naturally Neville and Hermione had jumped to conclusion, but I shot the idea down faster than they could say Snape. Adam, Hermione, we have no proof, we don't even agree on the same suspect. Hermione grumbled, but grudgingly accepted. At 11 o'clock we had all headed down to the entrance hall as demanded, where Filch and Malfoy were already waiting. He grudgingly lit up his lamp and said, "Filch, you guys ready?" We all nodded. Filch, all right, follow me. Filch, I bet you think twice for breaking the rules, eh? It's just a pity they allowed the old punishment to die out. Hanging from the ceiling with your wrist chained. I have for plenty of chains in the office. Keep them well oiled for when they're needed. Don't think you'll be running off now, it'll be worse if you do. For now we two along. I rolled my eyes as we trudged across the muddy lake towards the hut of Hagrid. I was tense the entire time just in case a certain Voldy-Posse'd Quirrell arrives. When he does, I'll be ready to shove a lightsaber up his ass. And done. Before you go off, check this out. Time to go to sleep. Sleeping that sleep is sleepy. Can't get sleep unless you do something that is worth the sleepy. Don't sleep unless you sleep, and until you sleep always remember to do something before you sleep. Sleep the sleepless because everything will sleep if you sleepless. Cho. Chapter 27, Chapter 24. I am variating the magic wish. Just say it'll be easier to use and shape to your own desires via imagination and leave it at that. He will still have his unlimited magic reserves though. As we walked up to the door we were greeted to a sulking Hagrid. This must be from the dragon Hagrid was forced to get rid of. I wonder where it went off to. Fanfiction had said a lot of things about this event and I'm pretty sure the place I have in my mind is correct. Flick seemed to notice Hagrid's sour look as well and said, "Flillick, still upset from that blasted dragon. Are you Hagrid?" Hagrid sniffed. Hagrid, Norberta's gone to her colony. Dumbledore had sent her to Romania a few hours ago. Hermione, that's a good thing, is it not? She's off with others of her kind. Hagrid, but what if she doesn't like it there? What if they're mean to her? She is only a baby dragon after all. I sighed. Adam, Hagrid, I understand you're worried, but may we get this detention thing over with? No offense to you or anything. Hagrid sniffed once more before responding. Hagrid, you're right Adam, now listen up kids, in the forest is gonna be your tonight's job. Before he could continue he was interrupted by a suddenly pale-looking Draco. Draco, the forest? I heard they have all sorts of creatures like werewolves, we can't go in there. I rolled my eyes. Adam, Draco, it's not the full moon, and even if it was, there are no werewolves here. My brother shot me a glare, Hagrid. However nodded his head and said. Hagrid, Adam's right, nothing's gonna hurt ya in the forest with me and Fong around. He had some resolution in those words when he said that. Flitch, I'll return at dawn for what's left of them. His tone sounded very nasty before he marched off back towards the castle, his lamp bobbing its way into the darkness. Draco turned towards Hagrid with a glare and said firmly with a bit of panic in his voice. Draco, I'm not going to go in there. Hagrid, yes you are, if you want to continue taking school here at Hogwarts you must. You've done wrong and now you must pay for it. Draco, this is not for us to do, this is servant stuff, I thought 93rd be copying lines or something, if father knew of this he'd dash. I snorted. Adam, this is the sort of stuff people do in detention, something useful. So he'd do nothing most likely, still though this is the stuff that 7th years usually do, not 1st years. I then looked toward Hagrid, who shrugged. Hagrid, I was told I would be getting 1st years for detention and I got you. I don't know what to tell ya, Adam. He turned his attention towards the rest of us and said. Hagrid, this is very dangerous, so and listen carefully because I don't want risk, now follow me over here for a moment. I narrowed my eyes at the trees ahead of me, knowing that down there lay my next great challenge. I am ready. A.N. May the Force be with you. Chapter 28, Discord. Chapter 29, Chapter 25. I looked around at the dark trees as Hagrid led us into the forest. Hagrid, there look. Turning our heads we saw the sight of a silver substance that had seemed to have dripped around everywhere. It looked quite beautiful. Hagrid, that's unicorn blood, what we're going to do is find that poor thing and put it out of its misery if necessary. I noticed Draco frantically glancing around at the corner of my eye and rolled my eyes. Adam, well be fine, we got Fong and Ruby. I pointed my thumb to the Firebird who was asleep in my pocket. Hagrid nodded. Hagrid, like Adam said, there is no way you'll be hurt with Fong or me around. He puffed his chest up and had said with resolution. Which didn't at all seem to ease Draco a bit. Hagrid, right now though we are going to split into 2 parties and follow the trail into different directions. Adam, do you mind if Rose and I take Fong? I said this to make Rose feel a bit better as I sensed that she was nervous as she stuck to me like glue, eyeing the shadows warily under her bangs. Maybe this would make her feel more comfortable. Hagrid, that's fine, but I warn yer, Fong's a coward. I shrugged. Adam, we still have Ruby if things go south. Hagrid, very well. He then turned his attention towards the rest of us and said. Hagrid, Hermione, Neville and Draco, you guys with me, Ruby, Adam, and Rose. You guys with Fong. For about half an hour we had walked in utter silence. Fong had jumped every time something shifted in the shadows, while Ruby looked to my surprise to be in a chirpy mood. Although she occasionally stopped to look at whatever it was that was in the shadows, nothing had seemed to faze her. Adam Welp, she seems happy. Rose, yeah. Rose's emerald green eyes danced around at the shadow to what's in front of her warily every couple of seconds. A couple of minutes for what seemed like eternity passed, we had finally managed to come to a clearing. Rose suddenly gasped as she pointed at the center with her left while covering her mouth with her right hand. Rose, look. It was an unnecessary gesture as the object in the center was shining very brightly. A unicorn. It was beautiful, I had never seen anything like it up close. It looked as if it was desperately trying to cling to life. It lied in a pool of silver blood as its eyes darted towards us, becoming fearful. Rose dashed towards the unicorn, almost immediately abandoning all sense of being discreet. I followed Rose down into the clearing, unsheathing my wand from my pocket and switching it to shield mode, more specifically Captain America's vibranium. 1. Ready for the inevitable. Unfortunately, I was not ready enough. I barely managed to block a spell that was sent to my back by the skin of my teeth. I underestimated how powerful the spell was and ended up sending me sliding back. My wand instantly shifted to a lightsaber handle from Star Wars. I pushed my magic into it, making the lightsaber form before cutting. Another spell that was sent towards me in half, making it sail past me and hit the ground, elicting another boom sound. Impressive, a cold voice said from behind me, mocking me. Snapped my neck to see Quiremort standing behind me in all his glory with a cruel smirk on his face. Come on, shit, I'm not going to make in time, come on, come on, come on. It was like a switch that a key had been unlocked inside my body when a powerful old and wise voice spoke inside my head. He who be worthy, shall awaken the power, of Loki. A loud boom was heard as a bolt of pure energy shot from the skies. I then was blinded by a flash of light. In the realm of Asgard, Heimdall let out a small smile as he gazed down upon me from above. Heimdall - welcome back, young prince, welcome back. As was chaos in Asgard as they all felt the awakening of Loki. Back with me. Memories, a millennia of memories poured into my body as my bones shifted, becoming far stronger than before. Appearing in front of Rose was the same boy, but he looked powerful and wider beyond his years, generating a golden godly aura that radiated killing intent. The spell hit his chest but had done no damage. Voldemort was frozen stiff. Adam sent a glare that could freeze the coldest ice and said in a cold tone, "You have made a grave mistake, Tom, for that I shall make sure you burn." Chapter 38, Chapter 33. Quiremort Loki. What is the Norse god of magic doing in this facility? Loki, this isn't your body, is it, Tom? The soul of this body had long since passed. I shall burn this body to ashes, shall it never be used again. Pray I never find your real body, Tom. Or things will be much, much worse. The second I said that, Rose's body suddenly caught on fire, causing both our eyes to widen. Her once green eyes were now pools of crimson energy as the temperature reached to heights unbearable to mortals. Her mouth twisted to a snarl and flicked her wrists. Begone. Tom was set to flames, burning from the inside out. His agonizing screams echoed throughout the room until it was nothing but ash. Sighing in relief as the familiar emerald green eyes returned, I looked up to Rose, who had now held a shocked look on her face. I did that. I smiled and lied. Adam, no, whatever spell he used seemingly backfired and reflected to him. Instead he burned himself. Rose had a horrified look on her face. I sighed. Adam, Rose, Voldemort had already killed the soul that originated in that body. He was only part of his soul that occupied a dead body of a soul that had already passed on. If it makes you feel any better, he's still alive out there somewhere. She looked down. Rose, don't, I understand, Adam, I'm sore. I put a finger on her lips. Adam, I am not angry, irritated, maybe even a little hurt, but I know why you did it. You wanted to keep me safe, right? Rose nodded. Adam, that's what I thought. Do you really think I need to be protected? Rose looked up into my eyes. Rose, I don't, but I didn't want you in the hospital again. I sighed. Adam, really? How do you think I would feel? Do you think I would feel any better? Rose winced and looked down. I hugged Rose closer and sighed. Adam look, I get it, neither one of us wants the other to get hurt. Adam, if we work together we wouldn't have to worry about that. Our power combined is greater than when it's alone. I can't believe that I had just said that. Rose giggled slightly as she snuggled deeper into me. Rose, does this mean I'm forgiven? I smirked. Adam, of course, as long as you don't do that again. Now let's her to bed. Rose nodded and pulled away. She went to get her wand, but before she got even a few feet Rose passed out as what had happened and what she had gone through took a toll on her. Smiling softly, Adam picked her up, bridal carry, and disappeared from the chambers toward the hospital. Chapter 39, Schedule. I've noticed a lot of writers don't keep up with the schedules they posted, so I'm going to try and keep up with mine. If not, I'll notice you guys. On the weeks Mondays through Thursday I release at least 2 chapters. On the weekends Friday through Saturday I release 1 chapter. Sunday is my day of rest. I might make a chapter, then I might not. Don't expect anything that day though. I thank you very much for your support, and yes, I do listen to your problems with my grammar and will fix everything that's wrong once the book is finished. College classes start February 2nd. So the schedule will change to at least once a day, and hopefully I'll improve my grammar tremendously. Please continue helping out, it's appreciated. Thank you again for your time, and thank you for reading my book. Next chapter coming soon. Chapter 40, Chapter 34. Loki, how do I say this, surprised me. Instead of being the god of lies and tricks, he should be the god of outcasts and underdogs. Why? Well, put it this way, the reason he wanted to be reincarnated was because he was sick of his life and due to everyone treating him like an outcast while his idiotic brother gets all the fame and the glory. As he was about to be reincarnated, his father, Odin, had caught him and started a fierce argument. If only you could see it. Loki went out of line and Odin lost control and obliterated his body. Godly Mother saw this and was heartbroken, according to her loud gasp and her tear-drawn face. She even slapped Odin. Haha, oh, the look on his face. When he had realized what he had done, he found the soul of his adopted son and sent it to be reincarnated. He sent a spell. It was the same spell he had sent Thor in the movies when he was banished. When he be worthy, he shall have his powers back. But he shall not be as a frost demon, but whatever he was reincarnated into, which had turned out to be a mortal Midgardian. Mother had forgiven him, but he was kicked out the bedroom for 30 years. Poor Odin. As I was thinking this, Rose suddenly shifted and opened her eyes. She noticed me and frowned. I also frowned as I realized she seemed different than before. Adam, are you alright, Rose? Rose, yes I am. Why didn't you tell me you were an outsider? My eyes widened. The terms sound very familiar. I thought back on the memories on my previous mortal life of fanfiction and fiction and found the answer. Outsider means reincarnated from another reality, existence. So how did she, the Phoenix? She noticed my shocked gaze, said. Rose, my mother told me. I slightly narrowed my eyes. Adam, your mother's dead, Rose. She shook her head and pointed at her head. Rose, she's actually a big bird that stuck in my head. She says she's been here since the creation of the multiverse. If possible, my eyes widened even more. You've got to be joking. Adam dash, you mean to tell me your mother's a cosmic entity who's currently inside you? Rose, yes. I sighed before trying to explain things without explaining the universal knowledge that resides inside my brain. Adam, the reason I kept it a secret was because I wanted to put that life behind me. I had lived a very short life and was not worth mentioning. Rose dash, oh. She then smirked mischievously. Rose, so, Norse god as well, huh? You do realize that 1,000-year-old with a girl still in their teens is considered slightly suspicious? I scoffed. Suspicious, yeah, right. Adam, not anymore. I may have been before, but I'm still in my early teens now too. I'm basically just a child with memories of a millennia-year-old adult. Do you not want me to be with you? Rose smiled and brought me down for a hug. Rose, I don't care what you are, you'll always be my hot water bottle that I get to snuggle with. I smiled, ignoring the heat that was rushing to my cheeks, and hugged her back. And no matter what, you'll always be my Rose too. Chapter 41, Chapter 35. It was day 3 when she had awoken. The third day, apparently a magical parasite had made it inside her body and was eating all of her magic. Once she had apparently met her mother and awakened her mutation gene, the parasite became small and was burned to a crisp in an instant. Her magic then started to regenerate. While on one of those breaks, I had managed to run into Dumbledore on the way back from the hospital wing. Adam, sorry Professor, I didn't see you there. Dumbledore, it's not a problem at all, Mr. Malfoy. He smiled kindly at me before leaving, disappearing into the distance. I frowned as I decided, I did not like that look on his face before it had turned back into his usual grandfather look. It was a look of fury and worry. This is getting to look more and more like a bashing Dumbledore FIC. Going back into TH Hospital, Rose had a sad look on her face. She looked up as I approached. I saw tears in her eyes. Dear God, Dumbledore, what did you do? Adam, hey Rose. Rose, oh, hey Adam. Adam, what's up? Rose, oh, nothing much. She sounded very upset. Rose, just this. She gestured towards the wand that had laid in her lap. Oh, that's not why she's upset about something else. I sighed. Just hang in there, Rose, I'll eventually get Sirius out and you can finally get out of the damn Dursley's house. Adam dash, that's actually a good thing. She gave me a blank look. Adam, what? Rose, how could it be that my wand broke in my right hand in any way a good thing? I pulled my wand out and shifted it to a water gun and sprayed her in her face. Rose, ugh. Adam, because you can have something better like mine. Rose dash, that's actually a good point. I smirked. After a couple more days of staying in the hospital, Madame Pomfrey had let her to. It was then that I too had left to leave. As I haven't left the hospital ever since we got there. We made it just in time for the Ravenclaw feast. It was as expected and very fortunately that Dumbledore managed to use his bullshit to get us the final points, which means that Ravenclaw had won the House Cup. Also as expected, everyone had done a good job in the exams, even Neville. On the last day of term I was now making sure I had packed everything before a sudden loud crack appeared. Adam, oh, hey Dobby, be careful next time. Had I been someone else you would have startled them. Dobby looked sheepish. Dobby is sorry, master. I smiled. Dobby is one of the unique characters besides the Sorting Hat I have seen who haven't received any bashing. And happened to be a character I adored, even if he looked like that zombie-like thing from The Hobbit. He was a lovable creature. And was also eccentric as ever. Adam, not a problem. Dobby, did you get it? Dobby held out a cage with what it looked like a small rat living inside of it. Dobby had took the rat from Weasley and replaced it with a normal rat. My grin widened to epic proportions. Adam, that's great work, Dobby, excellent work. Now the only thing left to do is take this to Madame Pomfrey and I can free Sirius from his prison, sign paperwork, and Rose is free from hers. The trip back was uneventful, reading, playing games, talking about stuff that didn't really interest me. The train had pulled up upon the King's Cross and Rose had given me a big hug before disappearing off into the crowd. I stared off as she disappeared in slight concern. Adam, Dobby. A small crack was heard and the small elf appeared. Usual clothing. Dobby, yes, Master Adam. Adam dash, could you watch over Rose for me, please? Dobby, yes sir. Dobby shall watch over Master Adam's Rose. He then vanished with another crack. I turned and headed out towards my family. My mother greeted me with a warm hug smile while my father gave me a nod. As we prepared to go out I looked out to the distance with a sigh. Just hold on for a little while longer, Rose. Chapter 42, Help Me. How do I create a volume on my phone? I'm almost done with my chapter but this is frustrating me. Please, anybody who knows, can you tell me, or else I'll have to wait till Monday to post. P.S. Thanks for the ratings, it's appreciated. Next is gifts and vouchers. LOL, I'm just kidding. I don't think the book will get that far in supports. Anyway, please help me with the volume thing on my phone app, it's a huge pain in my ass. Chapter 43, Chapter 36. Adam, hello mother. It was a usual routine, waking up, training in control of my magic. I have been doing everything I can to keep my powers in control since they had shot up exponentially. Ever since I had awoken I realized that the zombies I were up against was too easy, so I upgraded them to kaiju monsters with twice the freakish speeds as WWZ zombies instead. I had just finished my morning routine when I spotted a familiar godly motherly presence inside my room. To see you, so young like that, brings back glorious memories to me. I smiled before I went over and gave her a big hug, which shocked her greatly, not surprising considering how I had treated her. It was unjust and no one out of the entire family had done as much good to me as she did. Frigga, El Loki. Adam, I'm sorry mother, for everything that I've done. She stood stunned for a minute before her emotionless mask slowly broke apart and started hugging back, weeping silently. A few minutes later we had got out bearings together. I had told mother everything about my life in Midgard. Frigga, this Rose, I would love to meet her, could she perhaps be your mate? I spat out the water that I had just currently gobbled down. Adam, what? No. What could have possibly had brought that on? Frigga shrugged. Frigga, just a mother's intuition is all. I also notice the slight daze in your eyes whenever you mention her name. Well. Adam, no. We are just friends, best friends, we are just best friends. I do not like her like that. I noticed the look on her face saying that she did not believe me. I rolled my eyes just like my mortal mother. Frigga, do you ever plan to return to Asgard? I shook my head. Adam, not now, I got too much stuff at Midgard to deal with. She sighed sadly. Frigga, I understand, know that you'll always have a home with me, Loki, alright? I nodded. Suddenly a loud crack appeared and Dobby appeared looking quite panicked. Adam, Dobby. What's wrong? Dobby, it's Rose, sir, he said quickly and panicked. My eyes narrowed. Adam, Dobby, slow down, explain to me what had happened. In a matter of minutes Dobby finally managed to calm down. So, as it turned out, Dobby took matters into his own hands once he had overheard Father's plot with the diary and protect Rose himself. It resulted in Vernon accidentally dropping a cake on the guest head, causing him to become angry and shocked, which resulted blaming it on Rose, which in the end resulted in her getting looked up in her room, which also resulted in Vernon getting drunk. I panicked. Adam dash, Dobby, Dobby, Dobby. Why would you even think of doing that? You should have asked first. Dobby looked distraught. Dobby, Dobby is sorry, master, Dobby will make amends. I sighed and calmed down. Now is not the time to panic, I have a Rose to save. Adam, later, Dobby. I glanced to my godly mother only to see that she was gone. Probably back to Asgard. I turned back to Dobby and said with a firm voice. Go tell the Aurors what is happening and go tell my mother where I'm going. Dobby, yes, Master Adam. I grabbed my wand and it shifted to Chaos Edge, Sword of Lancelot's shadow, and the world spun around me. The room was empty and my eyes caught of something. It was the necklace I had given to Rose on Christmas. Adam, where are they, Dobby? Dobby, you upstairs, sir. Adam, Chaos Control. The sword glowed before a purple vortex appeared and swallowed his whole. Chapter 44, Chapter 37. Appearing upstairs, I noticed something that made my blood boil in anger. A guy who strongly resembled that of a walrus stood over a familiar red-haired girl who looked worse for wear with a blood-stained belt. This was Rose, whose wounds were way more and a lot worse than before, considering that she was covered in blood. Man, it looked like a horror movie. Vernon seemed to have noticed me and jumped. Vernon, who are you? Get out before I call the police. I walked past him in favor of getting to Rose. Vernon grabbed my shoulder violently. Vernon, I said dash. He didn't even get to finish his sentence as he was sent flying across the room with a blast of magic, which he landed inside the cupboard, which closed and locked. I reached over to Rose and gently touched her shoulder. I ignored the fact that my hand was now bloodstained as well as her flinch. She slowly fluttered her eyes open, revealing her beautiful emerald green eyes, which widened in shock upon my sight in front of her. Rose, Adam? I smiled gently. Adam, hey Rose. Rose, what are you doing here? Adam, I grew concerned. I had my house elf look after you because you seemed so scared. Rose sniffed before throwing herself into my eyes, smiling before she went limp. I checked her pulse and sighed in relief. Adam, Dobby, take her and put her in my room, tell my mother where she is and get her to contact Estimundus. Dobby, yes, Master Adam, what would you do? I smirked coldly at the violently shaking cupboard, my eyes showing barely contained rage. Adam, I have certain business I need to attend to. Dobby took Rose's hand and nodded. Adam dash, also I'll decide your punishment, so don't go and punish yourself, that is my final order. Adam, yes, Master Adam. Suddenly the cupboard flew open just as Dobby disappeared. Vernon, you freak. Get out of my house, you worthless spawn of Satan. I chuckled darkly and said in response, you call me spawn of Satan and yet you don't even recall what you just did to Rose a few seconds ago. I have met Satan and I could tell you that you're a lot worse. I blasted him with another blast of magic, sending him flying across the room into a wall. I slowly walked until my menacing shadow loomed over him. Vernon, don't kill me. Adam, kill you? I chuckled darkly before it set into a scowl. Adam, you don't deserve the mercy of death. I grabbed him using one of Loki's tricks. I threw him into another dimension. You don't want Aro know where he ended up at. Nah, screw it, involved gay men and fucking. You don't mess with my Rose like that or you suffer the consequences. Where did that come from? I shook my head, grabbed Chaos Edge and disappeared. Vernon came back through the portal, a ghostly pale and his expression stained into a horrified look. Chapter 45, Chapter 38. May we have a moment of silence for the death of our beloved hero Kobe Bryant from a helicopter crash around 10 a.m. yesterday. He will forever be remembered in our hearts. May God bless him and achieve the reincarnation we have always dreamt. Chapter start now. A purple portal appeared in the entrance hall of the Malfoy before it disappeared, revealing me in its place. Sword swithing back to wand mode. I walked, ignoring the struggling Peter Pettigrew as the Aurors hauled him through the floor in handcuffs up in favor of getting to Rose. Madam Bones and Mother were also trying to get my attention. I had ignored them also. When I got her I realized that she had no shirt in, revealing her newly formed scars. The flames that licked the body felt that they were slowly healing it, slowly, because they were much more wounds than there were scars. Ruby was also there on her side, sending small tears to help heal her as well. I also narrowed my eyes as I noticed a sudden change in her body. Something must have happened to her in her sleep to make her feel a sudden change, much like the Phoenix, only a different force. Madam Bones inhaled deeply as my mother narrowed her eyes. Madam Bones, dear God, who could have done this to her? Adam, her so-called family. Both of them had to have taken a step back before I realized that my eyes were glowing a malevolent green from all the anger that I was feeling. Madam Bones, but what is she doing there? That's the real question I want answers to. Her eyes traveled to the scar on her forehead and it instantly widened. Madam Bones, that's Rose Potter. As in the girl who lived. Adam — yes. I snapped. She instantly paled before a few seconds later the color returned to her skin, only for her expression to darken and became pissed. She turned to leave. Bones, rest assured Mr. Malfoy that we will have the situation covered and find out what happened immediately. She paused. Bones, if what you say is true, then whoever put her in there could be considered child abuse, for that we cannot let it stand. She then left. Child abuse goes far back into the wizarding world. Unfortunately it is limited to the Muggle world, but reason being is that wizards treasures children's and offsprings greatly above else. Particularly recently when the production of purebloods were dropping and the production of squids were growing. Those that were caught tend to find themselves in very hot water and on the boat to Azkaban. I also hardly doubt Vernon will be here my longer, considering the fact that what I did completely shattered his mind. My anger over the situation might make me lose more control over my magic. I sighed as I sat down on the swivel chair next to my desk. Mother frowned at me. Mother, you look horrible. I groaned. Adam — thank you Mother, it's basically how I feel. Chapter 46, Chapter 39. I stared at my mother, who stared back, worry clear in her eyes. I spoke. Adam, I noticed the Aurors there today. I'm assuming I'm right on my assumption. She sighed. Mother, yes, you would appear to be correct on that part in assuming that he rat was Peter Pettigrew, as we found out once we referenced his transformation. The Aurors called in Amelia, who questioned the rat with Veratiurum. Please correct me on that, I do not remember how to spell that word. You are right that my cousin Sirius was innocent, son. Adam, what do you plan to do now? You know that Sirius will take back the Black Lordship once everything is cleared. He won't allow anyone who is loyal to Lord Voldemort. Mother, file for divorce. My eyes widened in surprise. Damn. Mother, I refuse to be married to a man who bows to anyone. The original motto of the Blacks, who were a part of the original 7 houses. Adam, 7 houses? Mother, the closest thing the magical have close to as a royal family. Said to have been descendants from the first to use magic, we called them ancients. they used to hold a lot of power and influence in that world, but sadly it seems that it's lost. Adam, so who are the 7 houses? I ask, though I already know. Mother, the Prevail, Potters, Blacks, as well as the Longbottoms, Lovegoods, and the Peasants. I nodded in confirm. I wasn't going to mention the fact that I was the father to all of those houses. It's shocking to see that the Sorting Hat never noticed me. I guess Odin's seal was good enough to stir even demigods away from noticing me, Loki's presence. Adam, the peasants aren't rarely mentioned in this society as much as I rarely ever heard of them. Mother nodded. Mother, unsurprisingly, they have like one renaming member who's not a wizard because they're almost extinct. The Prevails are in the same boat, I believe. Although I think one had married into the Potters family lines. Theirs is also a family in Ireland who had said to be decended from the main line. But none of them are magical. I nodded and we sat in silence. Adam? I turned my attention to the quiet voice to reveal an awakening Rose and was moving to get up. I moved next to the mattress and gently as I can pushed her back down. Adam, stay in bed. You need rest. Even though Dobby did a good job healing you, your back is still tender and weak. Rose, you know Dobby? I smiled. Adam, of course I do. He is my personal house elf after all. Rose, where am I? After glancing around. Adam, my room. She blinked before she turned red. I smirked. As I realized what she was thinking. Oh, you naughty naughty girl. Chapter 47, Chapter 40. She blinked before turning red. Rose, why your room? I nodded. Adam, it's the best place for you right now considering my father and Draco can't come in her without Ruby attempting to burn their faces off. Apparently comics and manga exist ever since I had discovered it. I had made it my top goal to get it. Things that don't exist there, Marvel of course, and One Punch Man, My Hero Academia, and all of the new ones. The things that do exist. Dragon Ball, DC, Naruto, etc. I could go on and on. But the thing is, father tried to barge inside to get rid of what he called Muggle trash. That was something Ruby didn't really like as much because apparently she was interested in comics too. Rose, why, yes, but isn't this your bed? I nodded. Her face turned even darker shade of red. Adam, it's fine, you know, I can always sleep on the couch. She gave a silent squeak and buried her head deeper into the sheets. I glanced back at my mom once I heard a sound and saw her trying to fight back a laugh. Adam, you alright, Mom? Mom, to me? No, I'm fine. I'll leave you two alone. And with that she walked out. Yo. The next morning I groaned as I woke up, my hands landing in something warm and soft. My hand snatched away as my eyes snapped open in an instant only to spot a still sleeping Rose. I sighed in relief. Adam, oh, it's just you, Rose. Only something was wrong. Wait. I glanced back at Rose, clad only in her pajamas patterned with roses while wearing a black tank top with a heart-shaped insignia on the center. The flames have long since died down, revealing her perfectly smooth skin and glowing skin. As I stared silently at my friend, I noticed that she looked very adorable when she is sleeping. Her crimson-red hair played out like a small halo, her lips slightly parted as a bit of drool came from her mouth. I silently wondered how I had came into this situation. All of a sudden the memories have come back to me. Shortly after Rose had awoken, the flames, her skin was finished regenerating from the flames. As I had said before, I had noticed something different. Her change was similar to that when I had noticed with the Phoenix, but it was slightly different, a slight presence of death. I had also sent Dobby off to get Rose's stuff. Once we had finished our homework, I had shown Rose around the Malfoy Manor, which was very extravagant and full of wealth. My father and Draco were mostly away for the day. While my father was out on business, Draco was hanging out with his, he calls them friends, I think I prefer the word followers, lackeys, even go as far as saying willing servants or slaves. Once they had returned, we went back to my room. Fortunately my mother was more than agreeing to make an excuse for me. Mostly because she also agreed that the headache the two of them will cause us for Rose staying isn't really worth the telling. After we got into our rooms, Rose and I was getting ready for bed and I was prepared to sleep on the couch. Rose, why you don't have to sleep on the couch, I really don't want to kick you out of your own bed. I smiled. Adam, I don't mind, it's fine, I would have been a terrible host if I let the guest sleep on the couch anyway. Rose's blush deepened but she managed to stand firm and dragged me over to the bed. I felt the heat crawling up to my own cheeks. Adam, Rose, what dash? Rose, shut up idiot, I'm not kicking you out of your own bed. She looked down. Rose, besides, I don't want to be alone. My bed was pretty big, but that didn't stop the intense blush that was forming onto my cheeks. I stopped any further protest, when she had made that statement, but still slept on the far side of the bed while Rose was very uncomfortable as well. Chapter 48, Chapter 41. I had just gained consciousness. And sat up while Rose shifted. She had let out a small groan and her arms had flailed about. It seemed like she was searching for the cover that had just recently been pulled away from her. A couple of seconds later her hand has made its way over to my shirt before grabbing my collar. Adam, ack. She then yanked me down next to her and proceeded to snuggle against me, holding my shirt in a surprisingly strong grip. I silently cursed my virgin body because of this. When it comes with the opposite sex, all of my skills of Loki was useless in this situation. I could feel my face heat up as I felt her chest up against mine. It's been a couple of seconds before just decided. Fuck it, and pulled the covers back up and drifted back to sleep. The sound of cameras flashing really startled me as I jolted out of my bed with wide eyes searching frantically for the noise's source. Eventually, after a few seconds, my eyes landed on a smirking Tracy with a camera in her hands. I instinctively snaked my hand onto my wand. Tracy, you must be wondering why I'm here. Your mother had told me to wake you up. I came over here to wake you and saw you sleeping in bed with a girl. Sorry I woke you, but guys were so cute together. She ran out the room and slammed it shut just in time for a tickling charm to make him act against it. I sighed, then groaned. Adam, annoying. Just then Rose shifted before she let out a cute yawn while her eyelids fluttered open. There was a slight pause as green eyes met another green. I smiled, which I can admit might have been a little croupy as we were basically nose to nose. Adam, hello Rose, sleep good? Rose let out a loud squeak. Rose, eep. Then proceeded to shove me very hard onto the floor with a thud. She gasped as she realized what she did. Rose, oh my gosh, Adam, I'm so sorry. I groaned silently and slowly sat up before looking at her with a smile. Adam, no, it's my fault, I shouldn't have startled you like that. She nodded, got from her bed and helped me to my feet. I silently scanned her body before looking up to her face and nodded. Adam, thank you, now let's get something to eat. Rose nodded. After we had got ourselves together we walked out of my bedroom to get some breakfast. End chapter. Chapter 49, Chapter 42. Rose and I had quickly evacuated my bedroom and went towards the dining room where my mother sat with Tracy and Daphne. I joined my mother in the dining room table and picked up the Daily Prophet. Sirius Black exonerated, Peter Pettigrew is alive. Madam Bones sure works fast. I also saw two images that dominated the front page. One was Peter Pettigrew, the other was Sirius Black. It showed Peter being dragged into Azkaban while Sirius looked very ragged and had a surprised look on his face. I had opened the paper and started reading the story. Earlier yesterday the Aurors received a call from an unknown source, wishing to support a suspected Amnigus. As its standard practice, the Aurors immediately released the transformation. They had expected it to be some young man doing a prank or whatever. Imagine their surprise when they spotted a wizard who was supposed to be dead 11 years ago. I'm sure I do not need to remind you what had happened all those years when the girl who lived vanquished he who must not be named. It was believed that the reason he was able to find the Potter's family that night was because of Sirius Black had betrayed them, but as it turned out it was not Sirius Black who betrayed them but Peter Pettigrew. It was then believed that Peter Pettigrew attempted to track down Black and get revenge only for Black to blast him to bits. That caused the Aurors to see what had happened on the site and naturally sent Sirius Black to Azkaban. However, after this recent discovery, numerous truths has been brought to life, all of them proving Sirius Black's innocence. That Potter had been hiding under the Fiddler's charm with Pettigrew as the seeker cast by Albus Dumbledore. Which means, ladies and gentlemen, that our chief and warlock knew that Sirius Black was innocent and still allowed the noble house to be sent to Azkaban without trial. That's right, dear readers. Sirius Black was never convicted his supposed crime. Nor was he given a trial it was even given to. Like the likes of Bellatrix Lestrange. What does this mean? Does it mean the Ministry can just sling people to Azkaban because they ended up at the wrong place wrong time? Or is there something sinister going on? This reporter intends to find out, so stay tuned for more, readers. Sadly, yes, it happens everywhere. Even in my past life people were out in prison because they were at the wrong place in the wrong time. It's unfortunate, but it is true. There was a bunch of pages below that, but I had already stopped reading. The 3 strikes were already out as this was the last one. Dumbledore cannot be trusted, and this is exactly like a bashing Dumbledore fix to means I'm almost glad that I had the mental defense system planted in my brain. I'm glad Rose's mother is a cosmic entity that's currently inside of her, that way she can protect him from intruders like Dumbledore who will most likely enter her mind for evil intentions. Because it's, as he says, for the greater good. Adam. I looked up to see the table shooting looks as though they expected me to answer something. Adam, oh sorry I spaced out, what were you saying? Cue the loud groaning. It didn't bother me at all. In fact, I took quite pleasure in seeing Tracy so annoyed. Mother and Rose smacked the back of my head. Adam, ow. What was that for? Mother/Rose pay attention/idiot. End chapter. Chapter 50, Notice, Not Dropped. Chapter 51, Chapter 43. Right afterwards 2 owls had soared into the room. The both of them landed in front of both Rose and Mother. Once Mother and Rose read their letter, Rose had a stunned look on her face while Mother appeared to be stoic. Mother turned to me. Mother, hurry up and eat your breakfast. We need to head over to St. Mundos. I nodded. Adam, Sirius? She nodded. Mother, you are correct. She then turned to a stunned Rose and asked. Mother, I also suspect that you need to come as well. She faintly nodded before she stood up and left for my bedroom. She then turned to my friends as I picked up my eating pace. Mother, I am sorry about this, but this is a family matter. Daphne nodded in understanding. Daphne, we understand, Lady Malfoy. She turned to me and said. Daphne, we will see you and Rose later. My friends got up and left for the floor after giving me a hug goodbye. While they were going to the floor, I had just finished my meal. And left towards my room to prepare. Once I got there though, I had spotted Rose looking a little worse for wear. Tears were trickling down her face as I saw her shockily holding a book in her hands. Adam, you okay? I asked as I sat next to her. Rose, why? One simple word, a lot of ideas formed in my head as millions of text passed through my brain, but one image that stood out in most of the Dumbledore bashing fics was only three simple words that made me clench my fist in slight anger. For the greater good. Dumbledore believed himself to be a god amongst wizards. He only needs Rose for his plans to play out. I shall slowly and painfully destroy his plans. Destroy his recognition and then his power till that he is only just a senile old man with a fetish for lemon drops and younger men, and then make him realize what he had done and suffer the pain of guilt for as long as he lives. I should figure out how the penny stare that the Ghost Rider works. That could be very useful and badass. Adam, I have a lot of guesses, but I can't truly answer. You'll have to ask Sirius for that. Rose, I don't know if I can. I mean, what if he... I frowned. I guess 1 year of having true friends that isn't enough to cover for the 10 years of being told she was worthless and nobody would want to love you. I could see where she was coming from. Adam, Rose, he is your godfather. And the last family he had, he is also the last bit of family you have. Sirius probably only knows we are in father, so me and mother won't matter. I guess the only reason he wants to see us is because we were the ones to help him get out. Then again, who wouldn't love you? You're smart, strong, an amazingly beautiful dash. I had to pause as I had realized what I had said and snapped out of my daze blushing slightly. Adam, anyway, he is going to love you, that is my whole point that I'm trying to make, but you will never know that until you meet him. Rose stared off to space for a while before she smiled. Rose, you're right, I will go, thank you Adam. She gave me a light kiss to the cheek before he hurriedly grabbed her clothes and sprinted out the door. I raised my hand towards my cheek and a smile slowly graced my cheeks. Chapter 52, Chapter 44. After I had taken a shower, brushed my teeth, and for myself together, I had gone out and had met Rose and Mum at the Flug Grate ready to go to the hospital. Rose was still slightly blushing and refused to look me in the eye. I would have been in the same spot if it wasn't for Loki's experiences slowly integrating with my being. It was giving me more confidence and hastening my reflexes as before. I only had the memories and the Asgardian bloodline. In my past life as a mortal before I had met I was an outcast because I didn't think like the others. I was wiser than most. So 'tis actually gives me an edge. It is also brought to my amusement that if a time our eyes would meet she would look away in an instant. Mother turned to me seemingly noticing our interaction and gave me a smirk, to which I rolled my eyes in response. Mother then turned to a very nervous-looking Rose. Mother, don't worry dear, I'm not going to let any harm bring upon you. I put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed softly, causing her blush to darken. Mother smiled as she took Rose by a hand and vanished into the green flames. I followed shortly after. Unfortunately, shortly after I followed into the green flame, it spit me out and slammed me against the wall. I glared at the flame, ignoring the witch's snickering before I got up and returned with Rose and Mum, who were walking towards the desk. Mother, Rose Potter, Narcissa and Adam Malfoy here to see Sirius Black. The welcome witch's eyes widened before her head snapped towards Rose, who had shrank further behind me. She snapped out of her daze as Mother tapped her fingers twice loudly in irritation. Welcome witch, ah yes, you want the first floor, room 2. She glanced back at Rose, who looked ready to die at this point, probably mostly because of her nervousness with Sirius. While I stared blankly at the rude witch, Mother looked very irritated. Mother, thank you. Adam glanced at Rose after they had got up to the 3rd floor and found the room that Sirius was in. Adam, you all right? She hesitated before she steeled herself together and nodded. Rose, yes, I'm fine. She then pushed open the door and walked in. I followed shortly after. Rose. Chapter 53, Chapter 45. Sirius Black. Once he had noticed there was a Dementor stationed outside his cell leave, he immediately thought that it was someone else being dragged in. The last thing he didn't expect was for Amelia Bones to drop by, nor the words that had come out of her mouth. Amelia, Sirius Black, you are to be transferred to one of the holding cells for interrogation, due to the new evidence that was recently released. Sirius was shocked, so much so that he wasn't sure what had happened afterwards, but one thing he did know was that he is finally given a trial after so long. He snapped out of his daze and took the Veritaserum that was given to him for the interrogation. Once everything was done and had explained to them everything that had happened, Sirius was then given the antidote. This antidote cleared everything. He then noticed that Amelia was rubbing her eyes tiredly. Amelia, I knew the situation was bad when Adam found Pettigrew. I just had to confirm, this is just so clusterfuck. She turned to Sirius Black and straightened herself and said in a formal tone. Amelia, Sirius Orion Black, because you were never given a trial and the newfound evidence that had just recently been released, I hereby declare all charges against you become destroyed. I will also offer your old post as senior or. Sirius Black was stupefied, more so than he had ever had been. I mean, he was free. Sure, he had to undergo a checkup at Astimundus, but that was to be expected, as all those years on Hell and Earth he now had his second priority. Freedom. His first priority was Rose. After he had finished everything in First Mundus, the first thing he did was sent 3 letters. The first 2 was to his cousins Andromeda and Narcissa. Although he was for sure Andromeda was on his side, he was not so sure that Narcissa was. She had married that smug bastard Lucius Malfoy, who was well and widely known. As a huge Voldemort supporter. Due to the old black motto, he would either banish her from the family or dissolve the marriage, this is all depending on how the meeting goes. He snapped out of his funk once the door opened up and a little red-headed girl came in. Her fiery red hair and emerald green eyes he would recognize anywhere. He was shocked if that was her. She had frowned up fast and seemed like a beautiful girl. Serious, Rose? Is that really you? He saw that she was frozen. He saw a shadow of someone else walk in but held back. That person behind the door pushed her forward, causing her to stagger into the room. After a moment of silence, each other staring into their eyes, it was Sirius who broke it. Sirius, Rose, I'm sorry. She stared at him for what felt like eternity before she finally moved forwards and hugged him. Rose, nothing is to blame, I would have done the exact same thing if it were to happen to Adam. Sirius' eyes widened before they swelled up. Before you know it, all his worries about her and him were washed away. He hugged his goddaughter for the first time in 11 years. Once he was done, he looked up and spotted her cousin Narcissa along with a young boy with a strong resemblance to him when he was younger, except, and he hate to say this, had a little more charisma. Sirius, Narcissa. The tone in his voice was a little cold. Narcissa nodded. Narcissa, brother, may I introduce you to my son, Adam? I instantly, due to respect, bowed my head. Rose snorted as if she found something funny. Rose, you don't do well with formality, Adam. I rolled my eyes. Sirius glanced between us with a look of confusion, seemingly noticing the exchange. Sirius, you two know of each other? Chapter 54, Chapter 46. Sirius, you two know each other? Rose nodded happily. How interesting. He turned his gaze to the boy whose face bore a smile, not an arrogant one like Lucius. Perhaps he should reevaluate his opinion on his cousin and his spawn. Rose, we're best friends. Yup, this definitely needs to be reevaluated. Before Sirius could say anything, my mother stepped in front with a stern expression. Mother, as daughter of the House of Black, cousin, I would like to make a request. Both my husband and his clan had been involved in activities that would bring shame upon the House of Black. Because of this, I ask that to Rex, a marriage dissolve for both me and Adam, my son. Sirius stared at his cousin, completely stupefied. This was serious stuff that she had just asked. The fact that Lucius must have done something to break up the terms of the contract that was drawn between the House of Black and the Malfoys, the sons, could also be considered bastards as well, if not taken in by the House of Black. Sirius, what about your other son? Mother scoffed. More her, I tried to get him to away from his current path, but he wouldn't change at all. He is an exact clone of his father. Sirius stood thoughtful for a moment before he had came to a decision. Sirius, very well, I will accept your request, however the both of you will be on probation. For a while. Sirius dash, you can stay 81st the Grimlaud place as. I'm sure you prefer not to return to the Malfoy Manor, but is one you it's a bit of a mess. Mother waved her hand. Mother, nothing that a simple house elf could fix. It was at that time when the door had opened again, revealing the eldest of the siblings. Narcissa. Her tone was a little cold. Mother, Andromeda. Her tone equally so. It was tense silence before what had felt like eternity. They broke into, smiled and hugged each other. This caused everyone to sigh in relief. Yo. After Mother and Andromeda had exchanged their pleasantries, both me and Mother went to pick up our things from the Malfoy Manor. We had summoned the house elves to gather all of our stuff and take them to the Grimmauld place before heading out. As we were heading out, an angry voice I recognized as my father yelled out. Narcissa. I turned and saw Lucius approaching. He looked quite angry. What is the meaning of this? He shoved a parchment into her hands. Once she finished reading it, a sneer formed onto her face and said, Mother, I would have thought this to be very obvious. Lord Malfoy, I requested my cousin to dissolve the marriage. Oh, his reaction was priceless. Lucius, he can't do that. He can and he will. You broke the terms on that contract to follow that idiot who calls himself Lord I. You are a horrible husband, a horrible father, and I refuse to be married to a moron like you. She went around him and out the door. I followed. You won't go anywhere. We turned back to see Lucius with an evil smile on his face. He looked like he had just won. Lucius, you are going to write to Black and reinstate this marriage right now. Mother slowly turned toward him, her face void of any emotion. She then grabbed her wand. Bang! I stared wide eyes at what just happened. Holy shit. Chapter 55, Chapter 47. The thing is, I lied, I didn't even see her grab her wand. It just appeared in her hands. I guess that's to be expected of her since she was only the second greatest duelist of her time. The thing is, Mother was a true Black and a true Slytherin. So she knows when to be in the shadows and when or is time to act. And act, though she's been under a mask most of the time. When Draco and Lucius is around, she can out her foot down whenever he or Draco does something stupid. Lucius thinks he's got her under his control. But what he doesn't know is that he hates his guts and would have had this matter solved a long time ago. She attacked instantly, causing a loud bang. Lucius stumbled back, completely stunned. Lucius, he looked like a deformed humanoid reindeer with pinkish-gray skin. Dear God, his nose tripled in size. Mom grabbed the ornament before it changed into a porky. She then threw the porky at Lucius, causing him to disappear. Mother can be badass at times, and this was one of those times. Mother was a true Black. Adam, wow, where did you send him? Mother, the Ministry Altrium. I smirked. It doesn't get more public than that. Adam, sometimes, I wonder if that idiot really is my father. That sudden pause and the look that she had gave me sent warning bells inside my bed. I narrowed my eyes. Adam, he isn't my father, is he? Mother suddenly grew nervous. I sighed and rubbed my forehead. Adam, Mother, what is it that I don't know? Mother, well, your father isn't Lucius. Adam, well, if my father isn't Lucius, who is my father? Mother, I can't really tell you much other than the fact it was kind of one might stand between a guy I had met in a bar. So I am a bastard then. Great, this is just great. Adam, do you have any idea who it is? What did he look like? Mother, well, his scars were very peculiar, like he had been tortured in a way. That doesn't give me any clues. OT of people here have scars like those. This universe is very big. Adam, that doesn't give me anything. She flinched. Mother, I'm sorry son, but it's the truth, I don't remember much about him, not even sure how we ended up in the same bed. Adam, you could have at least told me that my father wasn't him though. Mother, and how do you suppose I do that? By simply telling you that the father you've known to know is your father your entire life, actually not really your father. How would you take it? I sighed. Adam, point taken, whatever, we can worry about that later. Mother sighed in relief, smiled and nodded. Mother, that would be best. She grabbed me by the arm and we vanished towards our new place. Chapter 56, Chapter 48. Loud banging on the door actually caused me to awake. Sirius' voice filtered through the door. Sirius, oi, lovebirds, we're going to Dragon Alley later on, so wake up. I yawned as I slowly opened my eyes to see Rose's inches from mine. Ever since I had rescued her from the Dursleys, she has been sleeping with me. It had been quite stunning once I had founded Rose's face inches from mine only the first day of living in the Grimmauld place. It has a quick change to my normal living arrangements, but I had quickly adapted to it. Now that there is no Lucius or Draco there, nothing affected me in a negative way. Sirius, when he had seen this, looked torn between snapping blackmail pictures and wanting to snap my neck. Unsurprisingly, he quickly changed his mind. When Rose had a nightmare she wouldn't stop screaming. It was very painful to hear, not until she latched onto me when I had attempted to calm her down. That was when she was finally quiet. It had become a normal thing, and I often find myself awake, her face just inches from mine and her arms tightly wrapped around me. I gently unwrapped her arms to head downstairs towards the table, to where Sirius was. Rose had followed me a couple minutes later. Sirius, hello everyone. Sirius looked a lot better than he had been the day at the hospital. He seemed to be getting better day by day. Adam, hello Sirius. I smiled before I went and grabbed the cereal bowl and a cup of tea. The door suddenly opened and Mom came from it, quickly joining us to the table. "Mother, morning everyone." She looked chirpier than usual, no longer was had on those dark robes, she now had a bright flowing drwss that in my opinion suited her much better than the other she wore. She had now smiled more often than she did before, and she stopped dyeing her hair blonde to make it more like Malfoy's, and it turned back to being jet black. She quickly gave me a big hug before joining us with breakfast. I grinned. "Adam, hello mother, joining us today?" She nodded. "Mother, yes, I hear Fildroy Lockhart is doing his book signing today." My eyes widened as I did the most record-breaking spittake the world has ever seen. I did not just hear that. "Adam, mother, please don't tell me you actually like that moron." "Mother, oh heavens no, it's just amusing to see the public's faces when they swarm after him." Rose and Sirius laughed at the look on my face while I sighed in relief. Oh thank God, that would have been a nightmare. Chapter 57, Info. New volume out. I suppose it is pretty interesting in a way. Let's recap, shall we? Adam, a 8-year-old kid, died from a car crash, was reborn into the world of magic and wizards with 3 wishes. Slow world building and all. Rose is not really human, but most her abilities locked away by guess who? Adam turns out to not only be the kid reincarnated but a god as well. He is very powerful and his sword can make him as powerful if not more powerful than Thor. You're forgetting one simple term that causes the sword to shift. It is imagination. With the imagination like Adam's, the form is basically limitless. Adam has trained in his mindscape as it is basically his own personal dimension. He can also make it so mortals can't sense his godly presence and make him seem mortal. His is stronger than he seems, he just doesn't feel it's appropriate to show. Also for the Marvel. All Spider-Men will appear, Toby, Andrew and Tom, in this story, so be on the lookout in like volume 5 or 4. People, this has been a pleasure to write, and I'll start writing longer chapters. This novel I have a lot of plans for. I do. Stay tuned in and have a good day. Comment. 13 Comment. Vote. Chapter 58, Chapter 49. We had arrived quickly after breakfast through the flue, which immediately went silent at the sight of Sirius. Of course it was as I expected it to be, however the silence was getting rather irritating, so I was glad when a familiar voice caused the silence to break. "There you are. Adam, oh hey Hermione, I dash." I turned to see only to pause as what she was wearing. To be honest, I should have expected this since she is a Muggle-born. "Adam, you an manga fan?" She beamed at me. "Hermione, of course I am, I found out about it a while ago and instantly became hooked." Adam dash, okay, I'm guessing you've been to a Comic Con before you came here? Is that the reason why you are wearing these clothes? Her grin grew as she striked a pose. Hermione, yes, how do I look? I eyed her form before nodding. Adam, not bad. She blushed before giving me a smack upside the head. Adam, ow. What is it with woman and slapping me? Hermione, maybe if you weren't such a pervert it would happen less. Honestly, how do you think Rose would feel? Rose in question was giving me a sharp glare. I was suddenly a little nervous. Adam, I am not a pervert, you just told me to check you out, so I dash. I stoked instantly. As I realized what I was saying was making it worse, I decided to change the subject. Adam, so anyway, you ready to go? She have me a look before sighing. Hermione, yeah, just, hold on a sec. A redhead woman with freckles on her cheeks appeared. What got me completely unexpected was that she had on a cosplay outfit as well. Hers, however, was kind of different. My mum wouldn't let me go, sorry Hermione. Hermione, it's fine Ginny, I just got here as well. She turned to me and Rose. Hermione, guys, this is Ginny Weasley, she's my friend Ginny, we met at Comic Con. Ginny, these are my friends as well, Rose Potter and Adam Malfoy. Adam, it's actually black now, and is rather prefer black. She grinned. Ginny, nice to meet you. I was reeling and screaming. I mean, isn't Ginny supposed to be an obsessed love stalker or something? Her family isn't supposed to know about manga. What the hell is going on? Ginny, are you okay? It shook me out of my daze as I saw concerned looks. Adam dash, I'm fine thanks, it's nice to meet you too. Although I am grateful for this change, please one above all no more surprises. The headaches are a pain to deal with. Chapter 59. You guys are so lucky I love writing this book, otherwise I would have gave up on this. Are you people doing this on purpose just to get on my nerves, or just plain blind you can't see texts of the chapters that are already short? I accepted necessary criticism, not this. Seriously guys, what the hell? If you don't like it, just drop it. I am very grateful for people who support this. I love you guys so much, and the people who criticize necessary. Honestly, now I understand why so many people drop. You guys are insane. Why don't you try and write a book and let everyone trash unnecessary at your hard work? You'd understand. He has Asgardian abilities, but he chooses to stay low because he wants to. Let's not forget he is a kid who's Loki's reincarnation, but non-Nephile's an 8-year-old kid. Sorry, just got to let that out. I'm done now. I got a chapter tomorrow by love you. Comment. 53 comment. Vote. Chapter 60, Chapter 50. Yes, Adam should be around 11 or 12 by now. He died at age 8. Adam, it's nice to meet you too. Rose smiled. Rose, me too. After a moment of talking, a pair of adults came over. The woman who had looked like an older woman of Hermione asked. Hermione, these are your friends? Hermione nodded. Hermione, yes mum, these are my friends, Rose and Adam. Guys, this is my mum and dad, Dan and Emma Granger. Adam, hi. Rose, hello. The dad walked up and shook our hands. He unsurprisingly, due to his large frame, had a strong grip. Dan, it's nice to meet you both. The mother smiled and nodded. Serious, oi, the staring is starting to get to me. Get a move on, kids. We all headed down to the Gringotts once we had introduced the adults to each other. I sighed once we had reached our last stop, which was all crowded with witches and wizards. I looked up and groaned. How troublesome. Serious, bugger, I was hoping to avoid this. Well, nothing for it, I guess. Mrs. Granger, what? I pointed to the banner in response that had the name Gilderoy Lockhart written all capitalized. Let. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography today at 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Hermione squealed. Hermione, we can actually meet him. I deadpanned at her, causing her to adopt a sheepish look. Hermione, I mean, he did write all of those books though. I sighed. Adam, Hermione, he's a complete fraud. Hermione shot me a scandalized look. Hermione, Adam, how can you say that? I just shrugged in response. Adam, I mean, think of it this way, if you actually look at his work you'll find that some events are in completely different places, that are mostly protected magical forms of travel, so he's not really telling the truth unless he was in two places at once. Hermione gained a thoughtful look, while we had approached the shop. Adam, that was troublesome. I groaned after we literally had to fight through the crowd to get our stuff. Lockhart flashed his smile, causing the girls and women to swoon. Roses and sparkles magically appeared around the crowd as they cheered. Adam, I stared dumbfounded as this all happened. Aren't stuff like that only supposed to appear in anime? Adam, I think I'm going to be sick. Sirius nodded, Heblock slightly green. Sirius, I see your point. Suddenly a cameraman shoved past me, snapping pictures, causing clouds of purple smoke to appear. I glared at him and pushed him away. Adam, watch it. Lockhart turned towards the commotion and his gaze fell on me, then to Rose, who was patting me on the back as I was coughing up a storm from all the smoke. Lockhart, it can't be, Rose Potter. The crowd parted, whispering excitedly as Lockhart dove forward and quickly seized Rose. He dragged her out of the crowd and stuck her to his side. Lockhart. Wonderful, simply wonderful, come dear, you and I are worth to be on the front page. Rose's eyebrow twitched violently as flames started to lick her body. A few seconds later she blasted him with a beam of red heat, sending him flying. Rose, hands to yourself, asshole. I stared wide eyes at my friend who looked very red. Adam, you okay? Rose, yes, just don't like it when other people touch me. I shrugged. Adam, okay then. Lockhart pried himself from the wall before he waved off the aid of several fans. Lockhart, I'm alright, really, she is just excited upon meeting me, I'm sure of that. The look on Rose's face was murderous. End chapter. Chapter 61, Chapter 51. Once she made that face I took a step forward in front of her, as did Sirius, and we both glared at him. Ruby poked her head out from my pocket, seemed to be glaring at him, though I don't think he noticed her. That moron finally seemed to have a clue in realizing that fighting an ex-Auror was a bad idea and backtracked quickly. Lockhart, ahem, yes, well. The sick smile returned to his face as he gazed at his fans while I sighed. All of this was so troublesome to deal with, especially since we were going to have to deal with him for an entire year. I am so not forward to dealing with this. Lockhart, I have an important announcement to make, he said, making everyone stare in attention. Lockhart, I am delighted to inform you that I will be attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a data professor. Rose at this point looked like she was about to blow a fuse. She looked torn between horrified and furious. Rose, are you serious? We have to put up with him for an entire year. I looked at her in sympathy as I pat her on the back with the same. Adam, I don't feel any more different than you if it makes you feel any better. I saw Hermione out of the corner of my eye when she went to join the applause and cheers. I sighed. After the big announcement we had to wait for all of the people to move so we can get our books. Unfortunately we had to run into yet another moron before we could do so. Ron, oh there you are, Rose. He grasped her by the arms and pulled her into a tight hug. Crack. I winced and instinctively covered my sack as I saw Rose knee him in the balls, causing him to fall to the ground and cover his balls. I would be lying if I said I didn't pity the boy, even if I think he's an irritating royal pain in my ass. Rose, seriously today, what is it with idiots and touching me? Rose Potter, spoke a loud feline voice. Oh look, it's Sakura. I turned and saw a large plump red-headed woman I recognized as Ginny's mother. Oh not Sakura, my bad, they seem to be related, though I mean who else in the Omniverse screeches like that besides her? Ginny's mother, your parents would be ashamed, I've never seen such disgraceful act. Rose gave her a blank look as I said. Adam, really? Well, according to the stories, James would have probably turned him into a weasel and Lily would probably blast him. Ron, shut it you smiley snake, what would you know? A lot more than you, that's for sure. I looked up to see Sirius taking a step forward, glaring at them. The red-headed banshee looked as if she had been punched. Sirius, you have no right to say what or what not Lily or James approve for their daughter. Mrs. Weasley scoffed. Mrs. Weasley, really? Then it's not like they would have much of an experience anyway. If they did, they'd surely agree with me. Not only does she resort to muggle fighting, but Hemsh hangs around people like the Malfoys. I noticed the Rose's magic levels rising as the heat temperatures increased. Her body flickering on and off with flames, I could her hair wavering side to side as her entire body outlined crimson. It was actually Ron who made her snap. Ron, the girl who dash. She blasted Mrs. Weasley with more intensity than what she did to Lockhart, just as Draco and Lucius walked into the store, causing all four to crash into the wall. Rose was panting heavily and her anger seemingly disappeared once everyone turned to her. She adopted a sheepish look. Rose, oops. Creators. Chapter 62, Chapter 52. It was the day after that day and I woke up to a voice in my head that was quite unexpected and horrifying. Well, I would be if I wasn't immortal. I still don't want him, he freaks me out. Hey, could you tell your pets not to eat me? My eyes widened at the sound of the voice. It was very deep and scary like. Adam, are you perhaps Venom? Please, please, no, no. No. I sighed in relief. I am Poison. I am nothing like my baby brother. I groaned. This makes this worse. He sounds exactly like the Venom in the movie, which freaked me out. Adam, do you have a tendency to eat anyone who looks delicious to you, no matter if it's a sentinel being or not? Poison. Yes, there was this one guy that I dash. There was a sound of explosion. And sound of explosions followed by Poison screaming. Poison, seriously, tell your pets to calm down. I mean no harm, I need a host to survive. I shrugged and sent a calming presence to my living residents inside my head, telling them it's fine. Poison, thank you. I nodded. After that event I went downstairs to join Sirius. Rose woke up eventually and followed. Poison, this, Rose looks delicious, can I eat her? Adam, no. Poison, why not? Adam, I like her, and you'd probably be burned to a crisp by her mother. Poison dash, and who is her mother? Adam, a cosmic entity, known as the Phoenix. Poison dash. I could sense his shock. Poison, that probably isn't good idea to eat her then. I nodded. And there was silence. Poison, is she your mate? There was silence, before I shrugged. Adam, I hope so. Poison, good, you should snag her as your mate. Adam, I mean if she chooses to, I guess. But if not, I guess look for someone else. Poison snorted. Poison, pussy. Loud snarling and growling was heard. Poison, okay, stop, I'm sorry. The growling was cut short. I smirked. Adam, who's the pussy now? Adam, morning, Sirius. Sirius looked exhausted. Sirius, morning, you too. Poison, that person with the black hair, he looks delicious, can I eat him? Adam, no. Poison, why not? Adam, he is a friend to the Phoenix and he's good to me, so no. Sirius dash, I've been looking at this, sorry if I haven't been making any puns lately. Rose, what? Sirius, an audit of the Potters. And the Black's Vault. Since the Black's Vault has been dormant for 11 years it hasn't changed, but the Potter Vault is another story. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and sighed. Sirius, it's been gutted. My eyes and Rose's widened. Rose, wasn't my vault almost full? Sirius sighed. Sirius, that's just it, Rose, that is your vault. Fortunately the heirloom can only be accessed by someone of the Potter's blood. The main one is nearly empty. Adam dash, that's not possible. I said, causing all attention to come towards me. Adam, Rose is the only person to access it once she turns 16 unless she had a magical Gordy dash. My eyes narrowed. Dumbledore. Poison, this Dumbledore sounds irritating, can I eat him? Adam, yes. Chapter 63, Chapter 53. I narrowed my eyes. Adam, so while you were enjoying your time in Azkaban someone has declared themselves as their magical guardian? Sirius nodded. Sirius, that is exactly correct. The person, so to speak, was Albus Bloody Dumbledore. It was the same man who should have stood up for me and given me a trial. It was his duty as supreme mugwump of the Witnagemote, and the same man who cast the Fidelius charm on the Potter cottage with Pettigrew as the secret keeper. He needs Rose for all his plans, right? I will see if I can take her away from this school and say fuck the greater good, let all his plans fall apart. Sirius, that is not even close to the worst. Not only was he skimming money to the top, but some of that was going to the Dursleys as upkeep pay and into the vaults belonging to Molly and Ronald Weasley. Adam, no, not yet. Poison, I will destroy his legacy, his reputation, and then you may eat him. Poison dash MNNN. Adam, although I doubt you'll like him once you see him. Poison, what does he look like? I sent him a mental image of him. Poison, nothing compared to what I've eaten. Poison, do you want me to send an image? Adam, please don't. Poison, alright, I'm sending an image. Adam, and I will blocking you. Rose, are you okay, Adam? Adam, I'm fine, but one quick question, why Weasley? Sirius didn't say anything, he just sent out a parchment onto his desk. The look on my face was murderous. Rose wasn't much better. This was like a slave contract, or a step above it, at least given to Ron, her so-called husband. It's given him control over the votes, the vaults, and of course Rose herself. Just for that I'll make sure they suffer a fate worse than death. Just of thought of my Rose with Ron makes me want to turn green. Huh. My Rose, where did that come from? That's the second time it slipped. I also saw a Rose wince, and the mother must also be in rage. I could hear the sound of licks of lips. Poison, that's a good boy, feed them to me and I shall make them wish they never try and steal your mate. I clenched my fist as the picture of a smug-looking Ron appeared in my mind. This was not Poison's doing. There's going to be blood in the waters. Chapter 64, Chapter 54. Rose's glare was so intense that it literally burned the parchment to a crisp. Sirius, you do not have to worry about that, the contract is barely worth the contract it's written on. The goblins are working on trying to reclaim the gold that was stolen. They are not happy that one of their own was helping him steal from their oldest clients. I also believe that the spikes outside of Gringotts has new decorations. I have also sent a copy to Amelia Bones in the case against Dumbledore. I smirked. Poison, those goblins sound delicious, can I dash? Adam, you know you're starting to get kind of annoying now, let's just agree to eat the very very bad people. Poison, okay our dash. Adam, and don't start asking me if he is bad either. Poison, but, how do you know which person is the bad person? Adam, kind of like a sixth sense you know. You can just smell who's bad people. Poison, fine. I turned my attention back to Sirius. Adam, so, Dumbledore is done for. Is what you're basically saying, right? Sirius, well yes and no. We can get him thrown out of the Wizengat and the ICW. It's the least we can do as he will still retain his Hogwarts position. Unfortunately some of the Dumbledore supporters still believe that the light still shines up his ass and will make exquisites for him until the cows come home. I should just take his magic away, as well as Ron, maybe start to train Rose to control her power more. She can be more better off on her own. Rose gritted her teeth but said nothing. Her hands were flickering on and off with flames as they clenched so tightly they were shaking. Sirius, I'm sorry Rose, but it's the best we can do legally right now. I put a comforting hand on her shoulder, causing her to calm down slightly before giving a slight nod. Her face was still kind of red. I tapped my finger into my chin twice as I recalled all the fanfictions of Harry in similar settings like this and said, Adam, it's probably a good idea to give is something to detect or neutralize potions of Dumbassador and Weasel will try to get their hands on the pot of fortune. What's to stop them stooping so low to poison them? Rose turned a sickly green, while Sirius scowled angry at the mere thought. I should take their magic away, that should make things easier for me, or just leave to America or something. Chapter 65, Unnamed. I was going to wait to the end of the book, but then I decided nah. Once I've learned I felt like banging my head against the wall. Cut me some slack though, because most of the stupid mistakes was because I was on my phone. I will correct the grammar and my mistakes. Thanks for the support. Chapter 66, Chapter 55. Sirius, I think I can do that. There are a couple of amulets in storage that can be used to detect potions and I will teach you a detection spell. You should also order Dobby and make sure no one tries to slip you one as well, Adam. I nodded and did what was told. Sirius, I think it is time that we taught you lessons. Rose sensed that is out of the way. Rose, lessons? Sirius, when you are of age you are going to become the head to the Potter family. You need to learn how to operate on the political field and I need to teach you the history of the Potter family. Adam nodded. Adam, and while you do that I'm going to go for a walk outside. I will see you later. I gave Rose a hug and left the building. I walked through the woods with a peaceful smile on my face, that was ruined when I felt a tingling sensation at the back of my head. Danger. I tilted my head back to dodge a knife as it was embedded into a tree. I turned back towards the lady with a frown. She had fiery red hair, sapphire blue eyes, dressed in a white shirt, silver jacket, cameo pattern pants with a bow and arrows hung to her back. This is very interesting, a hunter of Artemis. Adam, who are you, girl? She snarled, and grabbed another knife. You're trespassing, boy. We own these woods. Who are you and why are you here? Adam, I am Adam Blacklack. I detected bloodlust. You're related to that damned dog. The bloodlust increased, but I wasn't fazed. In fact, I laughed, my Loki persona catching on. The atmosphere tensed. I webbed her up and webbed the tree, shooting her up, leaving her hanging from the tree. I glanced at my hands with an intriguing look. Interesting poison, interesting. I heard a deep chuckle, but nothing else. Once I calmed down, I looked at her amused and walked forward. Loki, I must say, that is an impressive bloodlust, but I have a question. You know of Sirius? Yes, I know of that mutt. What's it to you, Black? Loki, interesting, but I thought she only had one sister. I shot a green web-like substance at her knife and yanked it from her grip. What the bloody hell is this? I smirked evilly. Loki, webbing from some type of parasite, it will eventually kill you if you don't answer my questions. She glowered at me. Danger. I spinned out the way as an arrow struck the ground where I was at previously. This must be another hunter. Cut off one head, to more shall take its place. Zoe, said the girl. So this confirms that Percy Jackson exists in this world also, unsurprising since Greek gods exist her. I knew that the hunters of Artemis exist through Loki's memories, but she wasn't there when he came across. She landed undignified. If I must say, I'm kind of getting sick of this though. Zoe dash, who are thee, boy? Loki, truly impressive indeed, but you forget one thing. My godly aura unleashed, causing her to be praised from fear. Even the girl that was hanging next to me was stunned in fear. Loki's eyes glowed a malevolent green. Loki, you forget your place. Enough. I turned in time to see a beautiful 13-year-old girl with white hair and silver eyes narrowed at me. What is the Prince of Asgard doing here? I smirked. Their expressions were priceless. Chapter 67, Chapter 56. Adam, Earth is my new home, Artemis. Artemis, you want to live with mortals? She looked kind of shocked. Can't blame her. Last time she met me I had a superior complex towards them, and now. I chuckled and shook my head. Loki, Artemis, Artemis, my lovely Artemis, you have much to learn. These mortals have more worth than you know. She glared at me. Artemis, don't call me lovely. I raised my eyebrow before I smirked. Loki, I see, you still haven't gotten over that, huh? Yeah, she was involved in one of my first few pranks of another pantheon. I sicked Aphrodite onto her in her palace. She slammed into her and her lips met hers. I sent a spell causing them to be stuck like that for days. I'll be honest though, it was kind of hot. Aphrodite was like god of war and Artemis was like a younger version of Elsa from Frozen with silver eyes. Her eyebrows twitched. Next thing you know I flipped as a knife embedded to the floor where I was previously at. I looked up and smirked at Artemis' glowing red face. She looks so cute, it's too bad I'm smitten to Rose. Her beauty is nothing like hers. Artemis, damn you Loki, I should have known it was you and your idiotic trickery. I faked a surprised look. Loki, you mean after all this time you didn't know? Artemis, come back here so I can cut off your balls and feed them to your snake child Jormungandr. I snapped my fingers and opened a portal just in time for a silver knife to fly through. Zoe and the mystery girl looked on in bewilderment as they saw their lady chase after what apparently thought as a normal boy happened to the Norse god of magic and trickery. They have never seen Lady Artemis like this before. After a minute some of the trees were decimated. Artemis stood panting, slightly glaring at me while I stood perfectly relaxed. I turned toward the girl with a smile. You still haven't answered my question. How do you know about Sirius and are you related to Lily? She spits on me. Loki's smirk darkened. Loki, you spitting on me will not get anywhere. Loki, are you related to Lily Potter? How do you know Sirius? She spits on me again. I webbed Artemis to a tree as she was about to step in, not once glancing away from the girl who Zoe elected. A scream of my lady from both girls. Zoe attacked me only for her to suffer the same fate. I encased the web in godly magic so it can be stronger. Artemis, my father will hear of this. I waved her off looking unconcerned. Loki, yeah. A few minutes of spitting she finally gave in and I had cleaned myself off. Lily Potter is my sister, both the mutt and his idiotic friends were always chasing me. This is very interesting. This is nothing like the books and very rare of the fanfictions I used to read in my previous life and movies as far as I could remember at least. Loki, that's all I need to know to thank you, Auntie. I webbed her mouth as she was about to scream. Loki, thank you, it will vanish in a couple of hours. I then opened a portal and left. The portal closed just in time for another silver knife to sail through the air by a just web broken out Artemis who screamed in rage. Chapter 68, Chapter 57. I have to admit, I felt very good after I got back from dealing with the hunters. I haven't had to use this much of my power since sparring with Rose. But unfortunately, I hadn't seen them again. Time had moved by, fairly quickly, before you know it summer was just about to end. Rose was in constant chat with Hermione and Funny. I couldn't tell what they were blabbering about. Rose even got a package once but immediately hid it as soon as it had arrived. Suspicious, but I didn't bulge into the matter. Okay, I lied, I did bulge into the matter and found out that they were wiring the Grimmauld place. Rose told me about it later on, and that's when I had my family introduced to the wonderful world of gaming and manga. Of course the gaming systems were pretty old, as was the first PlayStation and Xbox, Nintendo Cube and all that stuff. I was getting used to all this shocking stuff that wasn't even supposed to be there. I mean, Gary Oldman. My dad in my previous life was a fan of that before he died and before my mother became an abusive drunkard. There were movies like Dracula that were okay I guess, and Love from Space which was complete trash. I didn't help at all when Sirius kept quoting old man's lines during the movie. The Star Trek one was the same as the other one in my old world. It's pretty good. All the movies that were good are good if only you can ignore the terrible picture and audio quality. Also, once I returned I asked my uncle about my Aunt Lilith and other sister. A sad look appeared on his face which kind of surprised me. Man, if I had a nickel for everything that surprised me in this lifetime I'll reach $1 million in a year. As it turned out, Sirius had a huge crush on her and started a relentless pursuit. It was unfortunate that she was worse than Lily in terms of her temper. Apparently, she was assumed dead when the Death Eaters attacked the Evans compound. Lily was in school once she found out, and when she did she was very devastated. Rose was very curious about her aunt and was wanting to find out more about her. I decided to keep my mouth shut about her being an immortal huntress of Artemis who hates all things about men. Chapter 69. You guys didn't like it? Fine, I'll think of something else. I liked the idea Boo having the Avatar and Elder Scrolls existing in the past and having them reincarnation of a brave Team O defenders. Boo to you guys, I thought it was cool inside my head. I'll make on either chapter either today or tomorrow. I deleted the other chapter. Chapter 70. Yeah, no chapter today. Chapter 71, Chapter 58. Poison, as I told you, was like venom except for green, like my eyes. He still had the same freakish shark teeth as well as those white eyes. As they stared at me, I couldn't tell what his emotions were. If it wasn't for seeing Loki's memories and the things he's experienced I probably would have been freaked out. Adam, nice to see you in person. I lied, of course, it was extremely unpleasant to see that face. Poison, yes it was, your world is very interesting. I like what you did with the silver-eyed brat, very amusing. It would have been better if I ate her. Yeah, his teeth are really creepy, especially when he smiles wide, and the way his tongue sways. I definitely would have been freaked out if I didn't have Loki's memories or experience. Adam, yeah, not sure you can eat a god, mortal maybe, but not god. It will probably cause indigestions. Poison, we don't have those types of problems. Adam, your stomach can explode though. Poison, that has not happened before. I shrugged. Adam dash, maybe you're just lucky. I noticed me start to fade and said. Adam, I'm waking up, before I disappeared fully from my mindscape. I groaned as I slowly fluttered my eyes open. The first thing that came to my sight was Rose's sleeping form. I glanced at Rose, whose lips looked so delicious I fought the urge to kiss it. Rose looked quite beautiful, her form now a mixture between a cute girl to a beautiful young lady. Her fiery red hair went beautifully with her flawless white skin. To me, it showed her heritage from a Potter and a Black perfectly. Come to think of it, her looks could put most of the people of Asgard of her age to shame. Asgard. I wonder if anyone made that joke before. I glanced slowly from her body to her face. Her pretty emerald eyes shone with life, humor and amusement as she looked, right at me. Adam, hey Rose, how was your sleep? This is so awkward. Rose remained silent before she stretched her arms out and stretched, revealing a piece of her flawless white skin. This also made me confirm that she was in fact mature. Once she was done stretching, she laid back onto the bed in a way so she could look me into the eyes. Rose smiled. Rose, so what were you thinking about that got you so distracted? I just smiled. Chapter 72, Chapter 59. Rose, what has gotten you so distracted? I just smiled. Adam, school is coming around the corner, and I will miss all of this. Rose looked a little upset too. Rose yeah, I know, I'm gonna miss my hot water bottle too. I smirked at that. Adam, really? That's all I am to you? I thought I was something more. I faked a sob. Rose rolled her eyes, slapped me on the chest playfully and growled. Rose, you're such a prat. My smirk grew. Adam, but only for you Rosie, don't forget bedwarmer too. Rose, oh you. She jumped at me, talking me to the ground. We were rolling until we started wrestling, all the while giggling like little children. The grins faded when we stopped and realized our position. I was laying on the bottom while Rose straddled me on the top. Slowly, carefully, our lips edges closer together until they paused. I could feel her warm breath against me. I took the leap. Our lips locked. So soft. So, strawberry. Bang. Our eyes widened and our lips departed instantly. Sirius, wake up you two. He sent us a very knowing grin. Sirius, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, I'll leave you two alone. He sent me another knowing grin before the door closed. After that incident, Rose wouldn't talk to me, and every time she would glance at me she would look away instantly, her face burning red. Sirius wasn't helping the situation at all, as he kept sending knowing glances at us, more specifically me. I should have expected that Sirius would have probably told my mother anyway. I had a feeling he probably did, considering my mother was reacting like she had just won the $1 million lottery and eyed us both with stars in her eyes. She went to Rose, grabbed her and went away for the moment, probably to give her the talk, considering that's what Sirius did to me a few seconds after when he dragged me to the sitting room to give me the talk. Unfortunately, Sirius acted like a 6-year-old and he wouldn't stop giggling every time he mentions the word sex. When Rose came back, if possible she looked even redder than before. I could have sworn I had seen steam coming from her ears. She wouldn't even glance at me anymore. I wonder what mother had said to her. Comment. 8. Comment. Vote. Chapter 73, Chapter 60. When we had arrived at the platform the next day, the awkwardness had gotten better once we had joined our friends. Although she was still a little red, she could talk a little bit more. No doubt the phoenix inside her head is enjoying this. The thing inside my head most definitely is, if considering his maniacal laughing is anything to go by, I wonder if he even realizes that I can't hear him, as I blocked him just a while ago. As we got there I noticed an unfamiliar but familiar person sitting next to Daphne. This must be her sister. Daphne, oh, hey Adam, Rose, this is my sister Astoria Greengrass. Astoria, hello. She was staring at the phoenix perched on my shoulders with awe and curiosity, something both me and Ruby noticed. Ruby stared right back. Astoria suddenly became a bit nervous when Ruby looked away. She sighed in relief. I smiled. Adam, well, she doesn't dislike you. Astoria, how do you know? I just smiled. Adam, well, for one, she's not snarling in rage or trying to rip your face off. I can't count how many times she tried to do that to Ron, Draco and Lucius. Just then Hermione decided to join us after we got from our train and entered our compartment. She looked pretty distraught. Tracy, Hermione, are you all right? Hermione, my uncle passed away. She said, electing a few gasped. Rose, who's your uncle? Hermione, Eric Ambler. I nearly choked on my spit. Daphne dash, are you okay, Adam? Adam, I'm fine, Daphne. Cough cough cough. Dear God, Eric Ambler exists in this world too. Oh shut up, I'm not too young to know about this British actor of one of my favorite novels, The Lavender. Of course I had to do a lot, and I mean a lot of online researching to averagely figure out what the book was trying to say, but it was a good book. And Hermione is the nephew to this author. They don't even look alike. Blaise, the author. She nodded, looking a bit surprised. Hermione, you know of him? Blaise, hell yeah I do. He is one of my favorite authors. I groaned. Daphne looked at me in concern. Daphne, are you sure you okay, Adam? Tracy, yeah, the same with Rose. Her face was red ever since she got her. After speaking this, Rose's blush grew deeper, and before I could say anything, the door opened up to reveal Ginny, who looked quite uncomfortable. Adam, you alright, Ginny? Ginny, I'm fine, you mind if I join you guys? Adam, no problem. I looked around at the people who weren't Hermione or Rose. They all had weary looks on their faces. I tried to comfort them by saying, Adam, don't worry, she's nothing like Ron. Ginny sent me a grateful look as the others calmed down slightly. I glanced up when I spotted an unfamiliar yet familiar person, blonde hair and pale blue eyes that seemed to protrude a little bit. She had on a very surprised look on her face. Luna, hello Rose Potter, you smell like flame and sea. Rose looked very uncomfortable. Her voice was as dreamy as it was described in the books. Don't misunderstand, I have no crush on the girl, I'm just describing her tone. Rose dash, Luna, I am Luna Lovegood. Once everyone had introduced themselves, she had glided over to me. She stared at me for a second and I stared blankly back. Adam, are you alright? Luna dash, I'm fine. Adam, why are you staring? Luna, I was wondering what death tastes like. My eyes widened. How did she? Luna, oh sorry, was I not supposed to know that? What's your name, outsider? I stared blankly at her before I sighed. Adam, look, can you not tell anybody about this? She looked at me weirdly before nodding. Luna Lovegood, everybody, she's as weird as they describe her to be. Chapter 74, Chapter 61. We had separated after we had gone through the castle where the Threstles were and made it to the Great Hall. The weather was good, fortunately, so the line went by. The Sorting Hat did his normal speech. Yeah, I'm not repeating what I typed in the previous chapter before, I'll be honest, I just copied and pasted it. My ears perked up when Professor McGonagall called Luna's name. I wondered how the Sorting Hat would react to her antics. Professor McGonagall, Luna Lovegood. The girl in question glided up to her school to take a seat while putting the Sorting Hat on top of her. After that, there was a sudden pause before the hat moaned very loudly. The fuck? Sorting Hat, oh ye is thought feeloless good. Adam. I think I might have to reevaluate my opinion on the Sorting Hat. Seriously, is he high or something? I glanced at Rose. She seemed to have a WTF look on her face. I glanced back at the Sorting Hat and realized that had started to giggle. What? Dumbledore cleared his throat. Dumbledore, excuse me, I do believe you're supposed to be sorting her. The eye twinkling on full blast. Jay wonder how he does what must be some type of drug. Sorting Hat, hey Albie, can I keep her? Dumbledore looked puzzled by the question. Dumbledore, no. Sorting Hat, ah. Dumbledore, can you please sort her? Sorting Hat, fine, Ravenclaw. Luna smiled before taking the hat off her head and giving it to McGonagall, who looked quite amused before heading back to join me and Rose at the Ravenclaw table. It had also been very amusing after it was the last student Ginny's turn to be sorted. The hat had actually leaped off her head and began crawling towards Luna as it begged. Sorting Hat dash, please put me on. I have to sit on a shelf for an entire year. Adam dash. Rose. Luna looked up to Professor McGonagall for permission. McGonagall sighed. Professor McGonagall, very well. Luna smiled before grabbed the hat gently and put it over her head. Professor McGonagall, please bring him back to me, once lunch is over. Luna nodded. Luna, yes, kitty cat professor. Once Luna put on the hat, immediately went limp in pleasure. I and Rose stared at her for a moment before a soft smile made its way to my lips. Welp, this year is definitely going to be interesting, especially with her around. Creators. Chapter 75, Chapter 62. The next morning I woke up with no Rose. It was kind of weird considering that I have grown quite attached to her. I kind of miss her, and also I was secretly hoping for another kiss. Once headed downstairs I spotted Rose and Luna. Luna was her usually self while Rose was a bit irritated. She must have not gotten any sleep. I kind of feel flattered knowing she cannot sleep without me in the bed with her. I smiled at them. Adam, good morning everyone. Luna smiled as well while Rose just nodded. Luna, good morning. I'm not sure Rose had one though I'm sure she could use a cup of coffee. Rose nodded again. My smile grew. Adam, welp, let's do it then. I did a poor impression of Buzz Lightyear's voice and grabbed her hand making her blush. Adam, to Breakfinity and beyond. I dragged her over to the Ravenclaw table followed by Luna not many seconds later. Once we were at the Ravenclaw table, Rose had gotten her coffee which made her awake and started eating breakfast. The food was good, I admit. But it was about as healthy as getting kicked in the dick 1,000 times. Once the breakfast continued, the rest of our friends greeted us, and the funniest of things has happened. Once the students has gotten their letters from home involving a certain weasel, I took certain pleasure to see him cringe as Mrs. Weasley's voice echoed throughout the room. Mrs. Weasley, Ronald Weasley, hoe dare you steal that CR. Your father is facing inquiry at work and it is all your fault. I am very disgusted with you. Oh, and Ginny dear, congratulations on making Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud. It's so funny how she can just turn a complete 180 with her personality. It's too bad she's a racist. She seems like a good woman from afar, or a name cyst, huh? Clancist maybe. Both Weasleys looked highly embarrassed. I kind of feel bad for Ginny. The next class has turned out to be her biology. We bid Luna good day and met up with Hermione and Neville before leaving the castle and went through. Hermione looked torn from annoyed to curiosity at the howler, annoyed mostly because of the noise. She was curious, because she was trying to find out who actually put a person through that. As we were wearing the greenhouse gases, we saw that most of all of the students were waiting for Professor Sprout. Unfortunately we managed to run into a minor annoyance, Ronald Weasley. Ron, hey Rosie. He said as he put his arm around her. The funny thing is, he was trying really hard to push me out of the way. I was about to blast him out of my sight and turn him into a jackalope like Artemis does to other men when a highly annoyed Rose beat me to it. He eventually found himself being thrown over Rose's shoulder into a pile of mud. I turned to the side to dodge a splash of mud being thrown at me. Rose has been learning some new skills from Sirius and apparently it had done a lot of good. It was beautiful. I smiled at her in pride. That's my Rose. She seemingly noticed my gaze and blushed, probably still thinking about the kiss. Chapter 76, Chapter 63. Hermione sighed and shook her head. Hermione, I am very sorry about him. He is just obsessed with the idea that Rose is his friend. Rose, there is no need to apologize, although warn him next time he does that or he might find himself lacking an arm or a leg. She growled the last part and I admit it was kind of hot. I sighed. That idiot never learns. Hermione nodded her head and we headed over to the other side of the room as we stepped over Ron. Hello everyone. Professor Sprout came in tad all in bandages along with Professor Lockhart, who was grinning widely and to my surprise still sparkling. How do you even do that? Lockhart, oh hello, I didn't see you there. He beamed at everyone that was around us and said. Lockhart, I am just taking Professor Sprout to Dr. Whooping Willow the right way. I don't want you to think I'm better at herbology than she is. I just happened to come across several exotic plants during my travels. Professor Sprout looked very irritated at his antics. She looked like she was about to throw him into a lion's den, which would have been amusing to see. My expression turned blank as we were immediately hit in the face. Rose the smell of fertilizer, damped earth, and a dozen of different magical plants. Rose looked like, if I stand any second in the same room with this moron I'm going to rip his head off. Luckily Sprout had come to us with a potion. I, of course, didn't really need it but I downed it anyway. I turned to Rose with a concerned look. Adam Dash, are you okay, Rose? Rose, Lockhart keeps pestering me thinking I want his bloody fame and keeps trying to take me under his wing. I nodded in understanding and patted her on the back. Adam, I could see how that could make you annoyed. She had growled in response. I turned my attention back to Professor Sprout, who came back with a box of earmuffs. Professor Sprout, excuse me, may I have your attention please? She banged the pot with a trowel 5 times to get the people's attention who were either chattering amongst each other or lost in each other's thoughts. She smiled once her action and intentions have been a success. Professor Sprout, alright, now that I've got your attention, here's what I want you to do. Chapter 77, Chapter 64. Sprout Dash, these are earmuffs, everyone must take a pair. I will give you the thumbs up when it is safe to take them off. For now, earmuffs on. Adam, I did what was told. To my surprise it completely shut off all sound. None of the earpieces I wore never really worked for me, so to me it was a surprise. Sprout herself did the same to her own ears with fluffy pink versions. And rolled up the sleeves of her robes. She then grasped one of the fluffy plants with her own hands firmly and yanked it out of the earth hard. It was ugly, pale green, molted skin and leaves that were growing at the top of its head. I'm sorry, it's a he went away from me at the moment. It also looked to be screaming with all his might at the top of his lungs. It actually shouldn't be possible as plants do not have lungs. He has. Do plants have lungs? No, that is why magic is BS. Sprout gave us the thumbs up and took her earmuffs off. We did the same a second after. Sprout, their cries won't kill yet as our mandrakes are only seedlings, however they will knock you out for several hours, and I'm sure you don't want to miss your first day back. I will attract your attention when it is time to pack up. Make sure your earmuffs are in place securely while you work. There is a large supply of pots here, 4 to a tray, compost in the sacks over there, and be careful of the venomous tentacula, it's a huge pervert. I raised an eyebrow as I saw the large feathers that had been sneakily inching slowly over her shoulders. She gave it a sharp slap making it draw back in. I shook my head, and joined Hermione, Rose, and Neville at a tray as I put the earmuffs back on. I noticed that everyone wasn't looking. While I saw Ron looking our way I had a sudden idea. I gave Rose a quick peck on the lips causing her to freeze. I smirked at Ron's seething expression before I went back to work. Rose did the exact same thing but her face was still beet red. She kept her eyes on the plant and never once made eye contact. Chapter 78, Chapter 65. After lunch, we had gone to the class that everyone had been dreading, Lockhart's class. Because of this, during around lunchtime, Rose kept on bemoaning, while Hermione tried comforting her. It failed. Unfortunately, it was as bad as I had imagined it to be when the class had first started. The peculiar man entered the room all sparkly and with the posture of a chicken. Oh, and by the way, he was still sparkling. I'm still quite curious about how someone could possibly do that and still keep their pride as a man. He stretched his arm out, reaching for the teacup with his name engraved on the side in golden ink. He then hoisted it up for the entire class to see and said, Lockhart, me, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, honorary member of the Dark Magic Defense League, the Order of Merlin, and 5-time winner of the Witch's Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. My eyebrows twitched. Yes, that's a real thing, that people take pride in. Honestly, it's not much different from my previous worlds. They praise the beauty and get more money off of that. I, however, see no beauty, only annoyances, and my god, man, will he stop sparkling. Lockhart, but I don't talk about that. I don't get rid of the abandoned banshee by just smiling at her. He waited patiently for a few laughs. My eyebrow twitched more violently. A few people did laugh but it was very weak. Rose was glaring at him the entire time, her face slightly green. It was amusing to see Hermione's reaction. It's good to see her re-evaluating her opinion on that idiotic moron. Lockhart, you also seem to have brought the complete set of all of my books. Marvelous job. Now I can start you off with a quiz. He then started handing out quizzes to all of the students. I stared at what was on the paper in front of me with a blank look, while Rose looked at it in bewilderment. Rose, what the hell? I shrugged, meh, why not? I grabbed my pen and started writing. Rose gave me a look of shock. Adam, what? Rose, you're actually answering these? I put the paper to her face for her to see. 1. What color is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite? Green, vomit. 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? Watching gay porn. 3. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement? Putting his underwear on the right way. Rose giggled slightly and started doing something similar. Hermione looked torn between amused and disappointed by our actions. I know it's childish, but you missed the part where that's my problem. I just shrugged and continued on, inwardly can't wait to see his reaction. You live for the simple things, you know. The simple things. Chapter 79, C. Chapter 80, Happy Valentine's Day. Chapter 81, Chapter 66. It came to pass after everyone had finished answering that Lockhart went up to collect everybody's paper. It was very amusing to see Lockhart's face go through various different expressions on his now very pale when it came to mine and Rose's papers. Lockhart, yes, ahem, well, hardly any of you remember that my favorite color is lilac. I say so in the Year with the Yeti. And a few if you need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully, as I had stated very clearly in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift would be harmony between all magic and non-magical people, though I wouldn't say no to a large bowl of often old fire whiskey. My eyebrow twitched more violently and I had to stop myself from flinging him to space. He gave a wink before continuing. Lockhart, now back to business. He reached and pulled a covering cage from under his desk. Lockhart, now be warned, this is one of the foulest creatures known to mankind, and it is my job to arm you with the tools and skills necessary to defend yourselves. I smirked. Oh, this ain't gonna be good. Lockhart, I have noticed here that some of you might be facing your biggest fears in this room. Note that no harm would come to you while I am here with you. You know, that moron sure knows how to hype a crowd. Everyone leaned into the table, even Rose. I can tell you that without my knowledge or Loki's memories and experiences, I would probably be doing the same. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover before looking at us and said in a low voice. Lockhart, I must ask you not to scream. Everybody held in their breaths as he uncovered the cage and said dramatically. Lockhart, yes. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Seamus let out noise not even Lockhart could mistake as a scream of terror. The said moron turned to him and asked. Lockhart dash, yes, Seamus, was it? Seamus nodded. Seamus dash, are they dangerous? Lockhart, don't be so sure. He wagged a finger at him. It was kind of annoying, to me anyway, the way he did it, in his face. Tricky devilish little buggers they can be. I saw one of them spot me. I smirked as I saw their eyes widened in recognition. I waved discreetly. I guess, I forgot to describe them, huh? Well, they are very small, about 8 inches in height. With very big cerulean blue eyes. They seem to be rocketing and jabbering ever since Lockhart opened the cover. Rose, aw, they're so cute. I shot her an amused look. Rose, what? I said nothing but gestures to Lockhart and let him answer for me. Proceeding to do something stupid, he opened the cage. 2 of them managed to seize Neville's ears. Hey father. I turned and saw one on my shoulder giving me a mischievous smirk. Which matched my own. Adam, excellent work daughter, but try pretending not to know me. I have a certain business in the mortal realm and I can't let anyone notice from that. She gave me a salute and went back to causing chaos. Lockhart, round them up to they're just pixies. Lockhart, pesca pesci pesternami. Nothing happened, no scratch that it only made it worse. Lockhart had to dive under his own desk to avoid his pictures ramming into his brains. Hermione stood up, clearly pissed off if that look on her face is anything to go by, and growled. Hermione, all right, I had enough of this. Hermione reached for her wand and growled. Hermione, Immobolius. All of them suddenly paused, as if they were frozen in time. I watched in amusement at both Hermione and Lockhart's reaction. Lockhart looked around wearily before he leaped onto his feet and pretended like the freezing was his doing, and Hermione who looked increasingly irritated and was already re-evaluating her opinion on that moron. Lockhart, aha, there you have it, folks. I knew it would work. Hermione looked ready to rip his head off from his body with her own hands. Lockhart was extremely lucky that the bell rang, otherwise we would have been short of a professor. Once the bell had rung, everyone ran off. That Pounce Lockhart is very resilient. When he really wants something he kept trying to corner Rose. It was about time I grew sick of it and blasted him off to God King knows where. Rose, him again. Doesn't he have lessons to screw up? I nodded at her as I led her through another secret underground passage as Lockhart went above us. Adam, yes, he does, but he probably considers you being under his wing more important. Finally, we had reached my history class. My eyes widened before a small smirk made its way onto my face as I recognized that strange man that sat behind the teacher's desk. He was a middle-aged man with a thinning beard, bushy eyebrows and an intense brown eye. Yup, you guessed it, this was Chiron, and he is apparently our history teacher. Chiron, just in time, please take your seats. Chapter 82, Chapter 67. We did what was told and then Chiron himself wheeled in front of the entire classroom. Chiron, at some point in time Professor Binns had died and moved on, so I will take his place till he is well. Hello class, my name is Professor Brunner and I will be teaching history. Loud groans could be heard, probably thinking that since this new teacher is here they will actually have to learn and listen. I paid more attention because I knew that having a teacher who actually lived through the events of the past will certainly be interesting. Chiron, I will be going over your names, just to make sure I got everyone before we start. We all nodded. Some of us did, some of us didn't do anything. Just as he said Chiron had gone over all of the names of the class, what caught my attention was that when he went over our names he gave a slight pause as if he was trying to memorize something before he moved on and finished. Chiron, I have some things to ask you that is extremely concerning to me. Your former teacher has only taught you the Goblins' Rebellion, correct? The crowd gave a noise of agreement. Chiron, I see, that is very concerning to me. There is a saying in the Muggle world, they are doomed to repeat history if they do not learn it. I am not sure how long I will be as your temporary professor, but I will do my best to fill in your education. Now would you please turn to the 10th page of the textbook that is on your desk. As to be expected, Chiron was an excellent professor. He taught us lessons like he had experienced it himself. Which for people like me who had already known he did, as he was a millennia-year-old centaur who has seen and experienced a lot, would approve of his performance. A few weeks had passed by since then and everything has been pretty dull lately. It's a good thing that Ginny hadn't gotten a diary. I know of this because I noticed Ginny seemed to be her usual normal self. Something big happened on Saturday though when we were walking and both I and Rose heard a quiet sob. Rose, what was that? I put my hand and ear to the door and heard the sobs grew louder. I pointed a finger and muttered. Adam, Alohoroma. The door suddenly flew open revealing a bound and gagged Luna. Adam, get Professor Flitwick. Rose. Rose nodded, snapped out of her frozen state and hurriedly did what was told. After I undid everything and let Luna go free I asked in concern. Adam, are you okay, Luna? She nodded and said in her usual dreamy tone. Luna, I naturally am, I knew you were coming. I sighed. Adam, of course you did. Chapter 83, Schedule Update. Chapter 84, Chapter 68. Adam, of course you did. I guess you also have an idea of who done this to you. Luna nodded. Luna, yes I have, Maritisa Re Edgecombe, and Cho Chang. I think they felt threatened when I told them her boyfriend was cheating on her. I facepalmed. Adam, of course, they did, they seemed poised and they act on their emotions. Luna, you can't just say things like that if you don't have the strength to protect yourself from the result. She smiled. Luna, I was not worried, I knew you were going to rescue me. I opened my mouth to say something when it closed when I spotted Flitwick and Rose rushing to us from the corner. "Fitch, Ms. Lovegood, what is going on? Who had done this?" Luna repeated what she told me but went deeper into detail. Flitwick looked angry. "Flitwick, do not worry, Ms. Lovegood, we will have this situation under control. Thank you, Mr. Black and Miss Potter, for bringing this to my attention. This abuse will not be tolerated." He helped Luna to her feet and led her out toward the Ravenclaw common room, leaving both Rose and me alone. I also noticed something different with Rose. "Adam, are you okay, Rose?" Rose dash, "I'm fine, let's go." Something was definitely wrong. I should keep my eye on Rose just in case things turn out exactly like canon. I put both hands to the back of my head and followed Rose to the common room where Professor Flitwick was chewing out both Edgecombe and Chong for their actions. I'd be lying if I told them it wasn't amusing, because it most definitely was. At this point October had seemed to fly by. I had noticed again that Rose had kept disappearing with her friends Hermione and Ginny. Halloween had come and I am left alone, as both Rose and Hermione had vanished from the face of the earth. Once I entered a room, I paused at the sight of a stage that was set up with candles. I saw Professor McGonagall. "McGonagall, all right, guys, a few students with to celebrate Halloween for you girls." The candles turned off, causing my eyes to widen as Rose and Hermione and Ginny appeared in cosplay. I had a feeling that this was going on. Man, they look good. The show Yar Yar Yukai then started with Rose as Yuki. Hermione was Haruki. And Ginny was Mikuru. The show was amusing, I admit, and apparently I was not alone, as the students seemed to like it too. After the show was over, a red missile suddenly slammed into my chest, almost knocking me out of my chair. "Adam, whoa, slow down, Rose." "Rose, sorry, I can't help it, I felt a rush. So how was it?" I smiled. "Adam, it was a great show. Nonetheless, you're not very good at staying in character." Rose glared playfully at me. "Rose, Pratt." The evening went by in a flash and Rose, Ginny and Hermione met at the hall, both deemed very excited and felt good about their performance. We then followed the crowd and found an even bigger crowd crowded against something. "Hermione, what's going on?" It was Thrart time already. I pushed my way through the crowd to see what was going on, and my frown grew deeper once I realized what all the commotion was about. It was exactly what I expected when I saw that painting. Exactly what I had expected. Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the hairs beware. Enemies of the air beware, and apparently the person who handwrote this doesn't really know how to spell. It was him, he did this. I looked up and spotted Ron pointing a finger at me. I gave him a deadpanned look. "Adam, really?" I was in the common room the entire time. Most of the Ravenclaw had seen me that night. "Ron dash, shut up, you slimy snake." My expression turned blank before I turned to Ginny, who looked ready to wring his neck. "Adam, Ginny, could you beat some sense into your brother?" she growled in response. "Ginny, I'd be happy to." "Flitch, what the bloody hell is going on here?" He pushed through the crowds rashly. Once he saw the sight of his dead cat, his eyes widened in horror. "Flitch, Mrs. Norris. Who could have dash?" High gaze landed on me. "Flitch, you killed her, I'll kill you. What is going on here?" I turned to see Madame Bones pushing her way through the forward along with some of her Aurors. Her gaze landed on the cat and her eyes widened. "Bones, Shackleton, seal the area." "Yes, ma'am." "Bones, the rest of you clear the rest out. Mr. Black, you stay here." "Adam dash, Madame Bones." "I had an idea, I just need to be sure." Madame Bones turned to me and said, "Bones, you clearly have some insight on who did this, right?" I nodded. "Adam, I do." "Bones dash, then I'll need some of your insight on this investigation." I nodded. This confirms it, and not jumping to conclusions like most of the population. My respect for her just grew. "Adam, you can leave now," I told my friends, who looked hesitant. "Adam, I'll be fine." They looked hesitant but did what was told. Chapter 85, Chapter 69. Dumbledore and my cousin Tonks had appeared once the crowd was completely evaporated. Dumbledore, Miss Tonks told me you would like to speak to me. May I ask what's this about Amelia? Bones, something serious has come up, so I am afraid this will have to wait for Albus. Dumbledore, ah, I see, then may I ask why is Mr. Malfoy here? Adam, it's Black, and I'm here because Madam's Bones want me to be here. Bones, yes exactly, Mr. Black has proven to have great insight when necessary. He was the one who spotted Pettigrew while he was in his ambiguous form. Dumbledore, ah, how interesting. He said this while eyeing me thoughtfully. I ignored it. Bones, tell me Mr. Black, what did you see? Adam, well, there was a lot of water on the 3rd floor dash. Filth, what does that have to do anything? Adam, and there aren't many things that can petrify something like this. There are many things actually, I just don't feel the need to tell them. Adam, there is the cockatoo, the gorgons and the basilisk. Those are the only 3 I can think of at the top of my head. We can take out the cockatrice because there aren't any wounds on her. The gorgon as well. Bones, so you think this is the basilisk then? I shrugged my shoulders. Adam, maybe, I could be completely wrong though and just be a spell from some kind of creature, or could be an heir to Slytherin as one of Voldemort's followers. As expected, there was chaos. The chaos lasted for a couple of seconds but ended when Madam's Bones told everyone to shut the hell up before she turned back to me. Bones, how is that possible? You know who is dead. Adam, well, considering the fact that I and Rose fought him last week, he's really not. I ignored the look that Dumbledore gave me and continued. Adam, I thought that you had known already. Bones growled in response, glaring heavily at a nervous-looking Dumbledore. Bones, I didn't. After a minute or so staring at Dumbledore, she turned to me and asked, looking more worried than before. Bones, so what do we do now? Adam, nothing. I will take care of Riddle myself the next time I see him. Adam unless we find out who the heir is, we can't stop him from opening the chamber. Bones, very good, thank you for your insight on this. I'm very impressed. You are correct on all levels. There could be a future for you in the Auror Corps. She sighed. Bones, just in case, I will assign some Aurors to watch this school just to keep watch. I trust that you will keep quiet on this matter. I gave her nod. Bones, very well, you are dismissed. Before I left in deep thought. If it is not Ginny, then who could it? Oh hell, I hope I'm wrong. There's no way that moron would be that stupid. Time has passed since the Mrs. Norris incident and things have been kind of hectic. I've been determined to make this as normal as I can because I had had enough of the BS, but sadly life seems to not want to do things my way and made the time fly past me with a finger snap. Adam. I jolted out of bed a couple of days late to see a panicked-looking Ginny. Adam, what? Ginny, it's Luna. The heir to Slytherin has taken her. I leaped to my feet. Adam, what happened? Ginny explained what had happened and my eyes grew wider by the second. Time flies by fast. Adam leaped to his feet and sprinted to the door. Ginny, where are you going? Adam, where they are. Ginny, do you even know where? I nodded. Adam, I have a very good idea, stay safe Ginny. I closed the door and opened a portal to Luna's location. Once I entered, I stared in shock at what I saw before me. Luna was there, but also Hermione, and she looked worse. That wasn't what shocked me. Yes, there was Tom's screams of agony and rage, but was also the unfamiliar expression on Rose's face and the pools of crimson-orange energy that replaced her eyes as the temperatures shot up to above mortal temperatures. She looked like a mixture of the Avatar and freaking Dragon Ball Z with the red flaming aura surrounding her. When she spoke, it was like two voices inside one. Rose I have had enough. Your crimes against my daughter are unacceptable, and for that, you must die. She sounded very pissed too. The temperatures increased, as did the flames that were upon Riddle grew larger as well. Once Riddle was nothing but ash, she turned to me and let loose a faint smile. Rose, thank you, outsider, for looking after my daughter. I am very grateful she has someone like you. I nodded. Realizing now that this must be the Phoenix Force. Adam, yes, Lord Phoenix. She waved it off. Phoenix dash, none of that, outsider, after all, you are kind of our brethren as well. My eyes widened and her smile grew. Phoenix, again, thank you for looking after my daughter, you have my blessing and do me a favor, keep an eye on that Weasley idiot for me. After she said that, the light in her eyes faded, revealing her now tired-looking beautiful emerald green eyes. She stumbled a bit. I quickly snapped out of my daze and caught her before she fell to the ground. Rose, Adam? I smiled at her. Adam, I'm here. She smiled weakly before her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she fainted. I checked her pulse before sighing in relief, magic exhaustion. I glanced at the others and noticed Luna then Ron with the dairy. I suppressed the urge to murder that boy before turning to Luna and Hermione and walked towards them. My hands glowed green. Chapter 86, Chapter 70. A sudden portal to the hospital had caused quite a commotion. Our appearance nearly gave Pomfrey a heart attack. But she quickly snapped out of her funk and dragged us all to the hospital bed, me included. Although I seemed to be innocuous, she still wouldn't hear it. She told me to be checked up just to be sure. I ended up bullshitting them over using Loki's lying skills, making them result in the portal as accidental magic. It's funny how dumb wizards can be. I stared at Rose while she was asleep. She turned out to be fine as to be expected. But it's already been 2 days and I was starting to get a little worried. Ginny had also arrived the next day. Apparently, she had bumped into Lockhart on the way and that dunce had done something stupid and it probably backfired, causing injuries to herself. You don't need to know what happened to Lockhart after I heard that. Let's just say he's not going to be a problem anymore. Unfortunately, Ginny's eyes opened slowly during that time as I was smiling and she frowned when she looked at me. Ginny, you look creepy when you smile like that, she said, snapping me out of my daze. Adam, I'm just glad you're okay. She was about to respond when a loud, familiar, annoying voice boomed across the halls. Unfortunately, I recognized this instantly as well as Ginny. Ginny. Yup, look who barged in, it's the old plump woman herself, Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley, oh thank goodness you're all right. You see, what have I told you about being acquainted with a Slytherin? They are nothing but trouble. We frowned at that. Ginny, he's actually a Ravenclaw. Mrs. Weasley scoffed. If possible, her expression became more disdainful. Mrs. Weasley, still a Malfoy, I'm disappointed in you. I thought you'd know better than to associate yourself with the likes of them. My frown deepened. Whatever respect I had been holding onto for Mrs. Weasley was thrown out of the window. I now bought her as a racist bitch who likes to generalize a person based on what a few had done. I was about to step in when Ginny beat me to it. She shoved her off rather violently with a scowl on her face. Mrs. Weasley, how dare you dash? Ginny, how dare you? I'm not just going to sit here and let you insult my friend like that. Mrs. Weasley looked shocked. Mrs. Weasley dash, now see he dash. Ginny, no. I've had enough. You should know better not to judge a person before meeting them yourself. Dad taught us better than that. As I said, I will not leave my friend's side for a reason as stupid as that. I stood wide-eyed at what transpired. Who knew Ginny was so feisty? Well said, Miss Weasley, I wouldn't have said it any better myself. I snapped out of my daze again and glanced around and spotted Pomfrey smiling at her before she turned to Mrs. Weasley with a frown. Pomfrey dash, if you're going to insult my patients like that more than I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Ginny blushed while Mrs. Weasley turned red before she turned and stormed out of the room. I could see where Ron gets his attitude from. Chapter 87, Chapter 71. The doors suddenly slammed open, revealing me. Mr. Lovegood, my mother, and a very pissed-off Sirius Black. Adam, what's got your panties in a twist, Sirius? I pointedly ignored the look my mother gave me as he responded. Sirius, that damned Dumbledore thought it would be great not to tell me about what had happened a couple of days ago. I frowned. Adam, shouldn't he be arrested by now? What happened? Yeah, apparently they grew sick of Dumbledore and his manipulative actions and sought to arrest him by filing a case, but that was a year ago and I just had to ask. Sirius sighed. Serious, it's in the process. Luckily for us, a lot of Dumbledore supporters won't be happy about the fact that he kept the children being attacked in the school a secret. I smirked. Adam, yeah, things will go downhill especially when they found out it was a basilisk that we fought. That gave them a pause as they turned to me with wide eyes. Mother, I'm sorry, I think I misheard, did you just say you fought a basilisk? Adam, yup, I and Rose managed to kill it. Well, her mother did, but they don't need to know of that, did. Mother / serious, what? I winced. Oh boy, here comes the scolding. And scolding they did, and it vibrated in my ear for a while. They soon stopped after 30 minutes. Ginny gave her input which calmed them down a bit. Wand Luna, who was up now, traitor, didn't even say anything. I know she saw, considering that look she gave me could be considered mischievous. After that, I took a nap. I know I don't need tea, so why did I do it? Well, mainly because I wanted to. When I woke up I found Rose awake. She looked slightly depressed. I frowned. Adam, what's wrong? Rose, are you mad at me? I looked at her in surprise. Adam, mad? Why would I be mad with you? Rose looked down. Rose, because of what I did, and what happened into the chambers. I frowned at her but nonetheless gave her a blunt answer. Adam, yes, I am a little mad at that. I'm mad that you didn't call for my help or any others and just went there alone. That was very reckless and stupid. I mean, what would have happened if your mother wasn't there? God King only knows what would happen. She cringed at that, mostly at the harshness of my tone. But looked down, tears started streaming her face. I pulled her chin up and looked her in the eyes. Adam, I don't hate you for it, not am I going to abandon you for it, why? It's really simple, really, I love you. Her eyes widened as I put my lips to hers. Before a few seconds late she melted in and started kissing back. Once we parted her face was red and I smiled. Adam, I love you and I don't want to lose you, however, if you must go next time please tell me, okay? She looked up and smiled, wiping the tears from her face, and nodded. Well, it's about time. We turned and spotted Ginny at the doorway grinning widely at us. Pomfrey looked annoyed while Hermione, who was now awake, now looking torn between glaring and grinning. Rose rolled her eyes but nonetheless gave a smile in return as she tightened her grip on my hand. We managed to finally get out of the hospital. After a quick checkup we all went to the library later because Hermione wanted to ease up her studying withdrawal symptoms. An hour and a half later I sensed something nearby. I quickly relaxed when I sensed no ill intent coming from it, but it seemed it wanted to see me or something. I turned to the girls and asked, Adam, could you give me a minute? I need to nip the loo. The girls nodded and left. Rose left not before giving me a peck on the cheek. I made my way into an abandoned classroom, closed and locked the door. I paused and tilted my head behind me. Adam, I know you're there, you can come out. The light suddenly flickered before a blinding light flashed in the room. Once the light died down to form the shape of a human, the light faded, revealing a guy who looked to be an older me with green eyes, brown hair. Most importantly, I spotted the scars on his face. I could sense the power and authority radiated off of him. So we finally meet, Adam. I stared at the person trying to figure him out before I asked a question that has been bothering me ever since I laid eyes on him. Adam, who are you? And how do you know my name? The man smiles. I am a man that goes by many titles, but the titles you might recognize me of is the one above all, and most importantly, your father. My eyes widened. Chapter 88, thank you. Chapter 89, Chapter 72 done. I clenched my fist over my wand as I heard him declare that. Using my imagination I was able to detect if he was telling the truth or just straight up lies. It ended up being the truth. My wand switched to a water hose P. Putting my infinite magic reserves to the test, I blasted him with a magic-infused blast, sending him flying through the walls. Luckily there was no one there, or else they would have reported it instantly and caused a lot of problems. Father, ... Okay, I deserve that. Perked up about that and smiled. Serious, yes, of course, this seems like something you'll enjoy. What do you know animagi? I smirked. Rose, what's an amnigaus? Adam, an amnigaus is a witch or wizard who can turn into an animal at will. Sirius dash, correct, you seemed very well informed. I shrugged. Adam, I read a book about it. Rose's face lit up very eagerly for the idea and asked. Rose, when do we start? Sirius, right when we get to the park. He caught our looks and frowned. Sirius, what, I'm not going to do that stupid inside a house or any building. We don't know how big you'll be, so you'll end up tearing the house down or make a mess, for example if you transform into something like a dragon. We nodded at the idea and waited until after we finished our breakfast to hurry out, the almost running over my mum in the process. Chapter 92, Chapter 74. Once we made it to the park, Sirius immediately got to work teaching us how to be amnigus. Rose went first. She closed her eyes, and transformed. A bunny, a white bunny. I nodded. Very cute. She seemed fond of bunnies too. I thought for one she was going to turn into a phoenix or something. She did look content. I guess she really liked that form. My imagination ran wild. Killer bunny mind flashes to a bunny with a bloody knife leaping to his target with a crazy grin on his face. Energizer bunny. My mind flashed to a drum set with a bunny dressed like he was in a gang setting on a chair with drums set in front of him making some mean beats, energy coursing everywhere as he slammed the sticks into the drum set. He looked like a badass. Shinobi bunny. Bunny dressed in all black with a red headband, red fingerless gloves and red shinobi sandals. He hopped from roof to roof until he spotted a shadowy figure leaping into action. He grinned as a familiar flaming ball of energy appeared into his hands as he made impact with it. Bunny speedster. A cluster of lightning bolts flickered as I saw more clearly the bunny, more clearly the same emerald green eyes cackling with electricity as he zoomed through the streets, hands behind his back like Naruto or Sonic and a smirk on his face. He took a deep breath before he zoomed faster, breaking the sound barrier, causing a loud shockwave. And so much more. Once I was done, she transformed back into her human self and grinned at me. Sirius turned to me. Sirius, your turn. I nodded before I closed my eyes and suddenly found myself somewhat small. Rose, so cute. She picked me up and squeezed me into her developing bust, hugging me tightly. Sirius snickered as I clawed desperately for air. That traitor. Sirius, Rose, I think that's enough, he can barely breathe. Rose smiled. Rose, he's fine. I leaped out of her arms and transformed back to my human state. She pouted. Rose, darn. I turned to them. Adam, what did I look like? Sirius, a strange and young-looking white wolf. Rose, you were very pretty. Danger. I turned and caught a little girl whose stomach slammed into my palm. This had caught the attention of both Sirius and Rose. Rose, are you all right? Yes, I am, but... I'm sorry, it was all my fault, it was an accident, I swear. I looked up and spotted a darker-skinned girl looking at me with panic and slightly fearful expression. I admit it was well known with how people treat the African American society, and I did not like that at all. God King only knows how many times I had encountered a racist douchebag during my vigilante spree as Poison. That was not my name, by the way. My name was actually called the Cosmic Spider. Amongst the British mortal, Muggle society. Adam, are you okay, miss? Kayla, my name is Kayla. Plus, come on out. Demigod. Ah, there you are. A scruffy man with a goatee, a Rest's hat and baggy jeans came rushing up to us. Kayla, Gary, where did you go? My eyes widened. Gary, never mind that, we need to go right now, before they find us. I'm afraid it's too late for that, you little satyr. A sultry feminine voice spoke, causing all of us to turn. It was a very good, gorgeous woman, killer figure, rusty red eyes, snow white skin, long white hair. Gary moaned. Gary plus, oh no, we're dead. Ooh, 2 half-blood for the price of 1, very delicious. She licked her lips in a very sensual manner. Yup, that pretty much confirms it. Adam, you are a impausa, am I right? She raised an eyebrow. Very astute of you. She transformed into the monster form of herself. Yeah, no. I blasted her with golden magical energy, causing her to scream in pain before slowly going to dust. Everybody except Rose stared wide-eyed at what just happened. Sirius, what the hell is going on? I scratched the back of my head sheepishly. Adam, it's a long story. Chapter 93, More Fix to Keep You Busy. See as Naruto Exam Time Loop Naruto Forum.questionablequesting.com. Reborn as Naruto Fictional Multiverse Original Story Webnovel.com. Reborn as Mizuki Webnovel.com. Yamacha Chronicles, Yamacha is web novel. Planeswalker Gothic. SI Multiverse Fanfiction.net. DC Gothic Fanfiction.net SI in DC. Emperor Gothic SI Multiverse Fanfiction. Emperor Gothic, Multiverse Dark Version Fanfic. Reborn as Gohan SI Fanfic. Bond Breaker SI Multicross Forum Spacebattles.com. Awesome sites. Fanfiction.net. Forum.questionablequesting.com. Forum. SufficientVelocity.com. ForumSpaceBattles.com. Chapter 94, Chapter 75. Once we had returned home with new companions, I was explaining to him and Mother what was going on. I took a small break for a minute to let him digest everything that he soaked in so far. Sirius, let me see if I got that one correctly. That guy is a satyr. He gestured to Gary, who nodded hesitantly. I grinned. Adam, yup, is supposed to be protecting Kayla from the monsters that were out to get her. He sighed. Sirius, yes of course, and apparently Greek gods exist, and those monster were creatures from myths that were attacking you guys because you were supposed children of these demigods. Yup, well, Rose is for me, it's my grandmother, as my mother is already here. I heard my mother sigh in relief. She must have thought she got laid with those man whores or something. Heh. Sirius groaned. Sirius, just great, any other bombshells you'd like to throw at us? The sarcastic tone was very clear in his voice. I smirked as I had explained to him about the whole myths is real type thing, our heritage, why I and Rose will have to go to America to hamp half-blood, and who I am. If I didn't, a worse conclusion might occur. My idiotic brother might come barging in unannounced without thinking the slightest bit about the consequences he might put on me and spilling the beans. Of course I didn't spill about the outsider bit at all. They don't need to know about that yet. So might as well, right? Sirius looked like he had aged several years. Mother had a deep frown. Mum, why didn't you tell me? Adam, honestly I didn't know how you react to me being the reincarnation of an evil Norse prince of Asgard, and if worse comes to worst I didn't think you needed the extra stress. Besides, it doesn't matter, I was planning on telling you eventually. She slowly nodded but gave me a look saying we will talk about this later. Sirius was also seen rubbing his forehead with his left hand. Sirius, let me get this straight, what you're saying is that all mythologies exist, and you happen to be strongly related to the Greek pantheon and her father and mother are still alive. You also have to go to America's New York, to get claimed, and also you happen to be the reincarnation of Norse god Loki, who was banished from Asgard accidentally due to rage. I just want to make sure I got that right. I nodded. Sirius, I am going to have to see proof just to clarify. Oh right, I let loose my divine aura so everyone can feel it, and my clothes shine to clothing very similar to MCU Loki. I hate wearing this though, even though it's surprisingly comfortable, it makes me look like an idiot. All of our eyes widened. Gary looked stunned that other gods exist besides Greek. Before Gary, panic rushed over to me and bowed. Adam, please get up, you don't have to do that. Gary tried to protest, saying how I was a god and this and that, but I quickly deputed it and set him upright. Rose, who was watching all of this with amusement in her eyes. Wait. Adam, wait, Rose, how are you not shocked by this? I know you know your mother is alive, but what about your dad? She chuckled. Rose, actually no, my mother was the one who told me about everything, and once I had met her, I also met a lady claiming to be death incarnate telling me that I was her mistress in my Las Coma AO knew my father was not human from what my mother told me, so nothing really shocks me anymore. That's why I was able to sense death when I watched her. Interesting. Sirius groaned again as he slammed his head down on the desk. Sirius, oh Merlin, my head. I and Rose laughed. Mum let out another soft sigh, and her lips quirked slightly upwards. I will tell her about Dad later, that enough spilling for today. After that me and Rose got ready to pack for the summer. We got together with Gary and Kayla and greeted Mum and Sirius goodbye. I snapped my fingers and a golden portal shimmered to existence. With that, I walked through them following hesitantly shortly after. Chapter 95, Chapter 76. Hello beautiful. I gazed at the Statue of Liberty standing there glottering with pride and glory with a satisfied smile on my face. This is America. It feels kind of good to return here. Although it's not the same time America as mine, as the old car models and the houses, we walked through the streets each of us in casual clothing. As we walked I noticed glares people sent towards Kalia. I also noticed she seemed to shrink behind me. Rose noticed this too and frowned. It was definitely America, and racism was a lot worse around this time. MLK just died around the same time as my birthday, so it's to be expected. I glanced down and picked up the poster with a neutral gaze as I scanned it. The Black Panther movement. I won't say anything. I don't fully understand what the African American society went through, but I know it was horrifying. I have no right to say anything negative. I honestly think racism is stupid, I really do. African Americans basically built this country and were treated like crap along the way. They dealt with so much shit, that it almost makes me. I shook my head to snap me out of my head. A hand squeezed my shoulder. I turned to see Rose, who gave me a concerned look. Rose, are you okay, Adam? I lied. Adam dash, I'm fine, Rose. I turned to Gary. Adam, which way is Camp Half-Blood? He pointed to left direction. Adam, we are going to fly. Gary, okeyed at me with a bewildered expression. Gary, I'm sorry, did you just say FLLLLLLYYYYY dash? Rose laughed at my antics before turning to Kayla and swiping her off her feet into bridal carry. Wings of fire burst forth as she followed me. Once we made ourselves a couple of feet from the entrance of Camp Half-Blood, we landed. Gary face planted to the ground. Gary, oh sweet and lovable ground, thank you, Zeus. Adam, oi, Zeus didn't do anything. Rose landed a few meters next to me. Her wings of fire dispersed. Kayla jumped to her feet with a huge grin on her face. Kayla, that was awesome. Let's do that again. I chuckled just as Chiron rolled around the corner in his wheelchair. Chiron, Miss Potter and Mr. Black, I was wondering when you would arrive. Rose dash, Mr. Brunner, when did you get here? Chiron, all will be explained, but who is this? He had noticed Kayla shrinking behind us. And looked at her with interest. Adam dash, this is Kayla Duragi, we met earlier at school. He nodded. Chiron, interesting, well, it's nice to meet you, Miss Duragi. Kayla dash, hello. Chiron led us into the camp as we glanced around at the people hearing orange Camp Half-Blood shirts, into the house of the Big Three. Once we got in, he turned to face us. Chiron, now I know it is a bit late, but it would be best if you three go and watch the orientation film. Rose gained a slightly confused look. Rose, orientation? He nodded. Chiron, yes, it will help you better accumulate yourself into this camp. After he led us to the theater, we watched the movie. It was alright, I guess. I wasn't as interested in it as Rose and Kayla, mostly because there was nothing on there that I haven't already known. Once the movie was over, we left the room and met with Chiron. When Kayla saw Chiron's original form, she immediately widened her eyes before she pounced at him. Kayla, you're a horsey. That's so cool. Chiron chuckled. Chiron, that I am, child, for now, I think you should head to bed. We will discuss more and find your cabins tomorrow. You can sleep here tonight. He led each of us to our rooms. Rose gave me a small peck on the cheek. Adam, are you sure you'll be alright on your own? Rose smiled. Rose, I'll be fine, I will miss my hot water bottle, though. She gave me another peck on the cheek before closing the door. I sighed, my eyes weren't as I heard a small noise and Ruby poked her head from my pocket. Adam dash, what the, oh, it's just you Ruby, come on, let's get some sleep. The phoenix chirped as she leaped out of my pocket and floated with a flap of her wings towards the ground, where she curled up in a ball and closed her eyes. I changed into my undies, jumped to the bed and laid on top of it, closed my eyes, I fell asleep. Chapter 96, Notice. Chapter 97, Chapter 77. I awoke to the sound of banging. As did Ruby. Adam, what the, oh right, Camp Half-Blood. Dash, wake up, Chiron wants to meet you now. I groaned as I got out of bed, getting ready before I put on my clothes and walked out. Walking around I met up with Rose, Chiron, Mr. D and two familiar people. One I knew was Percy Jackson, the other, was the one which made my eyes widen if not slightly, Peter Parker. He looked like an extremely young Tobey Maguire. Aw, crap. Chiron, Adam, Rose, these are the other newcomers that had just come, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Parker, these two are the other newcomers I've told you about. Peter dash, hi. Percy, hey. Rose, hello. Adam, yo. We shook hands and I noticed the look Peter gave a Rose. I snuck a hand around the Rose waist and stuck her to my side. Adam, she's mine, get your own. Rose blushed at my possessive tone while Peter blushed in embarrassment. Percy snickered at Peter's embarrassment. Peter glared at him in response. Chiron, this is the camp's director, Mr. D. Kayla, I like your shirt. He turned to her with a raised eyebrow. Me. D, thank you, and you are? Kayla Duragi. Mr. D dash, well it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Durami. Kayla Duragi. Mr. D, yeah. She frowned. Adam, you must be wine dude, correct? He raised another eyebrow. Mr. D, very astute of you, Mr. Block. Adam, thank you, Mr. Dick. His eyebrow twitched as I smirked. Me. D, I don't like you. I snorted. Adam dash, you missed the part where that's my problem. Percy and Rose snickered while Peter had a faint smile on his face. Chiron himself looks amused. Rose shook her head. Mr. D glared at me. After the greetings, Chiron gave us, Peter and Percy, to Annabeth, who showed us around the camp. Percy never took his eyes off of her as we walked through the camp. Amusedly, Ruby was not keen to be stared at for a long time and would glare at the campers occasionally, telling them to back off. I do remember, Chiron also taking interest in the majestic bird, wondering where I had got it from. I told him it was a gift from my father, to which his gaze grew thoughtful. Annabeth was, interesting to say the least, as she was questioning on things. Her gaze went to Ruby, who was perched onto my shoulders repeatedly. Before she ended up starting asking questions early, I chuckled softly as it reminded me of my friend Hermione and thought if those two get a chance to meet, they would be the best of friends. Peter, my God, it was awesome to have Tobey Maguire around. Even if he was a young middle school kid, he was a nice kid, and a bit nerdy at times. But we're talking about me here, that's kind of hypocritical. I wonder if him being here would change anything. Most likely yeah, but I also wonder who his godly parent could be. Maybe Athena. It will be funny when he becomes Spider-Man, considering the fact that she hates spiders. I wonder how that will go. Anyway, a lot of things happened during our tour. We met Clarice, the daughter of Arius herself. She managed to get judo flipped by Rose, who was not in a mood to deal with bullying today, which kind of shocked them. I don't know why. I mean, she doesn't look petty at all. The games, to which of course with Luke running in with the flag. The monster that had invaded the camp. And of course, the claiming, which was a shocking turn of events. Peter was claimed as a son of Athena, as I guessed. And Percy was the son of Poseidon, but everyone stared at us in confusion and disbelief, well, more at me than Rose, but still. Chiron got his composure together. Chiron, all hail Rose Potter, master of death, son of the cosmic goddess of life and destruction and flame, and Poseidon, the god of the sea and champion of Hecate. Another gasp were heard and people turned to look at me with wide eyes and confusion. Chiron gaped, unable to believe what he was seeing. Chiron dash, the hell? This is impossible. Curiously my eyes moved upward only to see the visage itself. My eyes turned to confusion. A bright platinum star floated inches from my head before it instantly caught fire, burning like a hearth before it turned pitch black. Chiron, all hail Adam Black, son of the one above all, father of the universe, grandson of Hestia goddess of the hearth, and Amaterasu the Shinto goddess of the sun. My eyes widened. Oh, fuck. Chapter 98, Chapter 78. No, the Shinto Pantheon is not in this fanfic, sorry to disappoint ya. I just liked how that sounded. Let's get on with the story, shall we? Oh, and by the way, props to the people who had made it all the way without dropping. Back to the story. After that fiasco, the environment had changed, after the children were informed. The people we now looking at us with wearily looks, most likely not knowing how to respond or react, died of fear of what our parents, grandparents would do to them. Peter was feeling conflicted about the whole scenario. On one hand he is happy he had finally found family and that he has siblings, on the other hand he is kind of angry that his mother had completely abandoned him, but that wavered a little once he was told of the reason. His anger was turned on Zeus instead. Percy was kind of the same as Canon, confused, excited, chill. It was amusing to say the least. He was happy that he had a sibling, even though it's half. Rose, as to be expected, was very happy she had a sibling, considering once she immediately realized this she brung him into a bone-crushing hug. She didn't care at all who was her father. When she had met him she kicked him in the balls and got his ass kicked by her mother. I laughed when she told me this. Back with the hug. I was not jealous, I was not. Rose smiled knowingly at me and brought me into a hug as well. I feel a little better. Annabeth was showing around her new sibling to his new living space, and cabin, feeling well. It seemed like she didn't really care as much, most likely because they have so much. In all honesty, if I didn't figure out how exactly they were born, which I still find weird to this day, I would have thought of her to be a whore. Anyway, since my father doesn't have a cabin, and I found out Hestia does have one, and even Artemis, though they were both empty and never been used due to the fact that they were never supposed to have children. Back to what I was doing currently. I went to relocate my stuff to my cabin, where I was about to lay down and go to sleep when I felt my mind being penetrated. After a while, the same presence appeared a few meters to the left of me. I turned and saw her staring at me with a slightly stunned look. Adam, yeah, sorry about that. I apologized, looking at her. I don't like people entering my mind, without me knowing. I'm guessing you're Hestia. Man, she really does look like an adorable kid that had her hand caught in a cookie jar. She stared at me for a moment before she pouted. I wanted to surprise you. I was kind of shocked that you came and knew before I told you, but as it turned out you didn't need me to tell you how my grandson is so smart. Adam, yup, my father told me though, I would figure it out eventually. Anyway, he sent me to help you, and now I would gladly. You are the only person other than Rias in the Greek Pantheon I respect. She blushed. Adam, anyway, how is Zeus? And what I mean by that is, how is he taking it? Not very well. She sighed. Hestia dash, oh, like you won't believe. Chapter 99, Chapter 79. At Olympus, Zeus sat on his throne in the throne room, glaring angrily through the mist showing the picture of Adam. He prepared to smite Adam from existence. No matter who he was related to, he was simply too big of a threat to be left alive. Asterisk, as he had prepared to kill him, a note of a letter appeared on his lap, from the one above all, stating harm. A hair on my son's or Hestia's body you will fade, Zeus, not that you can, but I just wanted to let you know. Asterisk. Zeus crushed the paper to dust and screamed in rage. Yes, unfortunately, according to Hestia's word, Zeus did not in fact take it well and had acted like a small child throwing a temper tantrum. I am kidding, no, actually not really, it was more of a mantrum, not a tantrum, or if there really is such a thing, and threatened not only her but me as well. She would be worried if she didn't know my father. She was worried at first, but once she found out who my father was, that worry had deceased and she didn't really care as much. She had also told me of Zeus's reaction when Artemis had told him that I was Loki's reincarnation, yeah, it was probably something that I would have loved to see personally. Wait a second. Adam, wait, if you already knew who I was, why did you claim me? Hestia rolls her eyes at my statement but nonetheless responded in a deadpan tone. Hestia, I am not just the goddess of family. For nothing, Adam, it would be very hypocritical of me if I were to just suddenly hate you just because of who you were once and still are related to or what you have done in the past. I grinned. Adam dash, yes of course, unlike some thunderhead ass kisser. Thunder boomed overhead. Hestia frowned at my language. Adam, I think all thunder gods are alike, my brother was exactly like, no, you know what, I think Zeus is worse. Another round of thunder boomed overhead. I glared at the sky. Adam dash, don't make me come up there. Hestia simply sighed. During our conversation we had talked about during my times here in Midgard. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't intrigued about my stories, and laughed a little bit at the funny parts. What shocked her greatly was the wand that I had told her about. Hestia, this wand, may I see it? I smirked. Adam, sorry, but no, this is for Rose, when she gets older, grandma's forbidden, no matter if you're a goddess or not. Hestia blushed at my implication and slapped the back of my head. Hestia, that's not what I meant. Adam, I know, I'm just messing with you. She glared at me and I laughed. Chapter 100, Note. Chapter 101, Chapter 80. I stared at the spot my grandmother had disappeared to with a content expression on my face. I had felt complete. Hestia was exactly who I had thought her to be. Nice, kind, loving, all of those things. She knew who I had was originally, she had known that I was Loki, the so-called evil god, she knew that I was once a frost demon, I had done so many wrongs, yet I had still claimed me. I loved her dearly. I also sorta hated the Greeks, for making the law, to abandon one's child because of Zeus's paranoia that someone might take his throne. I pitied her for dealing with the Greeks' crap. Her being the only one keeping her vow. I am glad I am not anyone else's son. I smiled as I jumped to my bed and dozed off. I had never been this relaxed in my sleep alone. Normally I have Rose and her comfortable body to keep me warm. Alone I was done, but now I was really fine. So I dozed off with a content smile on my face, a smile that hadn't been content on my face while I was alone for a long time. The next day was simple. I had gotten up to get cleaned and went outside to meet Rose. A couple of minutes later we were met with a random camper and was told that Chiron had wanted to meet with us in the big house. Once we got there I was met with the unexpected visit of Lady Artemis, who was having another intense conversation with Chiron. Upon noticing me, Artemis glared at me. I only chuckled at that, as she was probably still angry from the last time we had met. Adam dash, well, isn't this a surprise? I smirked, so what brings you here, my lady? I had sent a mocking gaze her way, causing her to scowl, and growled out. Artemis dash, Loki. It's Adam now. I grinned at her. She just continued glaring at me. Rose was watching all of this with an amused look as she kept glancing in between us. She then ignored me and turned to Rose. Artemis, I pity you for having to deal with this fool, you must have a lot of patience. Rose smiled but said nothing. I just frowned before turning to Chiron, who was also looking at us amused, with a little curiosity, as he himself rarely sees the goddess of the hunt showing much emotion. Adam, so Chiron, what did you call us for? Chapter 102, Chapter 81. Chiron dash, yes Lord Loki. As he said this my frown had deepened while Rose had a look of surprise on her face. So it seems that he had found out who I was as well as the rest of the Greeks, so Artemis must have blurted it out during one of her meetings. I sighed. Adam dash, please don't call me Lord, just call me by my mortal name, Adam. Chiron, very well. With that he started to explain why he had wanted us to be here. I looked at him curiously along with Rose. Adam, you want us to assist Percy? How do you not know we will be with him in his quest? Chiron, you both are children of cosmic entities. Children of cosmic entities are not entitled to fate. I just want to make sure he along with whoever he chooses is safe and completed his mission. I stared at him. Adam, how do you know it's Percy and not someone else? Chiron, Percy is the son of Poseidon, one of the big there who had sworn an oath. I am 95% sure it is him. I sighed, oh sure. I had gotten the same visit from my father about the situation. Adam, Percy, yes, I already said I would assist, what's so important about whether I assist or not? He explained to me of the darkness that was approaching. And I would gain another ally in the darkness. I immediately inferred that it was thanks, as Voldemort is too weak to become much of a threat. Adam, what is his goal? Is he trying to get with my sister? Or is he trying to balance the universe? Father, both. He believes balancing the universe will flatter death and earn your sister's heart. Adam, he's going to be very disappointed. I already knew that Mistress Death didn't really give a shit about him, it was just amusing to watch him scramble. Father chuckled. Father, indeed, but watch your back, son, and don't get arrogant. This Thanos is more powerful and cunning than his other counterparts. I frowned. Adam, I will keep that in mind. He smiled. Father, good luck, son. He then vanished, leaving me to contemplate on my next move. I don't care about Asgard that much, as they don't really care about me. I am mostly used as a tool for peace. The only thing that was of importance to me was my mother, as she was really the only person who had shown me love. In Asgard, I could see how Loki had went evil. Being controlled by the Mad Titan had only made things worse. I really want nothing to do with Asgard, but if time comes around I will save it, because my mother Frigga had loved it, because she had loved me. Save Frigga, then save Asgard, then decimate Thanos. Chapter 103, Chapter 82. I figured that this must be calling Percy over for his quest. Poison dash, alright, what did I miss? Adam, poison. I guess you were asleep. Poison, yes, so what did I miss? I shrugged. Adam, not much, I just discovered more about my heritage. Poison dash, oh. He sounded bored. Adam, they were gods, my grandma was a virgin goddess. Poison, oh. He sounded very interested in this now, I could only sigh. Adam dash, yes, she is a virgin, she had sworn an oath to be a maiden for eternity. Poison, and yet she had you. He sounded very amused. Poison dash, doesn't this make you a b dash? Adam dash, don't you dare finish that sentence, don't do it. I hate that word. I was irritated, and I could probably imagining him with that creepy smirk. Besides, it's my mother who's, that not me, well, not really, considering Hestia was forced to leave her. I shook off my irritation and transformed into my animagus form. I was going to surprise them and see if they would notice me, and their reactions when they would notice me. I walked out of my room towards the Athena cabin. As I walked past the Hermes cabin, I paused and walked slowly back till I stopped to stare. I should give a present to dear old Luke before I go though. A devilish grin appeared in my face. This is going to be sweet. Time skip. A couple moments later, Percy and Grover were walking out of the camp alongside an irritated Annabeth. Where was I, you might ask? Well, I was. Annabeth, ah. Oh my gods. Well, I was in her bag, and she had apparently found me. The look on her face was really hilarious. I watched in amusement as Annabeth immediately dropped me and started shouting curses in Greek. Percy had told her to calm down, but he ended up causing an argument that had pulled Grover in a few seconds later. I stared at them, my emerald green eyes glittering in amusement. This will most certainly be a most intriguing adventure. I do hope the Hermes cabin likes my gift. Meanwhile, in the Hearns cabin, pure chaos was unfolded as the entire cabin was dusted in pink. Shit stains were all over the walls as the funk emanated from them was enhanced with something that they couldn't discover, making things even worse. Rose was walking by looking at the chaos that had unfolded, and immediately jumped into conclusions. You could easily see her eyebrows twitch violently. She growled. Rose, bloody hell, Adam. Chapter 104, Chapter 83. Annabeth was extremely annoyed. Here she was in a quest with Seaweed Brain and Grover of all people. Okay, that was kind of mean. He is a great person and an even better friend, but he was very terrified ever since the mention that we were going to the underworld, and she wasn't exactly sure how useful he would be. Why the war waiting for? The bus to take them into the city. Annabeth had decided to take out a book for herself to read, seeing as the bus that Chiron had sent for them is already very late. But something happened that made her yelp and drop the bag. Annabeth, ah! Oh my gods! Percy looked at her quite startled. Percy, what happened? Annabeth, there is something in my bag. She grabbed her dagger and slowly but cautiously went to open it fully. Annabeth a rodent. What's a rodent doing in my backpack? The rodent looked at her with an indignant frown and gave off a squeak. His tone sounded like he was offended before trotting over to Percy, who looked very surprised. Percy, that's not a rodent, that's a Arcticher wolf, one of the most beautiful wolves in the world, although I never seen one in person before. He went to pick it up but paused once he noticed the stares from both Grover and Annabeth. Percy, what? Annabeth, that was surprisingly intelligent coming from you. Percy, hey, I can be smart. Annabeth shook her head before going to pick up her things. By the time she was done the bus had arrived. She looked at Percy and saw him pick me up and put him on his shoulder. She had immediately inferred that he intended to bring the wolf with him. Annabeth, you're not really thinking about taking it with us, are you? Percy shrugged. Percy, why not? Annabeth, it could be someone else's pet, plus we don't know where that had been. Percy, in your bag for one, plus don't see the problem, it's not like we have the time to find the owner, so we might as well take it with us. Annabeth huffed. Annabeth, humph, fine then. A couple moments later, we were all sitting inside the bus. Annabeth noticed Grover seemed more anxious than usual. Annabeth, hey Grover, are you all right? Grover answered her, but I could hear the tensiness in his voice. Grover, don't know, he gulped, maybe it's nothing. That did not reassure the demigods at all. Their eyes hardened, preparing for the inevitable, while my eyes slowly narrowed. So, it's time. A small smirk made its way onto my furry face, though it went unnoticed. This will certainly be interesting. Chapter 105, New Schedule. Chapter 106, Chapter 84. As it turned out, their instincts were correct. A familiar old lady came trotting in. I had recognized instantly from the descriptions of the book. Their description was exactly like the book had described them to be. She wore a crumpled velvet dress, along with a laced gloves. A shapeless orange knit hat that covered her mouth. Only, I could sense their magic, and I knew that they were stronger than canon, as I also sensed two people follow behind her. When she tilted her head, we could see her face, and Percy's blood had run cold. He has also recognized her as Miss Dodds. Annabeth, Percy, she whispered. Percy gulped before he whispered to himself while staring at them with the same horrified look as the three of them. Percy, well, she didn't stay dead for long. Percy then looked at Annabeth. Percy, didn't you say they will dispel for a lifetime? Annabeth looked back and whispered. Annabeth, yes, but that's only if you're lucky. She started glancing around trying to find a way out. Annabeth, and you are definitely not. She continued glancing around before she spoke. Annabeth, okay, we got the furries, one of the three strongest monsters of the underworld, in the bus with us. We can use the back doors as an escape route, or climb out the windows. Grover looked panicked. Grover, it's all closed. And the back exit is no good, as we were already arriving at the Lincoln Tunnel. Percy looked almost relieved. Well, he looked like he was trying to be, at least. His anxiety were already pretty high. Percy they can't kill us with witnesses around, can they? Annabeth, mortals don't have good eyes, they can only see what their brain has processed, which means they can't see through the mist. Once we had entered the Lincoln Tunnel, Miss Dodds had got up and said in a flat voice, to which I have to be honest, it wasn't casual at all, and it looked like she had rehearsed it when she was at home. Dodds I have to go to the bathroom. The two other furries got up and followed her. As do I. I snorted. Annabeth's eyes narrowed, before she took out her cap and handed it to Percy. "Annabeth, Percy, take my hat." Percy looked at her with wide eyes. "Percy, what?" "Annabeth, it is obvious they're after you, take this and run, we will distract them." "Percy, no, I am not leaving you here alone." "Annabeth, there's no time for this, Percy." "Grover, go, we will be fine." He put a hand on Percy's shoulder. He looked at them before hesitantly putting on the hat, causing him to disappear. Annabeth sighed in relief as she felt him go to the front of the bus, only for that relief to change to horror as she saw the furry sniff the air. She glared at her and demanded. "Dodds, where is it?" "Annabeth, he's not here." The Furies hissed in anger and raised their whips. "Kinky, but I'm going to have to step in." A barrier appeared in between them, blocking their advances. I pulled energy into my eyes, causing it to glow before exerted some of my energy towards them. A beam of green energy shot from my eyes at each of them, causing them to turn to dust. Chapter 107, Note. Chapter 108, Chapter 85. Percy appeared beside Annabeth, his cap in hand, looking at the result with a wide-eyed expression. "Percy, what happened here?" he asked as he glanced around at the chaos. Percy who had caused this. "Adam, that would be me." They all looked at me and were each on guard. It was actually very smart of them. Percy looked at me with a cautious gaze. "Percy, Adam." I leaped onto his shoulder and grinned. "Guess they found out. Adam, the one and only." I watched deeply amused as a highly annoyed Annabeth grabbed me by the scruff of the neck after riding on Percy's shoulder for a long moment. She started asking questions, demanding answers. "Annabeth, why are you here, and how is it that you can turn into a wolf? Is it some kind of magic? Or is it because you are the son of the Creator?" I really love the guts of this girl. "Adam, yes, of course, definitely magic, though it is unique to that of even wizards." I looked at them with a smirk as I continued my explanation. "Adam, it's called an animagus, unique trait in wizards that allows you to turn into an animal at will. Unfortunately, you can't choose which animal you become, otherwise I would have chosen a dragon, or a phoenix. Now let me down." She glared at me before she huffed. I leaped out of her arms and transformed into a human. I spreaded my hands out and said in a triumphant voice. "Adam Tada." Annabeth sighed and I dusted my hands before I turned and started walking. "Adam, okay then, let's get going." "Annabeth, where? All of our money was in your bags, which is in the bus, which is on fire." I held out a bag. Her mouth was open. "Annabeth, how?" I raised my hands and repeated the same motion, and said in a tone that kinda resembled SpongeBob's. "Adam magic, now let's get going." "Grover, where though? I can't see a thing." My wand appeared in my hand, the tip of it glowed blue, causing the entire area to light up. "Adam problem solved, now chop chop." Chapter 109, Chapter 86. Adam Black. My neck snapped to the voice, only to freeze in horror at the person who had roared my name in a familiar tone. There was Rose, and she was looking mighty pissed. Through the mist at Camp Half-Blood. Why was she pissed, you might ask? Well, it's quite simple, and I believe anyone would be pissed if they were in her situation. Her entire body was covered in pink as. Bits of brown covered parts of her body, her hair was a mess. Aw crap, she got caught in my prank. I raised my hands in the air and tried to calm her down. "Adam, now Rosie, I can explain." Her heated glare was enough to burn an entire galaxy. Her eyes actually turned into flames as she growled. "Rose, oh ho, please do." I glanced at Percy and Annabeth and sent them a look asking them to leave. Annabeth wanted to argue, but Percy and Grover understood, as Rose sounded like his mother when she's angry, and dragged her way. I memorized their life signature in case they get lost, before turning back to Rose, who had used a basic cleaning spell to clean herself. Her hair still looked a mess. "Adam, I had a dream. It was about one of the guys at the hummus cabin starting a war and betraying his friend, and serve a titan who wants to enslave mortals." She was a little stunned, I think she gets why I did but I finished my explanation. Adam so me being pissed, decided to pull a prank on him, but I couldn't get him by himself because he was always with other people, so I decided to prank the entire cabin. Honestly, I didn't think she would be around that area when it happened. Adam, please don't be mad. Rose, I'm mad, because I am still mad I won't be sleeping with you, for a long time as your punishment. Adam, aw, crap. I smirked inwardly, more like her punishment, as although I like the warmth of her body, she loves mine even more, so she will probably try and cuddle the second I get back. Basically she is punishing herself. I nodded and the screen went out. I noticed I turned and frowned as I saw the gaping expressions and the red faces. Adam why are you still here? I thought I told you to leave and mind your own business, why are you looking at me like that? Annabeth, you said sleeping together, are you guys? I smirked, as my eyes twinkled with amusement. Adam, oh yes, and it is quite enjoyable too. Their reactions were priceless.